I call the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure to order. Today, the committee will consider the fiscal year 2017 budget views and estimates and H.R. 441, the Aviation Innovation Reform and Reauthorization Act of 2016. In order to ensure today's markup proceeds in an orderly fashion, opening statements on general consideration of the bill will be limited to the chairman, the ranking member of the full committee, and the chairman and ranking member of the subcommittee on aviation. Also, for members' planning purposes, we plan to roll all requested recorded votes. I now recognize Mr. Lobiondo for a motion.
Pursuant to Rule 1A1 of the Rules Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, I move that the chairman be authorized to declare recess during today's markup.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Our first order of business is consideration of the fiscal year 2017 budget views and estimates of the committee. A copy of the document is in the packet before each member. I call up the views and estimates and ask unanimous consent that the views be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. Under current law and House rules, standing committees are required to submit to the Committee on Budget their budget views and estimates. The Budget Act sets up April 15th as the date for completion of the Congressional Budget Resolution. The views and estimates of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for fiscal year 2017 states that investment in transportation infrastructure is necessary to ensure the safe and efficient movement of people and goods, increase economic growth, and maintain our global economic competitiveness. It lays out the committee's priorities for the 114th Congress, including authorization bills for aviation, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, pipeline safety, and advancing a Water Resources Development Act. I'm very pleased that we were able to work closely with Mr. DeFazio and the Committee Democrats to produce a bipartisan product. I recognize Ranking Member DeFazio for a statement.
I think they're great views and estimates, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have to say.
Well, we're getting off to a good start. Do any other members wish to be recognized? Are there any other amendments to the 2017 budget views and estimates? Seeing none, I recognize Mr. Duncan for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee adopt the fiscal year 2017 budget views and estimates.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. Fiscal year 2017 budget views and estimates are adopted and pursuant to Clause 4F of Rule X of the Rules of the House of Representatives. The views and estimates will be transmitted to the Committee on Budget. I ask unanimous consent to discharge Subcommittee on Aviation and call up H.R. 4441 and that it be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. We are now considering the Aviation Innovation Reform and Reauthorization Act of 2016, or the AIR Act. Over 2 years ago, we began the process of drafting this bill on a bipartisan basis. The committee gathered input from all stakeholders, and we held numerous hearings and roundtables, listening sessions, and meetings. As a result, I believe this bill provides the transformational reform necessary to modernize our antiquated ATC system, to ensure the system is safe and efficient, ensure the U.S. leads the world in aviation. The FAA's failure to modernize the system is well documented, and this bill addresses this ongoing problem. We have a lot of work ahead of us, so let me briefly explain the bill. The bill takes the ATC out of the federal government and establishes an independent, not-for-profit corporation to provide and modernize the service. This corporation will be governed by a board nominated by the system users and members appointed by the Secretary of Transportation to represent the public interest. The bill provides a 3-year transition period to the new corporation. This entity is completely independent of the federal government. The government will not back the corporation's financial obligations. The corporation is not given the airspace that remains public, and the FAA will remain responsible for safety. We do this in a way that protects the GA in rural communities. Non-commercial GA exempt from fees or charges, and corporations can tie airspace and the corporation cannot tie airspace access to what users pay. This structure gets ATC away from the budget process and political influence. More than 50 countries have adopted similar models, and studies have shown benefits in safety, modernization, efficiency, service, and costs. With a modern system, we will see more effective use of the airspace, more direct routes, increased capacity, shorter flight times, reduced delays and cancellations, and reduced pollution and noise. This will benefit passengers, our communities, and the system users, and I believe we can save billions of dollars. This bill also streamlines the FAA certification process to improve America's competitiveness and protect American jobs. For example, the bill requires the FAA to better utilize its authority to delegate some of its functions. It improves training and development for the FAA inspectors and engineers, ensures consistency in regulatory and interpretation, and addresses delays in foreign certification of U.S. products abroad. The bill also contains a robust safety title. For example, the bill enhances FAA safety workforce training, strengthens voluntary safety reporting programs for pilots, expedites establishment of an airline pilot records database, and strengthens GA safety by streamlining approvals for small airplane safety technologies. The bill includes provisions to improve service for consumers. For example, it requires airlines to refund baggage fees when baggage lost or delayed for over 12 hours. Bans talking on cell phones while flying. Requires airlines to let families know when they get assigned separate seats before purchasing a ticket, and ensures airlines notify passengers of their customers' rights. To help improve our airport infrastructure, the bill ensures robust funding for airport improvement program, removes unnecessary restrictions on the PFC to help airports more effectively finance projects, and streamlines the PFC application process to increase airport flexibility and reduce administrative costs. Finally, the bill gives the FAA more tools to help it safely and responsibly integrate drones into our airspace. For example, the bill creates a risk-based permitting process. It promotes greater utilization of the UAS test ranges, fosters development of safety technology, and includes a pilot program on drone detection and mitigation at airports. This bill is vitally important because our aviation system is ridiculously outdated and inefficient. If we don't act, we're going to fall further and further behind. Compared to what other countries do, what other countries are achieving with their technologies, we are standing still or moving backward. This bill does what's best for our system and everyone who relies on it. I now yield to the ranking member for a statement.
Thank the chairman, and I thank the chairman for moving this important legislation forward. FAA reauthorization is critical and time-sensitive. Contains many elements over which both parties agree on solutions to ongoing issues with the control of the Federal Aviation Administration and programs under its jurisdiction. We had 23 short-term extensions prior to 2012. We cannot afford that disruption again. And I think the good news is that most of the bill is agreed to. Unfortunately, there are a few very critical issues that have divided us. Privatization of air traffic control, preemption of state laws regarding the trucking industry, and the safe transport of lithium batteries. I'm not going to reiterate all the issues that came up yesterday during the hearing that raised questions about the privatization of the FAA, nor all of the issues raised in the GAO report released yesterday about problems with the potential privatization of the FAA. We will engage in perhaps more in that debate later. But I think there's a simple and bipartisan way to solve what we agree are longstanding problems at the FAA: procurement, personnel, and stability of funding. The approach being offered instead, we've spent years saying to the FAA, break down those stovepipes, communicate better. We had problems. We didn't get ERAM done until we made the engineers and those who are in charge of the technology acquisition actually talk to the traffic controllers. God forbid they should do that. They're in different departments. We broke down those walls. Now we are going to create an impenetrable wall between those who certify all of the approaches and certify the equipment and those who oversee safety and the agency itself. Now, some say, oh, well, that's what ICAO wants. You have to separate. No, if you actually read a little further, it says, you know, if there are potential for conflicts or problems. We have, and everybody agreed yesterday, the safest system in the world, and it is an integrated system. There is no reason to split off safety. How can you get safer than the safest system in the world? I don't think so. 1991 was the last air traffic control fatal accident in the United States of America. Heck of a lot more recent in that wonderfully privatized European system. Anybody remember that? That's quite recent. So let's not pretend that this isn't fraught with potential problems. Our system's the biggest, by far. It's the busiest, by far. Our general aviation is more than twice as large in the next 4 countries. Now, you know, I think that this is a solution in search of 1,000 problems. And the amendment I offer today will, in a targeted way, take care of those discrete problems that we agree on. There are other things in the bill over which there's substantial agreement that are important. Oversight of the 800 repair stations outside the United States. It's woefully inadequate, and more D-checks and heavy maintenance are being done overseas, and that needs to be overseen by the FAA, and it hasn't been adequately overseen. There's been report after report, and I've been pursuing that issue for many years. So this will finally deal with that. The bill does not tamper with the flight hours required to be in control of a commercial aircraft, which took us many years to do and only happened after the horrible tragedy of Colgan. There are some who would roll back the clock, go back to the good old days when it took twice as many hours to be a hairdresser in the state of Oregon as to be a captain on a commercial airliner. We saw the fatal results of that. The bill does fall short on safety. Lithium batteries are a disaster waiting to happen, and in the last FAA bill, an amendment was adopted that enshrined the tombstone mentality. It said, instead of leading the world, as the FAA has done for decades, we will be bound to the sometimes pathetic ICAO organization and its rulemaking regarding threats to safety. We have led them forever. Now the law says the FAA and PHMSA cannot regulate lithium batteries unless and until there's a proven fatal accident. Well, that's great. ICAO's safety committee has said ICAO should act. ICAO hasn't. The manufacturers have said we can't repress lithium battery fires on our aircraft, but we still have that tombstone law, and in fact, they're going to double down on it in this bill. That's unacceptable, and we'll be offering an amendment to deal with that. Certification, those reforms are critical, and again, they could be delayed. The drone rules are long overdue for unmanned aviation systems. The FAA has been very slow to get out those rules. We're losing our place as a leader in the world. This bill will begin to rectify that. It's not everything we should do, and there's also a safety side to drone, where I believe the bill does not go quite far enough. And then finally, I've just got to mention, what is a section preempting the wage and hour laws of 21 sovereign states of the United States regarding trucking, doing in an FAA bill? Oh, well, the court decision in California was triggered because of a provision in an FAA bill 25 years ago. Well, A, it's a bad court decision, and B, you know, that is no excuse to put this incredibly controversial provision, which was not accepted during the consideration of the Surface Bill, which was quite recently, into this bill and jeopardize its passage. So we will again be attempting to remove that section of the bill. But again, I appreciate the chairman working together on the many other things which I haven't had an opportunity to list where we do agree. But we're going to go through a legislative process today, and let's see where we end up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing that the chairman of the Aviation Subcommittee doesn't want to offer a statement, I would turn to the vice chair of the committee, Mr. Duncan, and a longtime chair of the Subcommittee on Aviation for a statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I want to salute you for this landmark legislation. I think you've done an amazing job on this as you mentioned, I had the privilege of chairing the Aviation Subcommittee from 1995 until January of 2001 for 6 years. During my first days as chairman of the Aviation Subcommittee in 1995, at the request of then Speaker Gingrich, we held 3 days of hearings on a proposed ATC corporation at that time. So we've been working on this for a long, long time. There was much opposition at that time. In fact, almost every group that testified at that point was opposed to that legislation, and sometimes it's good to do legislation, sometimes it's better to hold off. But I'm very impressed that, Mr. Chairman, that you have brought together many of the groups, several of the groups that were opposed to this legislation back 21 years ago, and now you've brought them on board, and I'm very, very impressed by that. A few years later, on a trip with Chairman Rogers in the Appropriations Committee, I had the privilege of visiting the New Zealand operation, and I've visited since then in other countries, and as you've mentioned, I think it's over 50 countries that are doing this this type of work in regard to their air traffic control, and so I think you've done the best job that anybody possibly could do. I do appreciate the fact that you've included in this legislation a bill that Mr. DeFazio and I, many years ago, introduced the first bill to prohibit cell phone usage on airplanes, and I'm pleased that that's in there. And I do have an amendment on executive pay that I'll be proposing or explaining shortly. But I just want to salute you again for this landmark legislation, and I think you've done a good job on this, and I support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. And with that, yield for an opening statement to the ranking member on the Aviation Subcommittee, Mr. Larson.
Good morning, and before I get to my statement, I just want to echo a few things about what I said yesterday at the hearing. First and foremost, the bill largely reflects the bipartisan work and compromise that was led by Chairman Schuster and Chairman Lobiondo, along with Ranking Member DeFazio, and a lot of the members of the subcommittee that worked on this. And the bill in that respect needs to be honored. It contains much needed reforms on certification, direction to speed up the integration of unmanned aircraft systems, and long-term authorization programs as well for aviation. And the bill could be a slam dunk. However, I think because of the proposal to privatize the air traffic control system, I think we're missing an opportunity to act swiftly and advance a long-term aviation bill. There are much needed reforms in this bill. They're ready to go, and at this stage, I'm concerned these bipartisan proposals are going to stall because of efforts to spin off the ATC. You know, it's certainly all of our responsibility to do what's best for the national aviation system. Unfortunately, I think we're, with the ATC privatization, we're falling short of that. I want to echo Ranking Member DeFazio's concerns on safety. I'm concerned that the bill prevents the FAA from advancing rules to protect the flying public from well-known risk of transporting lithium batteries by air. I'm also concerned about eliminating long-standing requirements for GA pilots to obtain a medical fitness certification at all before flying. So I'm hopeful we can address these. But there are some issues of reforms in two key areas that deserve some real thanks. On certification, the bill contains far-reaching reforms to streamline FAA certification process that will help U.S. manufacturers become more competitive and create jobs. The reforms reflect a consensus between industry and government stakeholders designed to save time, make products safer, and get them to market quicker. And I'm confident these changes will help domestic aviation aircraft and avionics manufacturers compete on the international stage. And as is noted on UAS, the bill makes significant and pretty exciting changes to speed up the integration of unmanned aircraft in the national airspace. It directs the FAA to hold safety paramount by increasing educational and outreach efforts to UAS operators, encouraging enforcement of unsafe and unauthorized operations, and establishing pilot programs to detect and employ measures to neutralize unsafe UAS. It also creates a new risk-based permitting program that will dramatically increase the safe pace of UAS integration. And these changes will help us safely integrate UAS while enabling our country to keep its place as a global leader in aviation and aerospace technology. Finally, on ATC privatization, I just want to emphasize again my concerns regarding efforts to privatize the system. I don't think experimenting with the most complex airspace in the world comes without a lot of risk. And as you heard me note yesterday, the Department of Defense plays a critical role in protecting our nation, and that's just not a role I'm comfortable relegating primarily to a private corporation. I believe we're just starting to scratch the surface when it comes to identifying the operational issues involving the DoD, so stay tuned on that. But finally, I do want to reiterate a lot of the bipartisan efforts that have resulted in this bill when it comes to certification, UAS, and other issues, but the privatization still causes me a lot of concern. So I look forward to the markup today, the debate we'll have on amendments. I look forward to somehow working towards an agreement where we can move forward the positive and critical bipartisan reforms we have reached without having them weighed down by differences over ATC reform. And with that, Mr. Chairman, you are now free to move about the legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Larson. Before we get started on the bill, it's my pleasure to introduce our newest member to the committee, Mike Bost, who hails from Illinois. Which district is that, Mike? What number? 12th District. Some of you on this committee remember Jerry Costello, who served on this committee very ably from the other side of the aisle. Mike's on our side of the aisle. We just don't have enough seats over there, so we've got to, but we want to encourage you to vote with us as we move forward. But again, Mike, again, from Illinois, he's is it a third-generation trucking, your family's third-generation trucking company, so he can drive a truck. You have a CDL? So you and Lo Biondo can team up and drive cross-country together. He's a general aviation pilot, and he was in the state legislature, and probably most important, we have another Marine on the committee, so we got another tough guy. So again, welcome to the committee. Aviations he's on, or excuse me, the subcommittees he's on are the highways, the rail, and the water. And coming from where you do in around St. Louis, East St. Louis there, that's a big hub for transportation. So we welcome you to the committee. Let's everybody give Mike a round of applause and welcome. Okay, we will now consider the bill for amendment. I have a manager's amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent to the amendment be considered as read. Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, offered by Mr. Schuster.
This amendment incorporates a number of modifications and provisions raised in working through the bill with committee members. This amendment sets a deadline for the FAA to calculate benefit and cost analysis for contract tower program applicants. Clarifies that the term mainline aircraft in the ATC reform title includes both cargo and passenger air carriers. Clarifies the intent of the bill that the Secretary's appointees to the ATC Corporation Board are to act in the public interest. It strikes the exception for a person to be to be on the board if they work for an entity with a material interest before the corporation. It clarifies that aircraft management services are non-commercial for the purpose of charges and fees to the corporation. It provides further clarification that air taxis, Part 135s in Alaska, are exempt from charges and fees to the corporation. Requires ATC Corporation to maintain air traffic safety equipment in non-contiguous states after the date of transfer. Makes clarifying changes to the contract tower closure review process. It restores FAA overflight fees. It prohibits certain model aircraft in UAS operations over amusement parks and chemical facilities. It creates Unmanned Aircraft System Advisory Committee. It requires the FAA to provide Congress with a plan to early unmanned aircraft system integration. It removes the EAS reform provision. It addresses unmanned aircraft system operations in support of service restoration efforts of utilities. It amends the EAS authorization and clarifies that Section 828 of the FMRA applies to the DOT rulemaking requirement related to banning lithium-ion batteries as cargo on passenger aircraft. This amendment makes a number of important revisions to the bill, and I urge members to support it. Do any members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On one hand and on the other hand, I won't be quite as agreeable as I was on the views and estimates. But there are a number of provisions here which I do support, others which I find still inadequate or troubling. The issue of changing the construct of the board slightly is an improvement. It would allow cargo interests to be represented. It's not certain they would be. That would be up to Airlines for America to choose whether it's all passenger or whether they would allow cargo. Precluding current conflicted, employees of one of the interests is definitely a good move. It does say that the Secretary should appoint people who will act in the public interest. That's an improvement. Public interest is defined as safety. That's obviously paramount. It does not necessarily include representing consumer interests as might relate to charges that would be assessed on passengers under the system. Again, that could be further improved. It still does not allow regional airlines who carry 45% of the passengers every day and who operate 62% of the flights in America on a commercial basis every day representation on the board, which I find odd. It's going to exempt user fees for fractional ownership operations, exempts air taxis in Alaska and Hawaii, concerns expressed by the former chairman, the gentleman from Alaska yesterday, and requires remote equipment to be maintained. That's good, but it doesn't say anything about future investment or lack thereof. And as I quoted yesterday, I have concerns when you have the CEO of JetBlue saying that it's best to direct infrastructure improvements into regions in the country where they'll produce the most benefits, like the Northeast Corridor. Again, we are at capacity at LaGuardia. You can have any system you want. You can't land more planes there unless you have another runway, and you're not going to have another runway given the constraints. And even if the physical constraints weren't there, we're not going to allow the airports to have a PFC. So they can't finance the improvements unless the federal government wants to give them money through the AIP, which is not adequate to the task, and that problem is repeated around the country. So I don't oppose the creeks, but I don't think they go far enough to deal with a number of the problems we have the base bill. You did fix part of the tombstone mentality. You were actually, the bill was going to make it worse and say even if there's a fatal accident, FAA can't regulate, and I assume that was a drafting error. That's been corrected, but we're still readopting the tombstone mentality that we're bound to ICAO, who has not yet acted, even though many of our most prominent airlines have acted to ban lithium batteries. There's a lot of transshipped baggage. There's a lot of transshipped freight. Who knows what's on those planes? And I don't want to wait until we have another value jet caused by lithium batteries, this time instead of burning tires, to fix this problem and get ahead of it. And then there's also, obviously, the issue of cargo carriage. But I know it's an incredibly powerful lobby, the device manufacturers, and China, the battery manufacturers. And then, the UAS Advisory Committee is good. I think someone should be there to represent safety interests, perhaps a representative of ALPA or one of the other pilot unions, because pilots have tremendous concerns and have spotted many conflicts with drones, and they're growing. It directs the FAA to issue a final rule in 6 months regarding UAS near chemical facilities. One might ask why we only want to protect the airspace around chemical facilities and oil refineries and not other parts of our infrastructure or further restrictions around airports and in airspace. It does cut some of the weeds, but I think it does not fix some of the underlying problems of the bill. So I will be urging members on my side and anybody else who shares those concerns to vote against the manager's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard? Ms. Titus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, like so many, I agree that there are good things in this bill, and I'd especially like to thank you and Mr. Lobiondo for including language in the bill that Ms. Comstock and I worked on that requires training by the airlines of flight attendants and pilots to be aware of, report any evidence of human trafficking. But I do have one question about the manager's bill, and that's section 442, limitation on operations of unmanned aircraft systems near amusement facilities. This language wasn't referenced in the base bill. It's not in any of the amendments that were filed as far as I can tell, and I sat through that whole hearing yesterday and I never did hear it brought up. As I understand, this section would direct the FAA rulemaking related to UAS operations near properties that operate fixed amusement rides, and it sets some prescriptive requirements for the final rule that include requiring permission from the amusement property owner before allowing drone operations within 500 feet of that property. Is that correct?
Counsel?
Thank you for the question. That is correct. The provision would restrict, would call for the FAA to promulgate regulations to define UAS operations in proximity to amusement parks.
Well, I represent the Las Vegas Strip, and on the Strip we have a number of features that would fit into this definition of amusement rides, perhaps. The Stratosphere has the world's tallest roller coaster. It's got the extreme tower ride that dangles people over the side. I don't know why anybody would ride it, but they do. We've got the Big Apple roller coaster at New York, New York. We've got the world's tallest Ferris wheels, and within 500 feet of those rides, you have other hotels, resorts, attractions. They use drones on their own property to take photographs, to deliver cocktails by the pool, you name it. They would then have to ask permission from their competitor in order to use the drones on their own property. So while it sounds like a good idea, I think it's got some real unintended consequences, especially for my district. So I'd have to vote no on this, and I would respectfully urge others to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard on the manager's amendment? Seeing none. Question, yeah, are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
This is the order we're now going to consider.
All right. We have another amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read without objection. So ordered. Will the clerk designate the amendment?
Amendment number 61, offered by Mr. Schuster and Mr. DeFazio.
You want to say what?
All right, just so you know the order of the amendments, the first couple that are coming. The first one is the Schuster-DeFazio amendment. The next one will be the DeFazio amendment. After that will be the Duncan amendment, and then the Norton amendment. So that's the batting order right now. So first, the Schuster-DeFazio amendment. This amendment includes modifications and provisions agreed with the ranking member DeFazio. The amendment sets forth a process for the use of PFCs at previously associated airports. It adds engine and equipment manufacturers to the Safety Oversight and Clarification or Certification Advisory Committee and clarifies the committee's objectives. Makes various clarifying amendments to the functions of the ODA office and the provisions addressing additional certification resources, and extends the UAS test ranges for the length of this bill. I now recognize Mr. DeFazio for a statement on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I support the amendment, but in good part it resolves an issue for Ms. Napolitano, so I yield time to her if she wishes to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. DeFazio, and I really appreciate this being included in the manager's amendment, if you will. We strongly support it. Thank you for really looking at what this is going to do for both airports, the Los Angeles and the Ontario airports. And I really want to extend my colleague thanks to California Congresswoman Mimi Walters for co-sponsoring, because this is a local settlement agreed upon by all the stakeholders, and we want to ensure that this, which is the same bill as, the same language as H.R. 4369, introduced by Representatives Calvert, Cook, Torres, Napolitano, myself, Ruiz, Aguilar, and Takano. It's been long in the making, and we really appreciate this being brought to the forefront and voted upon. And I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yield back.
Any other members wish to
Unless-
be heard? Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
You need to say the number, too.
Okay. To the next one. The next amendment is the Fazio Amendment. It is 057. You should have that in front of you. Yeah. I now recognize Mr. DeFazio to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, the committee had a hearing over a good period of time, but from only 4 witnesses regarding potential problems or attributes of the privatization provisions in this bill. I am particularly opposed to the privatization, even to a nonprofit corporation, of the air traffic organization and the problems that might result. The chairman and I, I've said many times, agree over some of the base problems, so I'm offering a much more targeted amendment to get those problems resolved. Congress in '96 acted to give the FAA authority to reform its personnel procedures and to reform its procurement practices. By the time the trolls at OMB and the bureaucrats at FAA got finished, they ended up with something that's exactly the same as or worse than the federal system that applies to other agencies. This amendment is much more definitive. There's no discretion. Those practices will be changed. The other issue that has been raised numerous times, we're trying to protect the FAA from the dysfunction that's been exhibited by the United States Congress in terms of shutdowns and sequestration and other disasters. This would remove the trust fund from that part of the budget and make it mandatory spending, and projections are over the next 10 years that we will come within a very few percent at current operational levels without any new efficiencies that will come through the procurement and personnel reform of self-funding the entire organization. So we're not creating a debt or deficit problem, but we are providing for budget, for budget security. There was a particular and peculiar thing that came up yesterday. Not only are we giving away the assets, unlike the only other 2 privatized systems in the world, we're giving away the assets of the air traffic organization to a private corporation. And when I asked what would happen if this corporation couldn't support itself, it is way too big to fail and more critical than the banking system, one could argue, particularly the Wall Street predatory banks. And I voted against TARP. And and Mr. Poole said, well, we'd have to increase fees for users or solve it. Of course, that's then subject to approval by the secretary, and if the secretary disagrees that they want to charge every passenger $10 a ticket to bail out a failing corporation, then suddenly we're faced with the potential that this thing would cease to operate, at which point the government would want to take it back. If we took it back, we gave it to them. It's a private corporation. They paid nothing for it. That would constitute a taking. We would then have to buy back our assets from the private corporation. Whoa, too big to fail and guaranteed to get money out of the federal government. That is very problematic. The GAO report yesterday, again, I apologize, it only came out yesterday, and we haven't had an opportunity to discuss the ramifications of it because we're marking up today, which I think is a mistake. Says small and rural communities could be negatively affected. General and business aviation might see their contribution to the cost of services rise. The new entity too big to fail, raising questions how and when the government would have to bail it out, as occurred in the United Kingdom. I could go on and on about the problems of privatization. The world's 2nd largest airline, all FAA labor unions except for the controllers, the Regional Airline Association, the National Business Aviation Association, I could probably add in, because of the provision in the bill, the independent truck drivers and the Teamsters, but we'll get to that issue later. I'm not solving that with this amendment, are all opposed to the current legislation. I think fracturing the FAA is a mistake. As I made in my opening statement, it's only when we got better communication within the FAA. Now we're going to leave certification, which is critical for any new operations and efficiencies over here, subject totally to general fund vicissitudes of the Congress. That is future sequestration, shutdowns, appropriations, general fund. They're not even getting excise taxes anymore. It has to be funded out of the general treasury. Oh, we're running how big of a deficit this year, and what are the cuts going to be, and what kind of delays and dysfunction is that going to cause? And then safety is also going to be subject to that same vicissitudes of Congress. They aren't going to have the protections that the ATO has, and they are going to have a wall between them because one is a private corporation and the others are government regulators. I think that is very, very problematic. So I believe that this would be a superior way to move forward to solve the long-standing problems and not create new problems for the Air Traffic Organization of the United States of America. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. I must oppose this amendment. This amendment guts the entire purpose of this bill, and it does actually nothing to reform the provisions of the air traffic control and fix the problems that have plagued the FAA. Here we go again. We've tried all of these type provisions before, and they've all miserably failed. The ranking member initially said he would propose a 21st century corporation. What he's proposed instead is a broken 20th century government agency model combined with a failed 20th century reform effort. This amendment takes the entire FAA completely off budget and allows it to draw whatever amount of money it wants off the airports and airway trust fund, creating an untouchable regulatory agency. And we created one of those during the financial crisis, the Consumer Financial Protection Board. No oversight from Congress, no ability to stop them from doing things, so it's creating an untouchable regulatory agency. The trust fund becomes an ATM machine for the FAA administrator to draw on whatever he feels like. Most concerning, there are no protections for the Airport Improvement Program, the main purpose of which the trust fund was created. The independent government agencies with untouchable funding stream has been tried and failed. The Post Office is drowning in debt, and as I mentioned, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is busy crushing any business trying to create jobs. Note that the personnel reforms and acquisitions reform were tried, as this amendment notes, in 1995 and 1996, 20 years ago. Congress gave the FAA near unlimited authority to redesign its personnel management system and acquisition system into one that gave it the flexibility it needed. The Department of Transportation Inspector General, in a recent report just in January, came out and said these were all failures. The FAA completely failed to implement any of these reforms. Its personnel system has become a straitjacket. Its acquisition manual has somehow made the FAA acquisition even worse than it already has been. Our proposal provides real reforms that are based on proven models from around the world. Our proposal follows ICAO's principles for separating ATO from the safety regulator used in many other developed countries. And our proposal ensures the Air Traffic Organization can operate as a high-tech service provider, not a huge, bumbling bureaucracy. Our proposal saves billions in operational efficiencies because it ensures more effective use of the airspace, more direct routes, increased capacity, shorter flight times, reduced delays and cancellations, and reduced pollution and noise. Our proposal retains the FAA as a safety regulator and will help focus more closely on that mission. Our witness yesterday was absolutely on point. We are proposing something that has been proven to work. This amendment simply repackages and offers what has already failed. I urge all members to oppose this amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to support Mr. DeFazio's comments and just add a few things as well. Just because it's privatization doesn't make it a 21st century reform. The only thing that makes privatization a 21st century reform is that we're talking about it actually in the 21st century. That's it. Privatization has been discussed well before the 21st century. It doesn't make it any more special now than it was before. And what Mr. DeFazio is proposing is to try to address the problems that we see on continuity of funding, on procurement, on personnel. That's what we're trying to do. I would also note, just from a perspective on next generation or next gen air traffic control implementation, I would concede that it has been slow, that it has been costly, it's behind schedule, it's very expensive. I will also argue that we're finally making progress on it, and rather than listening to my argument about it, I would just refer folks to a letter from the Delta Airlines CEO Richard Anderson, who has noted in the letter that, in fact, it's the argument of that airlines that progress is going forward on next gen. My concern about moving to privatization is that we're going to take as I noted yesterday, right when we're getting to a point where we're on a nonstop implementation of next gen, we're going to take a 5 to 7 year layover instead in order to implement the privatization proposal. So I would just urge people to support Mr. DeFazio's amendment, fully respect the majority's efforts to address these problems. I just don't believe that the proposal that they have put forward does that. It causes more problems than we have today. And yield back. Thank you.
Remember, we heard Mr. Nadler.
Yes, I just want to agree with Mr. DeFazio and Mr. Larson and point out that the air traffic control system has worked very well over the years and the decades. We have a very good safety record. The complaints made are essentially two. One, because of the irresponsibility of the majority in Congress. They have been subjected, as all other government agencies have been, to sequestration and to uncertainty in government shutdowns. And that is an accurate criticism. And the answer is provided by Mr. DeFazio's amendment that would insulate them from that. Hopefully, Congress won't be as irresponsible in the future, but we can't depend on that. But Mr. DeFazio's amendment would take care of that. And the second criticism has been, look at the delays in how in implementation of the next-gen system. Obviously, a private corporation would do it more efficiently. Well, look at the automatic train controls that our private railroads are delayed. They just asked Congress, they just, in effect, forced us to grant them another 5-year delay in implementing automatic train controls. And I'm not going to say anything positive or negative about how they've done it. Maybe that was inevitable. Maybe the goal was too rapid. I don't know. But those are private corporations. You can't automatically assume that a private corporation, nonprofit or profit, will get things done more efficiently than government. I would not assume that at all. So this is not an answer to that. And to completely shake up and revamp and change in fundamental ways an organization that we've been fine-tuning since 1958 and that's been working very well makes no sense. And I support Mr. DeFazio's amendment. Yes, I'll yield.
I would also point out, since the gentleman raised positive train control, we also have had, we heard a lot about we want to move to the 21st century and have the state-of-the-art equipment. The airlines themselves just recently said, we don't want to adopt ADS-B, we want to delay until sometime in the 2020s, for the ADS-B system. So they themselves were already lobbying against a mandate to become more advanced, yet they want to have more control over what gets advanced and doesn't get advanced in the aviation system for the 21st century. So I would say that's, that might indicate what the future might bring with privatization. And as we did have one Republican member observe yesterday, who's much more cognizant of how boards work than I, that 4 seats is essentially effective control of the board, which is what would be granted to the major airlines.
Thank you. In reclaiming my time, I'll just add that the public airspace is just that, the public airspace. It should be controlled by the public and not by a private corporation, profit or nonprofit. It's just a wrong concept. I yield back.
Airspace still is controlled by the public. It's a service provided to the public by this corporation. And as far as moving forward, as I said before, we have tried. Every provision you've put forth, we've tried and they've failed. Now, my colleagues on the other side, a lot of times look to Europe as leading the way. Well, the Europeans are privatizing many of their modes of transportation. There's reforms in place right now that insist there would be competition with private companies on their rail system. Transit systems are being taken over, public systems run by the private sector in passenger rail and in transit systems. And what have they done in their air system? They've done exactly what we're talking about. Now, if you want to talk about advancing, you want to talk about developing systems, you have to look at the Canadians. The Canadians are launching satellites this year, and by the end of 2017, the Canadians will be able to have 100% coverage of the airspace. They'll be able to see the entire airspace. Today, what is it? 30% we can see. The Canadians will dominate air transport around the world. Countries are already signing up for it. One of the things they need to even prove and drive down the cost of their system is more planes. They're going to get more people using their system because they're going to have a more efficient system. And that should be something we should be looking at. How does America become the leader in the world, not the second rate in the world? And again, that's what our proposal puts forward, and I think it's the right way to go, and I think we're going to continue to push because it is the right thing to do for the American people. And looking around the world, there's many, many lessons that prove this will work. Any other members wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Capuano.
Mr. Chairman, I have an awful lot to say about this, but instead of hearing from me, I'd like to yield my time to my ranking member, Mr. DeFazio.
I thank the gentleman from Boston. Just to respond to a couple of those points, I remember very distinctly being in Great Britain after some fatal rail accidents, and they had yielded both the rail bed and the maintenance of the rails to a private corporation, and then we're operating a separate private corporation on there. Might be kind of parallel to what we're going to do with the airspace. And they had to take back the rail beds because this company was underspending and killing people because they're making a profit that way. They took them back. So it's not quite exactly as laid out that privatization is the solution to all these problems. And also, we might remember that the private corporation in Britain had to be bailed out by the taxpayers. We might remember the private corporation in Canada had huge transition problems that took about 8 years to resolve. You might look at the MITRE report, which talks about all the others in the world who have gone to government corporations, and the transition problems they had just with government corporations and how much it set them back in developing new systems. You know, a simple wand of privatization is not a solution to all our problems. This amendment would mandate. Now, we made a mistake in '96, and I was here, and I'll sign up, and the chairman's dad was here. We didn't mandate that the FAA streamline their personnel and procurement processes. We gave them the authority to do it, and they chose not to. Perhaps after being forced there by OMB, I don't know what the full story is behind that. This doesn't give them any discretion. And it would say that, you know, that we are going to no longer have sequestration and shutdowns of all of the FAA. The chairman's provisions would leave safety and certification subject to sequestration, shutdown, general fund appropriations on an annual basis. Now, how are they going to swiftly implement new systems over here in the private corporation now that we've set up a wall between them, and over here are the people who have to certify it, and oh, by the way, I'm sorry, they've been laid off. Or, oh, gee, we cut back and they're busy doing something else. They'll get to your new system in a while. I don't see how that's going to work. I think sundering the most forward-looking, safest over the last century system in the world and breaking it asunder for what are essentially ideological purposes, because this all came from American Airlines and Mr. Poole and the Reason Foundation and Heritage and all that. And I can't believe we're actually implementing some of those things here and saying it's good public policy. With that, I yield back. I yield back to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, yield back. And also, we forgot to say that the air traffic controllers sat at that table yesterday. They're trying to escape from a system that is not a good system, and they want to advance the technology to have an even safer, more efficient airspace. So let's not forget the air traffic controllers were there yesterday.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, gentleman from, gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sat through the statements and read the testimony, and I'm a little confused, and so I'm going to then yield my time to our ranking member to help clarify some of these things. One question has to do with the valuation of the assets that are being turned over to a private corporation and whether a valuation has been done so that taxpayers could be reimbursed for the cost of the assets that are being turned over to this private corporation under the proposal. And the other is, I mean, I recall that when assets that are common assets, for example, the airwaves, and when there's an auction, aren't those assets, when they're auctioned, that then redounds to the benefit of the taxpayer? So that's one concern. The other just has to do with safety. I mean, as I read the testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the United States has really the safest, largest air traffic control system in the world. And so it feels weird as a traveling passenger to want to, to jeopardize that. And then lastly, for the ranking member, I'm also just curious as to, I mean, the chairman has said several times that the airspace is actually still a public asset, but if you can't control any of the things that are going around the airspace or that have to do with managing the airspace, doesn't that effectively render it outside of the control of the federal government? And I will yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank gentlelady for the questions. In terms of the assets, no, we have asked, and it would take quite some time to suitably evaluate the assets. We have invested $50 billion of taxpayer, that is passenger money, taxes paid by passengers into the system in the last 20 years. Obviously, some of that's been, depreciated, but, we would talk many billions or tens of billions of dollars. The Canadian system, they allowed NAV Canada to evaluate it themselves. They paid, I believe, $1.4 billion for it. It later came out that they had deliberately undervalued the system and underpaid the Canadian government. In the case of Great Britain, the fee was assessed by the government. In our case, it would be zero. Secondly, I am too puzzled by the idea that it would still be the public's controlling the airspace. No, it wouldn't. No elected representative, no one in this body could countermand an approach that's put through by the new privatized system that flies, let's say, geez, it's pretty inefficient to come down the Potomac River to get to National Airport. We're just going to all come in over Arlington. Whoa, the people in Arlington don't like that. They go to their elected representative. The elected representative says, sorry, we don't control the public airspace anymore. It's controlled by a private corporation. Or if anyone else comes in and complains, business aviation raised issues yesterday about potentially being discriminated against. They come in and they complain to people who are sympathetic to their concerns. The elected representative would have to say, go talk to the private corporation. They control the airspace of the United States of America. That is a fact. And then finally, let's see, assets, tax, what, did I leave something out? Did I get all your, okay. Okay, I think that concludes the discussion. Yield back to the gentlelady.
Thank you. Just one more thought here, and I thought under this model, it does seem to me that we begin a model that would then beg for the argument of privatizing the Veterans Administration, privatizing the Social Security Administration, privatizing the EPA, privatizing virtually every aspect of government under this kind of model. So to me, it's a cautionary tale for the need to really rethink turning over taxpayer money to a private corporation for them to act independently of the federal government. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
I don't know if I'd agree with some of those agencies the gentlelady's talked about privatizing, but I think there could be a lot more done without these agencies we have, and there's too many to go through, and that's for another day to debate. But the airspace is still controlled by the regulator. The airspace is still owned by the public. We have not given it up. It's the service that's provided to the traveling public, traveling commerce. As far as the assets go, the traveling public has paid for these assets over the years, and if you want to charge them again, so we charge, and $50 billion, I guarantee you it's not worth $50 billion. And most of this equipment is so antiquated, you know, in a normal business situation, you throw it in a junk pile outside and replace it because it's not worth what it's evaluated at. But if you buy it, force this corporation to buy it, the traveling public will have to pay again for it. It's been paid for when your ticket taxes, so it's paid for. So again, we think what we're putting forth is the best thing for the traveling public, for the safety of the skies, for the modernization. And again, I urge you, watch the Canadians over the next several years when their satellites are deployed. Or any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. The amendment is Mr. DeFazio's amendment. 57. Mr. DeFazio's amendment, and the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. If sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 5E of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, a recorded vote on the amendment is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 5EF of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, and after consultation with Representative DeFazio, we will hold the recorded vote at noon. So we'll get a couple more in. So we'll roll that vote to noon, and we'll go through a couple more. Okay. Duncan, the amendment, Mr. Duncan's is number 33, and with that, recognize Mr. Duncan to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few months ago, the head of the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, came to my Knoxville office to see me, and I told him, I said, Mr. Johnson, you seem like a good man, and I think you're doing a very good job, but I just think you're paid way too much. He makes $6.4 million a year plus extras. He came back at me with a real good answer. He almost immediately came back and said, well, I think you're paid way too little, which I sort of thought was a pretty good answer. But at any rate, I've seen, I think this bill's a good bill, and it's got a lot of good things in it. But I've also seen how that people can court these boards and end up with just ridiculous, in my opinion, ridiculous salaries. I understand the head of the Canadian Air Traffic Corporation makes $3.2 million, and I can see if we don't do something that they would have, that the top people in this new corporation would have $6 or $8 or $10 million salaries before very long, because that's what happened after we changed the makeup of TVA to come up with the board of directors. So I wanted to do an amendment to limit, to say that no executive at this new corporation could make more than 4 times what the president makes. However, the staff has people a lot smarter than me, and so they came back and said they thought it would be more appropriate, more reasonable to come up with a public disclosure amendment. And that, while it was not quite as far as I wanted to go, it was acceptable to me. And my amendment, so what my amendment does, it requires public disclosure of executive pay as part of the annual report of this corporation. It also establishes a compensation committee to make recommendations on executive salaries, bonuses, and incentives. It provides that these provisions be put in the bylaws of the new corporation. And I think by publicly disclosing executive pay, the new Air Traffic Corporation will have to justify what it pays its executives. It creates this compensation committee to regularly review executive pay. The committee will conduct an analysis of it and compare those salaries to others in the private sector, and it will make recommendations to the board regarding these salaries. So that basically, it's a pretty simple amendment. It's being done in somewhat of a way to limit or keep this corporation from ending up paying just very excessive, exorbitant salaries to the top people in the corporation. And I hope all members or most members will support this amendment.
I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. This is a good amendment. It's a good change to ensure that the executives of ATC Corporation are properly and not excessively compensated. No one wants this corporation to turn into a piggy bank for executives when its purpose is to operate and modernize the ATC system in a cost-effective manner. So I thank the gentleman for his amendment, and I urge all members to support it. That Ranking Member DeFazio is recognized.
I thank my colleague from Tennessee for his amendment and believe it is an improvement. Again, not sufficient to garner support on this side for the privatization proposal, but this would improve the construct and I think the governance of the board. So I thank the gentleman for protecting passengers and other ratepayers for the system.
Owen's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the sponsor yield?
Yes.
I appreciate your bringing the amendment, but I have a question for you. This would require the board to disclose their salaries, right?
Right.
And put them in the bylaws. Is anybody on the board responsive, elected by the public, and therefore responsive to the public's outrage if these salaries are too large?
Well, this amendment doesn't deal with that part of it.
So the reality is, though, these people aren't elected that set the salary. So if the public's outraged because you give notice, there's no real response. All these people can do is say, well, too bad, and whoever they name will be happy with the salary, and they'll be happy with them, and everybody will be one nice, happy family, and all they might have some shame 1, 2, or 2 days or hours out of the day, but otherwise the public's response makes no difference because they're not like elected officials and responsive. And that's what's wrong with this board, is you're putting people with the power to set rates and to charge the public for the use of our air system, and there's no public official like you, a fine man like you and our chairman and others, to respond to the public and say, that's too much of an increase or that we're not doing enough. When you put a non-elected board in power, even giving notice doesn't make any difference because they're immune from public response. So I thank you for the amendment, but I think it's too little. And the whole idea that this board takes away the public response and what's representative democracy and the public being able to voice their concerns and have somebody who's responsible to them to respond to their wishes. So it's kind of a voice without anybody listening to it.
Mr.
Well,
Lipinski's
you can deal with that
recognized.
in another part of the bill.
Mr. Lipinski's recognized.
Thank you. I understand comments of Mr. Cohen, certainly agree to a large extent with what he has to say, but I certainly do support Mr. Duncan's amendment here. I think it's very important that we keep focusing on this board has to be focused on serving the interests of the flying public. I was very concerned yesterday, a couple of the witnesses seemed to just focus on who kept telling us that the board had to be focused on the interest of the airlines. And I thank the chairman for again saying yesterday and today that it has to be on the flying public. And this disclosure of compensation is at least one way to shine some light. What happens after that, Mr. Cohen said, I'm not really sure, but it certainly does not hurt to support this amendment and shine some light on what the compensation is going to be. And I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for offering this.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I understand what Mr. Duncan was trying to do, but his amendment, I think, is in keeping with the privatization of this corporation. I served on the boards of 3 private corporations before I came to Congress. The reason that we have seen no change in the out of the sphere salaries of CEOs is because it's a private corporation and the board gets to decide in a private corporation what the CEO should make. So it would be very hard to privatize this corporation and then to instruct those who are board members how to set his salary. So I'm only pointing out that this is a consequence of privatization, the unresponsiveness of of the private corporations, so the outrage in the country about how the corporate salaries have continued to go up has finally entered the political process because nobody can do anything about it. So I warn you that privatization means no matter how high this salary gets, we will be as powerless as the general public is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Frankel is recognized. Oh, Ms. Frankel, any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question, perhaps insert in the record. The term financial incentives, other financial incentives, would that include benefits? Is that the intent of the amendment, to include the benefits? It says the compensation, including bonuses and other financial incentives for the board, including CEO, shall be set forth in the bylaws. I'm just curious if benefits are included under other financial incentives.
Counsel.
Yeah, I think it would include any incentives, financial or otherwise, that would come into the.
Please speak
the
louder.
Speak into the mic. Could all members, everybody speak into the mic clearly? Thank you.
Yeah, it would include any incentives, financial benefits, bonuses, or otherwise, so that you couldn't have a low compensation but make up for it otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ensure that the intent of the amendment was included in the record.
Thank you. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none. All those in favor, the question is on the, what are we on? We're on the Duncan Amendment, number 33. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. Just to keep you posted on the order of amendments, the next amendment up will be Ms. Norton, 71, Mr. Micah, 26, Mr. Nadler, 50, Mr. Barletta, 57, Ms. Johnson, 68, and Mr. Farenthold, 47. And so with that, we'll proceed with Ms. Norton's amendment, 71, and I now recognize Ms. Norton to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would hope that this amendment would be seen as bipartisan because it is in keeping with existing policy that there is no smoking on airlines today, but that does not include electronic cigarettes or vaping devices. My amendment would prohibit electronic cigarettes and vaping devices. And it's interesting to note that some airlines have already gone ahead of us and banned electronic cigarettes and vaping devices. It's also important to note that, and by the way, and I should know when I say existing policy, for 25 years, we have banned smoking on airlines, and nobody thinks anything of it any longer. Then here comes these vaporizers and electronic cigarettes, about which we know too little. So there is a rule, a DOT rule, pending. It's a notice at this point, not a rule, but a notice of proposed rulemaking on this very subject. The problem is that notice has been outstanding for 5 years and has not moved. So this bill is an opportunity for the Congress to be heard on this important health issue, which is also a nuisance issue. Imagine getting on a plane and having someone light up an electronic cigarette. So it also shows that passengers themselves have not caught up with their luggage, because you cannot take an e-cigarette on a plane on your checked baggage. So it's time that we thought about passengers as much as we think about the fires that may occur if they were in their luggage. I also caution members that this is a burgeoning subject. In just 1 year, between 2010 and 2011, e-cigarette use among adults doubled. Congress could legislatively resolve this issue. The airlines who have already taken some steps along this line are probably doing so in keeping with their own customers. Before this issue gets out of hand as smoking itself did get out of hand. Millions of people died before we understood what had to be done with cigarettes. We don't need to repeat that history, and I hope that there will be support on both sides for my amendment to prohibit the use of electronic cigarettes and vaping devices, just as we already ban those devices to be carried in one's luggage.
Gentlelady yield?
I yield.
With that, I yield to gentleman from California, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I'd like to say this. So, this is called a vaporizer. There's no combustion, there's no carcinogens. What the gentlelady did not say is that smoking has gone down as the use of vaporizers has gone up. There is no burning. There's nothing noxious about this whatsoever. This has helped thousands of people quit smoking. It's helped me quit smoking. And in the next decade or so, you're going to be able to inhale ibuprofen, you're going to be able to inhale your Prozac, and anything else that you need drug-wise, you're going to be able to inhale it.
Could I reclaim my time?
This amendment, I think that the gentlelady already yielded, but I'll be happy to yield in just a moment. The way that this amendment's written, too, you won't be able to have an asthma inhaler, you won't be able to have a nebulizer, you won't be able to inhale anything. This is the future. Smoking's going away, and the ability to take in nicotine or any other form of medication in the future will be in something like a vaporizer. For freedom's sake, and for the sake of people that are trying to quit smoking and quit dipping and still have nicotine, I would urge my friends here and colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I'd be happy to yield to the gentlelady. I've yielded
I
to
thank
the
the
gentlelady.
gentleman for yielding. Please note in the bill itself that the electronic cigarette means a device that delivers nicotine or other subjects. I appreciate what the gentleman said, but you notice that he blew
Reclaiming
his,
my time, it says delivers nicotine or other substances,
yeah, well,
which is anything.
thank you. If I could continue.
I will yield back to the gentlelady.
Thank you. You spoke about the vaping devices, but you did not say that you opposed electronic cigarettes. So I take it you don't oppose that because that helped you to get off of.
Reclaiming my time, this is a personal vaporizer. We actually don't even call them electronic cigarettes anymore because they're not cigarettes. They have
So you don't oppose the
propylene-
electronic cigarettes?
Reclaiming my time, they have propylene glycol, flavoring, and water in them. That's all that's in this personal vaporizer. It is not an e-cigarette in any way whatsoever. Doesn't even look like a cigarette.
Well, the gentleman then says he doesn't.
And I would yield to the gentlelady again.
Thank you. The gentleman is speaking only about vaporizer. He and I should get together to see that at least with respect to e-cigarettes, if we could agree. But I did note that the gentleman did emit smoke from the vaporizer.
Reclaiming my time, there's no smoke in this.
Would the gentleman yield?
There's no carcinogens. It's vapor.
Would the gentleman yield?
To whom?
To me for a second.
I will yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. The gentleman said a moment ago that that the amendment, because it says delivers nicotine or other substances, could mean an asthma inhaler, et cetera. I just want to say that it could not be interpreted that way because it says that delivers nicotine or other substance to a user of the device in the form of vapor that is inhaled to simulate the experience of smoking. So that would limit it away from
reclaiming my
asthma
time.
inhalers.
So you're going to put into law something that simulates smoking and make that anything that simulates the act of smoking?
I'm simply pointing out that this is a limiting phrase that would not allow this to be interpreted as asthma inhalers or other things.
The problem with this is there is too much interpretation.
Could I ask the gentleman a question?
What we're doing with this amendment, you're stifling innovation, you're stifling entrepreneurship, and you're stifling the ability for people to get off of cigarettes.
Could I ask the gentleman
That's what
a question?
these personal vaporizers do, is they allow people to quit smoking cigarettes and start vaping, which Britain just came out, by the way. The British Association of Doctors said it's 95% healthier than smoking cigarettes. We don't have all the information about this yet, but it's 95% healthier than smoking cigarettes. Lloyd's of London now underwrites your insurance policy. You get a discount if you vape. By the way, it's called vaping. Once more, vaporizers and vaping, there is no smoke. And your insurance will now recognize this and discount you accordingly. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to oppose this
Could the
amendment. With
gentleman answer a question?
that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was about 26 years ago on this committee, I offered an amendment to ban smoking on planes. I lost by 1 vote when Jimmy Hayes changed his vote. Jimmy shall live in infamy. The Appropriations Committee had to step in and do it. I hate it when the appropriators do things that we should be doing ourselves, but it's now banned. I appreciate that Duncan has converted to something that is less noxious than tobacco smoke. But as you notice, he's sort of fanned the vapor. I don't think we want to have clouds of vapor inside the aircraft. I don't want to sit next to someone exuding clouds of vapor. They are scented in some cases, and it's not something I want to be inhaling. I'm glad that it's helpful to him to inhale it, but that should be in his own private space, not in a very confined public space, which is already subject to what's, I think, sometimes commonly called passenger rage. I can imagine passenger rage emitting. And I would say this would just be like cell phones. We don't want people talking on cell phones because it's going to start fights, and the flight attendants have enough problems as it is. So we don't want people vaping. Duncan is free to wear a patch for the duration of the flight, which will deliver nicotine, which does not impact any of the other passengers. And then when he gets off, he can go back to vaping once he gets out of the airport, depending upon the local rules on vaping. So, that, I think, would solve this issue. I mean, it may be problematic. The words after nicotine, I don't know what other substances, I don't know why that's there, and perhaps that would allay some of his concerns if the words from or to the end were deleted. Would that, could I ask the gentleman if that would allay some of the concerns he's raised? Not the personal concern, but the others.
The other substances, by the way, could refer to what's legal in Oregon and Washington State.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying So, all right, maybe I shouldn't go there, but maybe we'll just vote on it as is. Then we don't want to get into that discussion here today. So, with that, Mr.
Could
Chairman,
you yield? The gentleman yield.
for a brief moment. Yes.
First of all, I don't know what's in the vapor. The second point is secondhand smoke or secondhand vapor could be equally noxious to somebody sitting beside the gentleman. And that is part of the problem and why some airlines have gone ahead and already
And
done away
reclaiming
with
my
it.
time, I forgot there is one other critical point, and I trust that the chairman hasn't had this problem yet. They do explode, and the reason they're not allowed in checked baggage is because of the potential for triggering a fire. And the theory is if they're in carry-on bags that the flight attendant can grab a fire extinguisher and put it out. And there was one that exploded on a plane, and fires have been ignited by these things. There is also a safety issue. They are temporarily banned by the Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials Agency from being on board, from being used on aircraft. I think that this issue is, yet unfolding in terms of concerns. So I thank the gentleman for the time.
Ms. Frankel?
I want to support the amendment because I just want to speak in opposition to unnecessary sneezing, choking, or coughing by passengers on an airplane. I think it's a good amendment.
Ms. Estes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of us have been doing a lot of work on the health and safety as yet unknown impacts of vaping and e-cigarettes, and I think until we have definitive proof that it is entirely safe, it is clearly going to be considered noxious by some people, and I did notice your seatmate there waving her hand. I know I would too, and I think in fairness to the traveling public that we should not enforce any more noxious odors, scents, or anything else. We've all been there with someone who wears too much perfume. Imagine if you've got vaping going on for a 6-hour flight. I think this is an easy call. Thank you.
Well, I oppose the amendment, and I think vaping it's moist air. Is that correct? That's what it is. But let me just say to you, and I would say to every single member in this body in Congress today, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to ban hot air. we're gonna ban bad breath and body odor. Now, do you think we're really gonna go there? I mean, come on. And I've been on the floor before talking to some of you, and I've had to take a step back. So you know, there's nothing out there that says this is unsafe. Again, we can go to the ridiculous. You know, this is probably going to be the headline tomorrow in the committee. We're talking about banning bad breath and BO. But again, I oppose the amendment. And any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none. What's that? Next page. Seeing none.
I'd like a vote on this amendment.
Are there amendments to the amendment? None. If not, the question is on Ms. Norton's Amendment 71. The question is, all in favor of those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed.
Mr. Chairman, on the ask, re-ask recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote. Rules of the committee, transportation, recorded vote, and the amendment is ordered. Pursuant to rule of the committee, talking to Mr. Fazio. We'll wait until noon. Roll to noon.
Mr. Chairman, you already made that statement, so I would reinforce it again. Noon, we will have recorded votes.
Okay, next one, Mr. Micah, Amendment 26. Mr. Micah is recognized to explain his amendment.
Does the clerk have to take it up and be read? So I ask that that be waived. The amendment I have, 26, I would like to discuss for 1 minute, but prior to that, with your consent, Mr. Chairman, I would like to withdraw 2 amendments. One, I was doing the request of Mr. Posey, Amendment 27. That amendment would direct the FAA to license experimental aircraft companies to provide training opportunities for commercial flight companies, and that we're working with you and the committee. And then I can take off the table also number 25, which deals with the computation of basic annuity for air traffic controllers. And we're working with both the committee and OGR Civil Service to resolve that. Is that acceptable, Mr. Chairman, to withdraw those 2?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we'll work with you. 25 and 27 are withdrawn. So I'm back to 26 in 1 minute. This is a technical amendment that would change Section 412 of the bill to broaden the scope beyond just the heads-up display, which is a specific technology, and it would expand the definition to include synthetic and enhanced vision systems. This, quite frankly, does open competition. Right now, it's restricted the way the bill is crafted. Cockpit display technologies are rapidly evolving, and while heads-up displays have proven effective in enhancing pilot situational awareness, their size, weight, and power and cost limit some of their applicability. There are systems now that are heads-down displays, and FAA is continuing to publish new guidance to take advantage of these capabilities and recognizing the current state of cockpit display technology, expanding the scope of the proposed review to include synthetic vision systems and enhanced vision systems would provide Congress with some better options with these enhanced technologies. So I would also say that there are several U.S. companies that produce this technology as well as some international. So it would open competition rather than limit. And that's my amendment.
Any other members wish to be heard of? Mr. DeFazio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we have proven technology used in the military, been deployed to some extent in commercial aviation, which are heads-up displays. And there has been some reluctance to expand their use, perhaps because of the cost, perhaps I'm not sure what the reluctance is. So we wanted this study to both evaluate the safety, which I think has been proven, but you know, it's always good to take another look, but more the benefits of a proven, commercialized, and widely deployed DoD technology. This would introduce an entirely new element from a non-commercial application that is not in wide use, that's essentially experimental, and say that that would have to get equal weight in the study. Let that technology mature a bit more. Let some people, acquire it and use it, and then when we find, or maybe DOD, when we find it has benefits and it's slowly being adopted, then perhaps we might need to push that. But right now, we have a proven and I believe safe technology that is not as widely deployed as it might be, and that's why we spent, this is why we have put the provision in the bill to require the safety and benefit study. This would really delay any results of that study and further adoption of existing proven technology in favor of something that is not commercial, not proven, and to give someone a leg up or a leg in with a new technology, which might or might not be a better solution. With that, I'd yield back the balance of my time.
I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I support the amendment, but I'll yield to the gentleman.
I just close again. This does open it to competition. FAA still has to certify. Right now, we have limited really to one source, and I think long-term it will benefit everyone to look at these new technologies and make them eligible. That's all I'm trying to do. I yield back.
Any other members who should be heard on the amendment? Seeing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on Mr. Micah's amendment to 26. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. The next amendment is Mr. Nadler's amendment, Amendment 50. I recognize Mr. Nadler to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would add the Families Flying Together Act to the bill, an act which Mr. Davis and I introduced together last year. I first introduced this bill several years ago after hearing from people who were seated separately from their toddlers on their cross-country flight. As airlines change policies and increase fees for a variety of basic services, it is becoming more difficult for families to sit together on commercial flights. From airlines charging a fee to make advanced seat assignments, to charging a premium for window or aisle seats, to eliminating advanced boarding for parents with small children, the obstacles for families are growing. When parents are given a seat assignment apart from their young children, the only recourse is to rely on another passenger to willingly change seats. This is an inconvenience for everyone involved, and it is complicated by the fact that a passenger might have to vacate a seat for which he or she had paid a premium in order to allow a parent to sit next to their child. That is not safe, and it is not fair to the families or to the other passengers. The Families Flying Together Act and this amendment simply requires the airlines to establish a policy to ensure that families traveling with young children are seated together to the greatest extent practicable, and to make the policy clearly available to the public on the carrier's website. It does not require that every family always sit together. I wish we could do that. But it does require that the airlines establish a policy as to how to do this to the maximum extent practicable. Some people might think the Families Flying Together Act is already included in this bill. One provision of the bill, which requires the airlines to notify passengers if seats are not available together at the point of purchase, is included in the base bill. I thank the chairman for support of that aspect of the bill, but that provision only addresses this problem at the time of initial booking. Unfortunately, the problem arises at other times and in other ways. What happens if the airline does not allow you to select seats when purchasing tickets? What if there are flight cancellations or delays and missed connections? Some things are outside of the airline's control, but there has to be a better solution than no solution at all. My amendment simply requires the airlines to pay some attention to this issue, to have a policy, a stated policy of how to deal with this problem where possible, and to be more transparent with the flying public about how it will handle these situations. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to add the rest of the Families Flying Together Act to the underlying bill and put an end to the absurdity, or actually not put an end, but to reduce the extent of the absurdity of having a 2-year-old sitting unattended next to strangers on an airplane. This is a common sense reform that grants the airlines flexibility while providing greater transparency and predictability for the flying public. Thank you.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. So let me understand. What I would say first and foremost is personal responsibility is to plan out in advance when you're going to travel. That's the best way to make sure you're sitting next to your children. And I used to have 2 small children, and we had to go through this. But under this amendment, you might understand that the priority is going to be seating families together so that if a member of Congress, and I assume most of you travel by yourselves, they could bump you off the plane and put, since you wanted the families to sit together, that would be the unintended consequences of this? Sure.
Well, first of all, the airline can bump you off the plane today, but this doesn't say that. All this says is the carrier, the airline, must establish a policy to ensure to the extent practicable that you can sit together. To the extent practicable, the airline defines what that is. All it says is they've got to establish a policy and publish that policy.
Well, reclaiming my time, gentlemen, I think I oppose the amendment. We have a bipartisan agreement, compromise reflecting the hard work on both sides already in Section 501. The language contained in the bill is more than sufficient to address related families not knowing whether they're going to be able to sit together. At the time of booking, the airline has to say, we're not going to be able to seat you together. And again, that puts the responsibility back on the family. The unintended consequences of this would be, to me, there are going to be people bumped off of planes because the family waited to the last minute and didn't have their children sitting next to them. So again, I oppose this.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I would just point out that the airline's policy could very well say that in the situation you just posited where the family waits to the last minute and the only way is to bump a person off the plane, that the family doesn't get to sit together. This doesn't require that they sit together. It simply requires that the airline have a policy, a stated policy that is published as to how to handle the situation.
Yeah, again, I oppose the amendment. I think this bipartisan agreement we have gets to the issue here, and with that, I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Davis.
If I may, I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Nadler, for co-sponsoring this legislation, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including the provision that you just talked about, the bipartisan agreement on ensuring that families at the time of booking can work with the airlines to do what they can to ensure that they're seated together. And I do believe that is a great step in allowing families to know before they purchase those registered seats or reserved seats whether or not they might be able to have their child 12 and under sit next to them. I know the airlines are doing everything they can to try and seat families together now. Sometimes it's more difficult because there's not as much notification. And I rise in support of this amendment because, Mr. Nadler, it's in our bill we introduced together. I do want to say I do appreciate the bipartisan agreement, though, on the provision that's in there, because I think it will go very far in addressing many of the issues that you and I are both concerned about as parents and also as people who fly frequently. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Extremely grateful.
I have
and,
a question
thank you,
for the
Mr.
gentleman, if I may. Would you yield for a question?
Yes.
I wonder if what's in the manager's amendment means that there's notice at the time that the family books that they may or may not be seated together, but that we, in fact, I don't exactly know what's in the manager's amendment. Could you clarify?
It's underlying bill.
It is in the bill that they will
It's in
be.
the underlying bill. They will, at the time of you booking your seats, the airline will be able to look and say, we can't put you together, we don't have 2 seats together, so the family knows, or we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which, if the gentleman will yield,
Gentleman
which
still controls the time.
was the base language in our bill that Mr. Nadler and I introduced earlier this year.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I agree with the gentleman that the inclusion of one of the 2 provisions in our joint bill in the underlying bill is a step forward. But the reason I support the amendment, or I've introduced the amendment, is I think it's not enough of a step forward because under the base bill, without the amendment, you go to original booking, the airline says, we can't seat the kids together. We can't seat you together with your kid. You have no option. The airline has no obligation, and there may not be another flight to the same, and it may be that other flights tell you the same thing. Under this bill, you may still not get satisfied, but at least it under this amendment rather, at least it establishes an obligation on the part of the airline to have a policy to try to accommodate you to the extent practicable. That's all the amendment does.
Would the
It
gentleman-
doesn't guarantee you, but it goes a step further and says they have to have a policy to show how they'll try.
Reclaiming my time, I think the gentleman missed my comment that I'm going to support this.
I heard that, and I appreciate that.
But I do appreciate the work that the chairman's done. I do appreciate the work that the airlines have done. We're all witnesses. We've all been moved. We've moved voluntarily because the airlines are doing everything they can to seat kids together. I appreciate your amendment. I'm going to support it, but I really appreciate the underlying language in the bill too, because I think it will go very far, and I yield back.
And just so all members understand, this amendment doesn't ask the airlines to do it. It says, no later than 80 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of Transportation shall issue regulations directing each air carrier to establish blah, blah.
Establish a policy.
Correct. But it's not the airlines doing it. It's the Secretary of
No,
Transportation.
no, no, Mr. Chair.
Cohen. Mr. Cohen's recognized.
Mr. Nadler, let me ask you a question. The chairman said if this passes, a member of Congress could get bumped from a flight. If this doesn't pass, couldn't a member of Congress have to sit next to a 2-year-old?
Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing any amendments to the amendment? The question is on Mr. Nadler's amendment number 50. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I ask for a roll call vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote. Committee on Rules transfer recorded vote on the amendment is ordered, and pursuant to Rule 5F, in consultation with Mr. DeFazio, we'll postpone that until 12 o'clock. Next amendment is Mr. Barletta's amendment, number 57, and with that, Mr. Barletta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read. Infrastructure is the backbone of our economy. That's why I continue to fight for investment in all of our transportation systems. Today, I join my bipartisan colleagues, Mr. Lipinski and Mr. Sam Graves, in asking for your support on this amendment to appropriately increase the Airport Improvement Program, AIP. This is the program that invests in the most basic infrastructure projects. We're talking about runways, taxiways, noise reduction, safety, and emergency equipment. This is the program that our small and medium-sized airports heavily rely on. However, in 2012, this program was cut, creating a backlog in critical airport projects. Over the next 5 years, we need $700 million to pay for the airport projects identified in our state of Pennsylvania alone. Nationally, our airports need more than $30 billion to get through their project lists. We would have to double the size of this program to meet our small, medium, and large airport needs. My amendment is not going to ensure that every critical airport project is going to be funded. It's not going to completely eliminate the backlog, but it's going to make an important dent in the backlog. It's going to mean that more airport improvement projects are done every year. My amendment will restore the AIP program to FY11 levels because that's the right thing to do. Then it increases the program by 2% in the following years, just like the schedule outlined in the bill now. For years, the airports in and around my district have talked about projects that they want to move forward with, but they cannot fund. This is unacceptable. The first step is to restore funding and then to increase by 2% every year. We cannot allow America's infrastructure to continue to crumble. We must restore this important funding, and I reserve the balance of my time.
I appreciate my good friend from Pennsylvania being committed to building infrastructure, although I would have to oppose this amendment. The underlying bill already represents a substantial increase to the AIP. We take it from $4.3 billion to $4.8 billion. My concern is that we're staying within the budget caps. This may take us outside, and while we remain committed to ensuring that American airports are properly funded, we have to ensure that we maintain a healthy balance in the AIP fund so that that trust fund has funding in there that they need for the next 5, 10, 20 years down the line. There are a lot of good provisions in the bill that make it easier to utilize those AIP funds for airports to spend money they already received, and so therefore I would have to oppose this amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Yes. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to point out I'm going to support the amendment. It's AIP, and I appreciate the chairman's willingness to increase funds to AIP. It is very important. We are behind when it comes to AIP, and I want to remind everybody, too, why AIP was created in the first place was to get general aviation off of the big airports. At the time, back in the 70s, the bigger airports were the ones in the best shape. And so most people gravitated towards those, which created a lot of traffic issues. In fact, I remember a very interesting picture of a 747 being held up with a plane load of people being held up by it was actually a Piper Apache waiting for takeoff. So they created AIP so that we would start rebuilding our small and medium-sized airports, and it actually incorporated later on the entire relief airport program that was put into place. And we have been doing a very good job, I believe. Every state does it a little bit different. Some states are grant states. Some states, each airport gets an allotment each year, which they don't have to use. They can actually add that up over a 4-year period so that they get a little bit larger grant at the end of that 4-year period, because some of those resurfacing projects are much more expensive than the I think it's $150,000 was what they're allotted each year, but each state does it different. But this is very important to maintaining those small and medium-sized airports to try to alleviate some of the congestion that we are seeing at the larger airports, which kind of gets at the heart of exactly what we are talking about when it comes to creating this board and some of the arguments around congestion or limitation, denial of service, whatever the case may be. So I appreciate the gentleman's amendment very much, and I think it's a good amendment. Yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman, can I read?
Mr. Barletta?
Yeah, again, being in the construction business, just like in our highways and bridges, it costs more money in the long run not to fix and invest in your infrastructure. So this backlog will actually get worse and actually cost more money in the long run not to begin to invest in our infrastructure. Plus, it creates good jobs. It creates good paying jobs, and that money goes into our local economies, as we all know. So again, I'm going to encourage those to make this investment in our airports.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on Mr. Barletta's amendment number 57. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. The noes have it. The
Mr. Chairman.
Agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take a chance and ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote. Pursuant to Rule 5E, the Rules Committee, the recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 5, we will wait till about noon to take that, roll that vote to noon. The next amendment up is Ms. Johnson's amendment, number 68. And let me just, before you go, Ms. Johnson, we're gonna try to get in Ms. Johnson and Farenthold before 12, and then vote, and then after that, just so everybody knows, it's going to be Capuano 42, Gibbs 16, Napolitano 21, Ribble 34, Lipinski 80. So with that, Ms. Johnson is recognized to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. And I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. May I proceed? Okay. Mr. Chairman, my amendment proposes to modestly increase the cap on the passenger facility charge to $6.47. This is equivalent to the indexing the existing cap as $4.50 to the Consumer Price Index. Beginning in 2000, when the existing cap was instituted, the amendment would also index PFCs for annual inflation. PFC is a vital funding source for airports to make capital improvements to airport facilities across the nation. PFCs are local user fees that can only be used for a narrow scope of specific airport improvement projects. As you know, our nation's airports are nonprofit entities that require serious investment to fund essential projects aimed at maintaining existing infrastructure and accommodating new growth. In fact, according to a recent airport capital development needs survey conducted last year, airports capital development needs is expected to total more than $15 billion annually through 2019. The PFC cap was last increased 16 years ago in year 2000. Since then, costs have increased while the purchasing power of PFCs has declined by nearly a half. Growth in the number of air travelers is also placing pressure on airports to make key capital improvements in order to keep up with increasing demand. The Federal Aviation Agency projects that passenger growth will increase an average of 2% each year, eventually reaching 1 billion passengers traveling on U.S. airlines by year 2029. In order to keep up with this growth, it is absolutely essential that we continue to make this important investments in our nation's infrastructure, whether that means our airports, highways, or waterways. It is all vital to moving commerce and people across our nation. I recognize that there are arguments against raising the cap on the PFCs. However, other funding sources such as rent paid by airlines or revenues from airport concessions only cover some of the costs needed to fund airport improvements. Mr. Chairman, this amendment merely increases that amount that airports can charge for PFCs. It does not mean that the actual fees themselves will be increased to that amount. I believe that this is a reasonable compromise to ensure that our nation's airports are able to raise necessary funds to grow our airport infrastructure that is in line with our growth. Thank you, and yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Seeing none.
I thought you were Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. I actually authored the PFC, although Mr. Lipinski were here, he would say it was his dad. But in any case, many years ago, and I did it because I live in Springfield, Oregon, and the city of Eugene needed to improve their little old airport. And the only way they could do it was with bonds, and the only way they could pay for the bonds was to assess it on the taxes of the people of Eugene. Yet I use the airport more than many people in Eugene, and people from other surrounding cities used it. So I thought it would be fair that they could help defray some of those costs on a user fee basis. We adopted very strict rules on these user fees because they had been previously in place and then rescinded by Congress because of off-airport uses and abuses. That hasn't happened in this iteration because they have to, each and every use has to be approved and is subject to appeal. There have been a couple of proposals that were out of line and they didn't go forward. So it's very useful, but it hasn't been changed in years. And as the gentlelady points out, were it simply adjusted to inflation so that airports could purchase the same amount of infrastructure, it would be $6.47. Now, the airlines will say nobody will fly, no one. You charge them $2 to use the airport, they will not get on the plane. Oh, but you just raised my bag fee from $25 to $40. That isn't going to discourage me. You know, actually, I studied economics, and that really doesn't fit with any known economic theory except some bizarre captive economist for the airlines who can say, oh, it's different because it's a user fee. That's just a charge for, you know. So, you know, I think that, you know, it's time to loosen up a little bit. We're supposedly going to create the best air traffic organization in the world, more efficient than the best one, which is ours today. And my question is, where the hell are you going to land the planes? And if you can land them, where are the gates? And many of these airports are bonded out. Talk to SeaTac, talk to others. They're bonded out. And yet they have 10-year improvement plans. Overall, according to the FAA, there's right now, the annual deficit is about $6.7 billion in terms of needed investment to meet the future needs of aircraft and passengers and business aviation and all the other users of the system. And this would allow still under regulations, still has to be an investment in the airport that benefits the users of that airport, nothing off airport. Airports to assess those fees when needed. Now, I think it's a very meritorious amendment. And, you know, it really, the private corporation, we're putting no rules on them. They can charge me $10 on my ticket to use the airspace. You're sitting on a plane, that plane's using the airspace, you will pay $10 for the use of the airspace. We're not going to prohibit that under the privatization proposal. But somehow, if the airports can get $1 or $2 to give you a better passenger experience, to have more gates so you're not sitting on the tarmac so more planes can land, that's a bad thing. But you can be charged $50 for your bag next month because you know, you won't. That doesn't concern consumers. Only the money that might go to improving the airport airside services. I just can't buy that argument. Therefore, it's very troubling that this committee did not meaningfully address this issue. Is this the best formulation? No, actually, I proposed a two-tier approach. I think there are other ways to approach it, but this is the opportunity before us to show that we care about the future of the land side of the aviation system, and I will be supporting the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sanford's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd respectfully speak out against this amendment simply because I think it falls outside of the economic model of really this notion of diffuse cost and concentrated benefit, that there's always unlimited demand for a product that somebody else pays for, and I mean that in this way. If Charleston decides to have the greatest airport, the most attractive airport in the world, why should passengers in Seattle or on the West Coast or the upper Midwest be paying for it? I think it's fundamentally a local origin, and it ought to be a local nexus with regard to revenue for local airports, and therefore they can enhance them as much or as little as they like, but it shouldn't be borne by all passengers across the system, which takes me back to this notion of diffuse cost and concentrated benefit, which in this case I think would be upsetting to the overall Apple card.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Ms. Johnson?
Excuse me. I was just going to withdraw it.
Ms. Johnson, do you want to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, if I don't have your enthusiastic support of this amendment, I will withdraw it and see if we can work out something.
I appreciate you. You don't have my enthusiastic support on this thing, so I appreciate you withdrawing the amendment. And with that, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are we going to vote? Let's do one more amendment. Mr. Farenthold is recognized. Or what do we? 47. Okay, both of them?
Yes, I'd like to do them on block.
47 and?
48.
48. And before you get started, just to know, we've got a little bit of change up in the lineup. After Mr. Farenthold, we plan on voting the votes we rolled. And then after that, it'll be Capuano 41, Gibbs 18, Napolitano 21, Ribble 34, and Lipinski 80. And with that, yield to Mr. Farenthold to describe his amendment.
Thank you very much. There are actually two amendments dealing with the Reagan National Airport perimeter rule. 147 completely eliminates the DCA perimeter rule, and the second extends it from 1,250 to 1,425 miles. When Dulles Airport was built in the 60s, planners introduced a new regulation called the perimeter rule. The rule prohibited nonstop flights from DCA to destinations more than a set distance, now 1,250 miles away from Reagan National. Since the rule has been placed, legislation has poked a series of holes in the perimeter rule in what likely be described as earmarks, allowing certain carriers to operate a limited number of nonstop cross-country flights from DCA. Today, you can fly nonstop from DCA to Denver, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, San Francisco, or Seattle. Now, the perimeter rule may have been justified to help Dulles Airport get started decades ago, but Dulles has had more than enough time to establish itself. You know, we say we're for free markets, but let's actually show we're for free markets. Americans should have access to air travel at the lowest possible cost with the most convenience for their schedule. And members should advocate for the removal of any artificial barriers that prevents this free market competition.
Right now, many of the flights that come into DCA operating within the perimeter are actually regional jets, smaller planes. If we were to remove this perimeter completely, we would get bigger 737 or equivalent Airbuses serving the entire country with a more convenient service out of Washington National Airport. While Dulles would still be there, for we can never meet all the demand into Washington for the number of people coming to our nation's capital and the amount of international flights. We're certainly not looking at taxing. There are no customs facilities, so we couldn't do any international flights. So there's no justification for Congress telling airlines how far they can fly their planes. There's bipartisan support for this amendment, and as an alternative, I proposed increasing the in 48, increasing the perimeter to 1,425 miles. I'll be real honest, that's primarily to get service into San Antonio, Texas. I don't represent San Antonio, but I am a Texan. There are over 8,000 flights of our military, or 8,000 round trips per year that our military personnel use from San Antonio into the Washington, D.C. area, in many cases having to connect in Houston, Dallas, Chicago, or even out of the way in New York City. This would save time and productivity for our military members and would be good for the country. Either one of these would be good. As far as concern from the airlines that increasing the perimeter to 1,425, basically the only cities of any size that we pick up are Rapid City, South Dakota, Amarillo, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, my hometown of Corpus Christi, Texas, Cancun, Mexico, Grand Cayman, Montego Bay, Jamaica, and St. John, Newfoundland. Basically, the only potentially competitive markets I could possibly see airlines flying into would be San Antonio, Cancun, and Grand Cayman. So I don't think this would really do any damage to Dulles, this secondary one. However, after having conversations with the committee about the possibility of doing something about this in cooperation with the Senate delegation and the possibility of this most likely not passing here, I will probably withdraw it, but would like to leave time for anybody else who wants to speak on it. And at that, I'll yield back.
Seeing no other members want to speak on it, this gentleman with, Ms. Norton.
First, I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for withdrawing this amendment. This has been a perennial problem in this area. We have poured $5 billion into Dulles Airport, and yet the only increase in passengers has been at Reagan National. This system, Reagan and Dulles are one system, so the money was poured in to Dulles to ensure long-term flights, and shorter-term flights were all to go at National. That disruption would have major consequences on air travel in both airports, not to mention billions of dollars wasted on upgrading Dulles, so that it could receive people from areas beyond the perimeter. So I very much appreciate that the discussions with my good friend have resulted in his withdrawal. I want to indicate that I had opposed this amendment along with my colleague, Representative Comstock of Virginia. So there was bipartisan opposition as well. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Ms. Comstock?
Mr. Chairman, I wish to speak in opposition to the amendments also.
You're recognized.
Okay. I thank the chairman for yielding. I do strongly oppose both of the amendments because they do destroy the delicate balance that exists today between Reagan National and Dulles, and would really harm the financial health of these two major airports serving our area. As my colleague mentioned, this bipartisan opposition is because Reagan National is small and really doesn't have the room to expand. It is 1/14 the size of Dulles. And this model of having this perimeter rule was first sanctioned on a bipartisan basis by a Democratic Congress and the Reagan administration, and it was working for decades until a handful of senators did decide they wanted direct flights to certain cities. So these exceptions have thrown off the balance of the two airports. Unfortunately, at the time when there was this $5 billion capital investment made, and then with the last 3 authorization bills, Congress has created 20 exemptions to the perimeter rule. So we've had 7 100,000 flights per year and over 1 million passengers move from Dulles to Reagan, disrupting that balance that was originally originated here in Congress. And since 2005, the number of domestic passengers at Dulles has declined by 32%. So as was mentioned, we have made this large investment in an area that's very important to our technology sector in Virginia and to our defense sector there. We need to have this airport growing, and this balance that was agreed to on a bipartisan basis, I do believe we should continue, and I yield back.
Mr. Gibbs is recognized. Mr. Gibbs, recognized.
I yield to Mr. Farringold.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate folks from this area's input on this. I do say, if you're for free markets, you shouldn't have to prop up an airport. I think that's a lot of what's wrong with what this government is doing now. Quite frankly, I'd rather connect out of DCA than sometimes travel to Dulles. It's close to a $100 Uber ride to Dulles. It's basically a wash in time almost to connect to Corpus Christi. And I think the market ought to do this, but again, after conversations with the committee staff and the chairman, I think the best path forward is to withdraw this at this time, but I do think it's an issue that should and will rear its head again soon. And so I withdraw and yield back to Mr. Gibbs.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. Now we will proceed with the votes that were delayed or rolled. In this order they'll be taken. It'll be the DeFazio Amendment 57, the Norton Amendment 71, the Nadler Amendment 50, and then the Barletta Amendment 57. Where's mine? Yeah.
So now we'll do the recorded vote. We should say that.
Which one there?
50, just say we're now doing 57.
We are now going to vote on Mr. DeFazio's Amendment 57, which deals with mandatory spending. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster. Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Norton.
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes no. Aye, excuse me. Mr. Micah? You are not recorded. Mr. Micah votes no. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr.
Would you suspend for a second? Would members speak into their mics so we can hear, because it's difficult? Thank you.
Mr. Cummings?
Aye.
Mr. Cummings votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter?
No.
Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Aye. Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Aye. Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs?
No.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hanna?
No.
Mr. Hanna votes no. Miss Edwards?
Aye.
Miss Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi?
Aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson? Aye. Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Aye.
Ms. Hahn votes aye. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan?
Aye.
Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus?
Aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin?
No.
Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy?
No.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves from Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
Sorry, no.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Curbelo?
No.
Mr. Curbelo votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Young votes no.
Mr. Young,
Mr. Young votes no.
are there any other members that wish to be recorded? Yeah. All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote. Are we sure we have everybody? Okay, clerk will record the vote, report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 34.
Saying that the amendment is not agreed to. The next vote will be on Ms. Norton's number 71, which bans vapor or e-cigarettes or whatever we call them. With that, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No?
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Aye. Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton?
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah?
No.
Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo?
Aye.
Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves from Missouri?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano?
Excuse me. Aye.
Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes no. Miss Edwards?
Aye.
Miss Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi?
Aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan?
Yes.
Mr. Nolan votes yes. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus?
Aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Estee?
Aye.
Ms. Estee votes aye. Mr. Woodle?
No.
Mr. Woodle votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
Aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy?
No.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mrs. Walters?
Aye.
Mrs. Walters votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Curbelo?
Aye.
Mr. Curbelo votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any other members wish to be recorded? All members who cast their vote, the clerk will report the vote.
On this vote, the ayes are 33, the nays are 26.
With that, the amendment is agreed to. The next amendment is Mr. Nadler's amendment, dealing with families with children traveling. Amendment 50. With that, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton?
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes aye. Ms. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter?
No.
Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah? No. Mr. Hannah votes no. Ms. Edwards?
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Nay. Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi?
Aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson?
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan?
Aye.
Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus?
Aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Estee?
Aye.
Ms. Estee votes aye. Mr. Woodle? Mr. Woodle votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy?
No.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Corbello?
Aye.
Mr. Corbello votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Do members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, all members have cast their vote. The clerk will report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 28, the nays are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment will be Mr. Barletta's amendment. That's Amendment 57, dealing with the AIP. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes yes. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes aye. Ms. Norton?
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah?
Aye.
Mr. Micah votes aye. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
Aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
Aye.
Mr. Barletta votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Sires?
Aye.
Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes aye. Ms. Edwards?
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi? Yay. Mr. Webster votes yay. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson?
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
Aye.
Mr. Ribble votes aye. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
Aye.
Mr. Meadows votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus?
Aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes aye. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Miss Esty?
Aye.
Miss Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Miss Frankel?
Aye.
Miss Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mr. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
Aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Miss Brownlee?
Aye.
Miss Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy?
Aye.
Mr. Hardy votes aye. Mr. Costello?
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
Aye.
Mrs. Comstock votes aye. Mr. Corbello?
Aye.
Mr. Corbello votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Browser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Bost?
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye.
Are all members been recorded? Do any members
Mr.
wish to
Chairman?
change their vote? Mr. LoBiondo.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Lambiando is recorded as a nay.
I'd like to be recorded as a yay, yes.
Mr. Lobiondo, yay.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any other members wish to change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 12.
The amendment is agreed to. With that, we're going to go again, the lineup. It's going to be Mr. Capuano, 41, Mr. Gibbs, 18, Mr. Napolitano, 22, Mr. Ribble, 34, and Mr. Lipinski, 80. And with that, Mr. Capuano is recognized for his amendment to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a relatively straightforward, simple amendment that brings the flight attendants into harmonization relative to their rest period with the pilots. We are the only country in the world that does not give our flight attendants the same rest period we give our pilots, which on a personal level has caused a fair amount of consternation and difficulty for our flight attendants. But it's also, people have to understand what the definition of rest period means. It is from the moment the plane door opens to the moment it closes. So during a rest period, a flight attendant has to stand there and help people deplane, has to then get out of the airport, go to a motel, have some dinner or whatever it might be, have a night's rest for a couple of hours, whatever they can get up early to get prepared, get out the door, get back to the airport, get through security, and perform all their safety checks. This is a simple amendment. It is a 1-hour change so that they get the same period of time the pilots get to perform the safety issues that we want them to perform, that we count on them performing, that we hope they never have to perform. And again, it brings them into the same exact treatment as pilot gets and the same exact treatment that every other country in the world gives them. It is a reasonable and thoughtful and wonderfully drafted amendment that I would hope is accepted. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Is Mr. Capuano done?
I'm all set.
For anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. DeFazio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. We've learned a heck of a lot about fatigue in the last quarter of a century, but the flight attendants are still bound to a quarter of a century old rule. You know, I think it's an incredibly difficult job, but it's not just delivering things to the passengers, which is difficult enough, and keeping the passengers from engaging in fisticuffs over disputes. It's also when something goes wrong, the flight attendant is the one there in the cabin with you to get you out safe and alive. The pilots, they're up front, they're probably not going to be able to help, but the flight attendant can. And there are numerous instances where flight attendants have been absolutely critical. I just mentioned a few. American Airlines 1420, Little Rock overran the runway, U.S. Airways 1549, ditched in the Hudson River. We all remember that. We all remember Captain Sully, but also the flight attendants who got the people out of that plane safe and onto the wings. So no one drowned, you know, it was a miracle no one died in that flight. Asiana Flight 214 crash landed in San Francisco in 2013. These are just a few of the times that flight attendants have been the difference between life and death for passengers. Every day, they're there for us. Now, here's the way it works. You can work 14 hours, then you get an 8-hour break. Well, of course, you get an 8-hour break when you walk out of the plane. So then you get out of the airport, and then you get on the shuttle bus, and then you go to the hotel. And even if you can go immediately to sleep, and those of you who fly know, especially I fly across the country just about every week, you're a little jangled. You don't usually just like kind of conk out the second you get home. I don't know, maybe other people can. So I assume it's the same with flight attendants. Then they have to get up. They obviously have to, you know, get cleaned up, do all their preparations, get on the shuttle bus, go back to the airport, and show up at the plane. All that in 8 hours, so they sure as hell aren't getting 8 hours of rest. We know that. They've got 8 hours when they're not working, but it isn't 8 hours and includes a meaningful rest period. This would move to a 10-hour minimum rest period. You know, and in fact, I fly frequently on Horizon Air, and they get a 10-hour rest period. That regional airline has recognized this problem. I'm certain the airline's going to say, oh, it'll be scheduling, it'll be this, it'll be that. Well, you know, this is about safety, and it's also about humane treatment of employees. And, you know, I think this is long overdue, and I strongly support the amendment.
Mr. Lobiondo?
I think Mr. Capuano has again demonstrated his insight and brilliance with this amendment, and I strongly support it.
Any other members wish to be heard? Mr. Lipinski?
Yeah, I can't really add anything more to what the three gentlemen said. I think it's very important to support this. We understand it's not really 8 hours that they even get, so I strongly support this amendment.
Mr. Hannah?
I agree. I associate myself with everything I've heard so far, so I'm going to support this amendment.
Any other members wish to be? Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just know I support this amendment and remind Mr. Lobiondo with Capuano, it just might be luck as well.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It appears the ayes have it. The amendment passes. Now we'll call up Mr. Gibbs' Amendment 18. Mr. Gibbs is recognized for...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read. This amendment would add a seat to the ATC Board of Directors for primary airports. The FAA defines primary airports as those that have more than 10,000 passengers boarding annually. Airports are huge economic drivers across the country. A recent study by the Airports Council International found that airports in the United States support over 9 million jobs with an annual payroll over $350 billion and an annual economic contribution of over $1 trillion. Airports are responsible for providing safe, efficient, and fiscally responsible service by the members of the community who rely on them. Airports have also worked closely with the air traffic control on airport infrastructure, airspace procedures, and navigational aids. A director on the board to represent airports will ensure that close coordination continues with the new ATC Corporation when it's created. Since airports are operated by cities, states, counties, and municipal boards, the concerns of local communities will be heard through the airport seat. And yesterday, the ranking member in his opening statement was concerned about this whole new entity and not have local input, local input. I think this is one way to get it, because since the airports are really controlled by the local communities. I encourage members to vote to allow their local communities to be heard by including airports on the board of directors. I yield back.
Any members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This has been a carefully crafted, well-balanced, I believe, board already. While I recognize the desire to include airports on the board, I don't want to really upset the balance of the structure we put in place, so I urge all members to oppose the amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. According to the chair, the noes have it. The amendment does not agree to. Move on to the, oh.
You want to record it? You didn't ask for it. Okay.
Well, we'll move on to the next amendment. The next amendment is Ms. Napolitano's, number 22. Ms. Napolitano is recognized to explain her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment at the desk, Napolitano number 22.
I'm sorry?
I have an amendment at the desk, sir.
Yes, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank my colleagues, ranking members Norton and Congressman Nadler, for joining me in this offering of an amendment. The amendment strikes Section 611 from this bill, which would preempt states from from setting meal and rest break laws to protect our truck drivers. On July 9th, 2014, the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that trucking operators in California must abide by California law and allow for a 30-minute meal break after 5 hours of work and a 10-minute rest break after 4 hours of work. This meal and rest break standard is very reasonable when you consider that truck drivers can be subject to 14 hours of on-duty time. Section 611 goes further than just overturning the federal court's decision, protecting California truck drivers. It would also preempt laws in 21 states and territories that guarantee meals and rest breaks. The states include Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New York, North Dakota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Vermont, Washington, West Virginia, Guam, and Puerto Rico. States should be allowed to set meal and rest break standards as they see fit for the health and safety of their own workers. This section has no place in the aviation bill, as this provision addresses motor carrier labor standards, which we had already debated in the FAST Act. The FAST Act Conference Committee wisely agreed that we should not interfere with state laws, and this provision was not included in the final FAST Act. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record letters opposing preemption of state meal and rest break laws for truck drivers from not only the owner-operated independent truck drivers, the state of California, Teamsters, and some other areas that have come to my attention. I urge my colleagues to support our amendment, and I yield back.
Without objection, those letters can be put into the record. As the gentlelady yields back, any other member wishes to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, this was rejected during the surface transportation bill consideration, did not get into the final legislation for good reason. It does preempt 21 states' regulations, wage and hour laws for intra-state trucking, some of these laws date from the 30s. We're going to preempt those 21 states. By making it retroactive, we are going to save Walmart $100 million. Good on you. Because of pending litigation against them for violating wage and hour laws. And they are not the only one who would benefit. There's about 50 lawsuits pending. There's an issue I've raised for years. It's called detention time. It's also called by economists an external diseconomy. You are an independent truck driver. You got a load. You're going to my warehouse facility. Sorry, I don't want to put on another crew. That costs me money. You can sit in your truck for 5 hours before you can offload your load. Oh, you're going to be over the hours of service requirement and you got no place to park or rest? Sorry, you got to stay in line and you're going to wait 5 hours. We used to have rules that helped prevent that. It was called detention pay. Those rules are gone. But some states have figured out a way to get around that and stop those abuses and actually make the transportation system more efficient, the freight system more efficient, and not force truck drivers to violate hours of service rules just to keep up paying their mortgage payments on their truck. Now, that would preempt all those states that have figured a way to make those who accept the deliveries deal in a more reasonable way with those who have to make the deliveries and make a living. This preemption, now, there is a problem in California, and I offered a targeted fix. It's a one-state problem at this point in time, one state. And it has to do with a court decision which no one knows how to deal with, which seems to say that the state wage and hour laws apply to interstate trucking. So, and I've asked CalDOT, California Department, how are you going to do this now? Like, I'm driving a truck from the East Coast, I get to the Nevada border, I'm at this point on my federal clock, I hit your border, what clock am I on? How many hours? Does the clock just reset when I hit the border? Oh, we don't know, we don't know how we're going to do it. So California is a mess. and that needs to be fixed. I proposed a targeted fix that would, in a way, define interstate trucking and deal with this issue. But this, and although the authors of it purport it doesn't do this, this goes so far beyond fixing the California problem. It preempts those 21 states' wage and hour laws on intrastate trucking. Look at the list and see if your state is on there, and see if you want to deal with the angry independent truck drivers and others who can now be abused because your state's ways of, accommodating them reasonably have just been repealed by an act of the United States Congress. And talk to the Teamsters. We have now introduced an element. The bill is already weighted down with this privatization provision. Now we're going to weight it down with an unbelievably controversial preemption of 21 states' laws on wage and hour for trucking. I think it will be a huge mistake if this committee doesn't vote to remove this from the bill. And it will virtually guarantee this bill never, ever goes anywhere. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Denham is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in opposition of this amendment. I do agree with the gentleman from Oregon that this is a huge problem in California. It is a huge mess in California, but it is no longer just a California problem. The 94 law with the FAA bill was very, very clear that this is an interstate issue that now not only is a California problem, but 20 other states have 20 other different laws. And as the gentleman said, there are over 50 different lawsuits already. If it hasn't come to your state, beware, because it will come to your state very, very soon by way of lawsuit. Look, the California law right now is unattainable. If you're a truck driver in California, you are breaking the law. In my production facilities, I have to provide a break room. I have to provide a break time. I have to allow them a certain amount of time and let them know exactly when their breaks are. But if you're a truck driver driving through California, are you going to pull over at an off-ramp and deter traffic when your time clock hits? Are you going to hope that maybe you're close to a rest stop and adjust your time clock then? It is unattainable in California, and I would argue that it's unattainable in the rest of the country. And I have continued to have conversations with the ranking member. We will continue to do that. But I would also take issue with that this was not handled under the previous bill. It was handled. This was a bipartisan vote. This did go through the House floor and should have been in the highway bill. Now we've got another opportunity to fix this in the FAA bill where it was originally handled in 1994. It was good then, it's good now. We need to resolve this issue, and I yield back.
And Mr. Nadler is recognized.
Yeah, we're always used to hearing rhetoric about states' rights. We're always used to hearing rhetoric about supporting workers. And here we're going to preempt the laws of 21 states, not on interstate commerce, but on intrastate commerce. That's what the Ninth Circuit held. We're talking about preempting the laws of 21 states on truck trips that begin in California and then in California. Begin in a different state, end in the same state. Number one, why is it our business? Number two, that state has determined, from my point of view properly, that they ought to have certain minimum wages or maximum hours for safety and for decency for truck drivers. And we're going to say no. This language dictates that whatever piece rate or pay by the load is determined by the trucking company is the only way that drivers can be compensated. State laws that ensure that drivers are paid a minimum wage, tracked by the hour, that they're paid for sick time or be paid for excess time spent detained at loading docks or at shippers' facilities or at ports will all be preempted. Why should we do that, other than giving a gift for some of the larger trucking companies? We have candidates in both parties' primaries now all around this country exploiting a lot of anger that much of what we do here seems to be in the servants of very large companies who make very large or people who make large campaign contributions. Adoption of this amendment will give them more ammunition, more proof to say that. There is no reason for this. Let the states decide, and let's be decent to working people who drive trucks. I urge support of the amendment.
The gentleman yield.
I yield.
I agree with all the sentiments except that there's no reason. There is a contradictory court decision rendered in California, which I explained earlier, and that can benefit from a targeted fix, which I offered during the surface bill, which essentially adopts a definition of interstate versus intrastate trucking.
Reclaiming my time, I agree with the gentleman.
Okay.
But the fact that a problem exists that could be solved in one way is not an excuse for using that problem as an excuse to exploit workers, to preempt local laws, and to endanger the safety of the people who share the highways with the truckers.
If the gentleman further yield, I endorse that statement 100%. I just wanted to make clear that, that I think there's a problem we could solve in a
There is a
much more
problem we can
discreet way.
solve, but this amendment is not the way to, I'm sorry, this provision is not the way to solve it. This amendment ought to be adopted. I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Costello is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose the Napolitano amendment to strike Section 611. In 1994, Congress, in a bipartisan manner, voted to preempt state laws relating to prices, routes, and services of motor carriers in order to promote an efficient, innovative, efficiency, innovation, and allow regional and national carriers to conduct business in a standard way. Motor carriers, including a constituent of mine whose case highlighted the Ninth Circuit's failure to follow Congress's directive, are now facing state laws establishing meal and rest break requirements that require the hiring of additional drivers and changes in routes and services. This is the type of patchwork which Congress intended to eliminate in 1994. Similarly, states are now enacting laws restricting the methods in which motor carriers can pay their drivers. These laws prevent motor carriers operating in multiple states or nationwide from conducting business in a standard way. In short, it increases costs and adds more confusion. Proponents of the amendment allowing courts to continue to curtail the intended scope of preemption, in this case for meal and rest breaks, argue it's necessary for safety. But that isn't true. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration itself said that California's meal and rest break laws are not related to commercial motor vehicle safety. In fact, what I hear from drivers is that by forcing drivers to take additional, unwanted, and unnecessary breaks, the driver's day gets extended to maximum on-duty limits under the federal rules. That is not good for safety. Proponents also argue that the restrictions on the widely accepted use of piece rate pay in the trucking industry is necessary to protect drivers and make sure they earn at least the minimum wage. When you talk to drivers, you understand that piece rate pay allows them the opportunity to make considerably more money. The laws that Section 611 would clarify are preempted, do nothing to put extra money in a truck driver's pocket. They simply require carriers to allocate the money in a different manner, requiring significant changes to payroll systems. Section 611 is necessary to restore uniformity to regulation of the interstate trucking industry. It is an interstate trucking industry. It does not leave the industry unregulated on breaks or minimum wage, but it does provide consistency to how the industry is regulated. I respectfully urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard? Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's one thing I hate, and I love this committee, but I hate to have to disagree with my friends on this issue. But this same language was included in Section 611 of this bill, was included in the House Surface Transportation Bill through the passing of a bipartisan amendment on the floor, but was removed in conference by the Senate. This issue and this language and this amendment was addressed in the original bill in 1994 and really has been enacted for over 20 years until a court in California imposed this additional language. The bill does not alter or roll back any hours of service regulation that currently govern drivers, and it doesn't prevent drivers from taking meals or rest breaks. It simply allows the professional truck drivers the flexibility to take rest breaks when they think it's appropriate, not when the state of California think they should. As freight transportation continues to grow in the foreseeable future, it is vital that we not burden truck drivers and the companies they work for with the challenge of 50 different state regulations governing their business. Let's reinstate Congress' initial intent and let these businesses get back to work. delivering the goods and services to our citizens. I hope that the young lady of my friends will withdraw this and that we will work to come up with a language that's acceptable in a bipartisan manner. Now, we have some disagreements on this issue, but I am hoping that we can work this out before this bill gets to the floor. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Ribble.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. And the reason being is there's been a lot of discussion today about the states' rights as it relates to this issue. Listen, I'm a big states' rights guy. I would much prefer that the federal government doesn't do much and states do more. However, under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, those states' rights are reserved for things that were not enumerated. So if it's not enumerated in the Constitution, it was left to the states. However, this is an enumerated power. The regulation of commerce was decided by the original 13 states to be left to the federal government. Now, whether you agree with this particular amendment or disagree, the constitutional argument is it is our responsibility to decide. And so there's not a states' rights issue here. This is the Article 1, the Constitution gives the Congress of the United States the power to regulate interstate commerce. We can't have a potpourri of regulations all around the country, which would completely make the U.S. movement of goods and services so uncompetitive that you couldn't function. The founders of our nation knew that. They understood that. And so they agreed together and said, we're going to, together as a collection of states, agree that we're going to allow interstate commerce. We're going to control it at one spot, not at 13 or now today at 50. And so it is our responsibility to make this decision, and I would recommend that we vote in opposition to this amendment for that reason. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ribble. With that, recognize Ms. Norton.
I was pleased to co-sponsor this amendment with my friend, Ms. Napolitano. Actually, I was surprised that when you have a situation where almost half the states are involved and felt they had to chime in the same way that we're having this kind of discussion. And I'm sorry that the ranking member's fix didn't come and prevent us from having to have this discussion at all. Remember, we haven't had any hearing on this, so we really are in the dark about why 21 states, that's a large number of states, have felt that they had to be heard on this. I just want to read something from the California decision. And the California decision involved, and that's why I think a fix might have helped this, involved, of course, commerce exclusively within the state. And the court said the requirement that a driver briefly pull off the road during the course of travel does not meaningfully interfere with a motor carrier's ability to select its starting points, destinations, and routes. Starting points, destinations, and routes, of course, go to interstate commerce, not to rest and meal breaks. And may I remind the committee that we've just passed the new Surface Transportation Bill, the FAST Act, which had something analogous in it, which all agreed to. And that is a study, we found that intercity bus drivers and transit drivers could not take a rest break. And what we required in the FAST Act is that there be a study by the FAA followed by a rule after we found that there were serious health consequences like irritable bowel syndrome and some that I don't think I should have to mention that occurred when there was no rest break whatsoever. I don't see why the respect due to these almost half the states of the union should not be given by this committee, and I reserve the balance of my time. I yield to the ranking member.
I thank gentlelady. There's some misunderstanding here. Yes, there is a confusing court decision in California. But the confusion is the disconnect between intrastate and interstate trucking, and also the issue of what Congress intended to preempt. And even though part of their decision is wrong, and we could fix that in a targeted way, it's being used as an excuse to go out and preempt a whole bunch of other states that aren't even in the California circuit, so none of the ruling applies to them, but they're going to be preempted. And what some of these states have done, and I referenced it earlier, is they've found, they have said wages, you have to pay hourly wages. The trucking industry would love to pay piece rate. So you're getting paid by the load. Some parts of the trucking industry, not parts that I work regularly with, but some would like to do this. So you got the load, you get to the warehouse, and you wait for 6 hours, and oh, now you violated hours of service, and blah, blah, blah. You get paid for the load. It, can turn out to like, $1 an hour. Sorry, you don't get paid by the hour, you get paid by the load. And if there's an inefficiency, well, that's beyond our control. We're the people who just put the load on your truck. We don't control the warehouse where you're delivering it. So California, this was an intrastate issue that the court screwed up. It was people delivering air conditioners within the state of California. And the court just added something that created this problem with interstate trucking, which we could fix easily. So, what California was trying to fix is people who are basically working for free by getting there, sitting and waiting to load or unload, and making that they would get hourly wages while they're sitting or waiting. And the court did say, although we have in the past, as related to Mr. Ribble's comments, we have in the past confronted close cases that have required us to struggle with related to test and refine our principles of FAAAA preemption. I guess there's only 4. We do not think that this is one of them. In light of the F4A preemption principles outlined above, California's meal and rest break laws plainly are not the sorts of laws related to prices, routes, or services that Congress intended to preempt in an earlier FAA bill. So, that interpretation was incorrect. With that, I yield back the balance.
In undermining congressional intent. As was stated earlier, in 1994, in a Democratic-controlled House, it was passed on a bipartisan basis to make it clear. And as Mr. Nadler was saying, why do we get involved? Because this is an interstate commerce issue. It's an interstate commerce issue, and we have federal rules on the books dealing with interstate commerce, and California is doing things that are disrupting that. And Mr. DeFazio, or no, excuse me, not Mr. DeFazio, Mr. Nadler also made a comment about these big industries that support interest. Well, let me tell you who this supports. It's the trial lawyers. The trial lawyers are one of the largest contributors to the other side of any contributor. This is a boon for them. There are trucking companies that are based in California that have already paid out $50 and $60 million, and let me tell you, the truck drivers there's out there saying they're defending are probably not getting much of that benefit. These are going to big law firms that are taking these cases. We have trucking companies that are leaving California and already have left, or deciding they're not going to go to California because of this. This is an interstate commerce issue. This is an issue that, as Mr. Ribble pointed out, constitutionally, this is our duty to make sure that we do this. And as I said, we already have federal regulations on the book when it comes to duty on truck driving. And it also is important, not just the trucking industry, the railroad industry, the airline industry, people that go across these state lines to make sure there's not a patchwork of state laws and regulations that disrupt and undermine the efficiency of the interstate commerce. So again, and as was also mentioned, this was passed on the floor with a bipartisan vote. Unfortunately, it didn't make it to the end, but here we are today again, debating this, which I think is the right thing to do. I oppose Ms. Napolitano's amendment and look forward, if any other member wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote. Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, real quickly, this is not how the real world works. This patchwork of laws is creating lawsuit after lawsuit for the trucking industry and the delivery of goods in America. I think we have to remember the only thing that's not delivered by a truck in America is a baby. So I recommend a no.
Any other members wish to be heard? Is there an amendment to the amendment? Mr. Lobianto.
Well, as one of the members, and I think we have a new member of the committee who's actually help run a family trucking business, you need standardized rules and regulations. You can't operate in a patchwork. It just does not work if you don't have standardized rules and regulations. And as has been said by some of my colleagues, this helps you give the standardized rules and regulations without which it's just impossible to operate.
Yield back. With that, any amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Ms. Napolitano's amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. According to the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. DeFazio has asked for a recorded vote. The appropriate number of members have requested. A recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 5, F5, we will postpone this vote until, yeah. Peter. We're postponing this vote until 2:30. Let me remind members, we have, how many amendments? 50 amendments. About 50 amendments to go, so just prepare to have your dinner brought to you. With that, we'll move on to the next one, and that amendment is Mr. Ribble, Amendment 34. Mr. Ribble is recognized. Mr. Ribble, before you go, let me just say, after Mr. Ribble, it's Lipinski 80, Perry 56, Cohen 88, Davis 34, and in block, Carson 31 and Stanford 41. So with that, Mr. Ribble is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent. The amendment be considered as read.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment's very simple. I'm kind of in a constitutional mood, as you guys can determine, and I'm trying to restore some constitutional authority back to this body. My bill would require that any rule promulgated under this authorization that has an economic impact of $100 million or more is determined by the White House Office of Management and Budget, come before the Congress for an up and down vote before being enacted. You know, this authorization is going to last for 6 years. It's possible that the next President of the United States will not have any real say on this authorization other than through the rulemaking process. And we don't know who he or she will be, nor do we know what they're planning on doing and how they're going to implement and execute this bill. And for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, with some of your concerns related to the changes of air traffic control, this is one way that you get to take another look at this, another bite at this apple, to make sure that our policymakers and federal bureaucrats get it right. You get another look at this. Article 1, Section 1, the very first word is 3 letters long, and it's one of the most powerful words in the whole Constitution. It's the word all. All legislative powers herein granted. If it's not granted here, it's not in the Constitution, you don't have it, but if it is, it's there, and it's all of them, shall be vested and trusted in a Congress, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. That is us. And for far too long, we relinquished that authority to the executive branch. The authority that the founders of this great country and the American people deserve belongs right here. And all my amendment does is say, this one law, to help prevent attorneys from making a decision on what this stuff actually means. Your citizens, the 700,000 plus citizens that you came here to speak for, your citizens get a say in this matter. You get, through their elected representative, they get to come back and have a say. All I want is good government. All I want is an opportunity to represent the citizens that sent me here to be their voice, not someone sitting in some office someplace else where they can't even talk to them. And so I've deliberately made this at $100 million so it's large enough so that not every small rule, so it won't slow the process down. It's a straight up and down vote within 70 days, and the process can continue. I believe this warrants your support. I think this could be historical in its move. And so I would encourage all of my members and all the members of this committee on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. I yield
Mr.
back.
Chairman.
Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, actually, off my time, I'd like to address council. the bill would create a new construct, privatized air traffic control system. They will inevitably propose new routes and approaches and patterns and things like that, which have to be approved by the safety regulators at the FAA. Would this open up the private corporations' proposals for new routes to review by the United States Congress in the broad interpretation of the RAINS Act for good government?
Thank you for the question. If under our proposal, the ATC Corporation will propose changes to airspace procedures and things of that nature. If the proposal were approved and were determined to have an economic impact of the $100 million threshold, it would indeed trigger this process in this amendment.
Well, thank you. Now I'll take time. Yet another twist of the worm here. America, of the air traffic control
is better than less oversight. Now, let's say for some reason the Congress overturns something. Well, at least the American people have a say in that, because that next election's coming pretty soon, and they get to make a change right then and there. But if they don't like something that happens in some office someplace, they have no say at all. If some rule or some regulation that maybe minimizes safety, when we want more safety, happens, it's going to require literally a proactive act of Congress, which, in my observation of only being here for 5 years, that's not particularly easy to do. And so that's how I would answer that. I yield back.
Any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Mr. Ribble's amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, ask a quarter vote.
Quarter vote is ordered. We'll roll it until, what did I say? 2:30. 2:30. The next amendment is Mr. Lipinski's amendment, number 80.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Recognized to explain your amendment, Mr. Lipinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bipartisan amendment, which I am offering with Mr. Perry, would ensure parity between AIP and PFC projects to ensure a high standard of quality by requiring PFC projects to utilize qualifications-based selection standards, better known as QBS. QBS is an open, competitive procurement process for architectural, engineering, and design-related services that ensures that public agencies receive the technical expertise, innovation, and experience necessary to maximize project quality and protect taxpayer dollars. QBS promotes technical innovation and quality. Airport operators are demanding more specialized engineering services from the industry. Using QBS, project sponsors have the chance to fully define the scope of work during the selection process, fostering innovation and cost-saving approaches to problems. These cost savings are very real, as a study by the University of Colorado and the Georgia Institute of Technology found that there was quantitative evidence that the QBS-based projects experience fewer change orders and construction cost escalation versus the industry standard. Certainly things that we all want to see. There are also real benefits for small businesses by using QBS standards, as these businesses can compete in a forum that allows them to demonstrate their niche expertise, local know-how, and management involvement. This committee previously supported QBS requirements on highway and transit projects, AIP projects, and most recently on Clean Water State Revolving Fund projects in the WRDA bill enacted in 2014. By applying this amendment would, by applying QBS to projects funded through passenger facility charges, we will ensure a uniform and consistent standard regardless of federal funding source. Our amendment is supported by the American Council of Engineering Companies, the American Society of Civil Engineers, the American Road and Transportation Builders Association, the American Institute of Architects, and the Airport Consultants Council. I think this amendment to really make it uniform by applying QBS over federal funding sources is a smart idea. As I said, it would result in fewer change orders, and construction cost escalation would not occur as often. But I understand that we have some more work to do on this. I certainly want to encourage my colleagues to take a close look at this and move forward. Hopefully that we can get this done. But at this time, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment. We will continue to work with you without objection, so ordered. The next amendment is Mr. Perry's amendment, number 56.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Perry,
Chair.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, number 56, raises the DB threshold to $150,000 for airport development project. The current threshold, in my opinion, creates a virtual monopoly on T&I contract. I mean, you got to ask yourself, is the $2,000 threshold realistic in this day and age as it was set in the early 1930s? For anybody that's listening, I want to remind you that is Dust Bowl era policy. I mean, it's literally the age of prohibition. You could not go out legally and have alcohol when this limit was set. It was from a time when Adolf Hitler announced his state-sponsored car, the Volkswagen. For anybody else that's interested, a gallon of gas was 10 cents. A new house was $3,800. A new car, this is the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, a new car was $640, and your average income was $1,800. That's when this was done, and it still remains to this day. The current policy is proven to increase the cost of projects by somewhere between 7 and 20% and distorts markets to the detriment of taxpayers. By raising the threshold, we create more jobs and empower our small businesses. We should be allowing businesses to compete by being as efficient as they can be. This amendment does not repeal anything. It simply brings the threshold up to a reasonable level that is qualified and quantified currently in the simplified acquisition threshold. I want to remind everybody that this number and this policy predates Social Security. As a matter of fact, around this time, you'll be happy to know that Wiley Post conducted his first round-the-world flight. That's how old this is. I would ask my colleagues to break free of your partisan bonds and do what you all know in your heart is right and update this policy. Raising the threshold to $150,000 brings it in line with the simplified acquisition threshold, which is designed to help small businesses compete for and win federal contracts by cutting through bureaucratic red tape. I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment?
Hold on, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I had to take a bathroom break. What amendment are we on? The staff can't tell me.
We are on Mr. Perry's amendment, number 56. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would oppose the amendment. You know, I don't know how many times on this committee we have debated Davis-Bacon, you know, and I don't know how many times the repeal of Davis-Bacon has failed. I mean, I guess it's, you know, be optimal. I mean, we just preempted the state wage and hour laws in 21 states as applied to trucking. I mean, I don't know why you guys didn't just add in, I mean, the minimum wage is certainly an impediment to interstate trucking. Why didn't you, you know, preempt all the states on minimum wage so we could all drop down to that miserable federal level? And now you want to open the door to repealing Davis-Bacon. I really think, I mean, this bill is getting larded down. We just larded it down with the ideological reins amendment, which now means the private corporation will spend a lot of time determining safe routes. They'll refer them to the FAA, and then the United States Congress is going to have to vote on it. So much for the 45-day deadline on the Secretary, because now Congress has 70 days to get involved. So now we want to lard down the bill with, oh, just a little exemption in Davis-Bacon. Well, how much can you parse a project up? We saw in the case of the Oakland Bay Bridge that they parsed up the project to get around U.S., by U.S. laws, which gave China this huge project, which they totally screwed up and drove up the costs. But we built them a manufacturing plant with U.S. taxpayer dollars. Oh, that was great. So now, we're going to create a new loophole here for people to segment up projects and say, oh, that wasn't subject to Davis-Bacon. That's 150, that's 149.9, that's 149.9, that's 149.9. These are all little tiny projects. Oh, well, they do add up to quite a bit more than that. So, I would really hope that we aren't going to lard this bill down with more baggage. On the other hand, maybe I should hope, because that just makes it inevitable it's not going anywhere, and then we can get back to the parts of the bill we agree on and actually get those done. So I am strongly opposed to this amendment.
Mr. Lobiondo.
I am adamantly opposed to this amendment. Urge all of my colleagues to be adamantly opposed as well.
I am also opposed to this amendment.
Wish to be heard, Mr. Ribble?
Yeah, I would just, I've always kind of have mixed emotions on Davis-Bacon. I'll tell you why. Having spent 35 years in the construction business, I understand that labor costs are more directly relational to productivity than they are to hourly wage. Someone earning $15 an hour is likely to be paid $15 an hour because that's their production level. Someone earning $40 an hour is likely to be paid $40 an hour because that's their production level. The market kind of pushes those things away. And so in reality, you don't get a lot of savings by either eliminating Davis-Bacon or raising caps at Davis-Bacon. And in the same hand, to my friends in the construction industry, and they know this, but they don't always want to just admit it, you don't really lose anything if Davis-Bacon goes away, and you don't really gain anything if it stays. It almost becomes a moot point. But there are so many projects that go on that are so low in threshold. I mean, $150,000 in a construction project is a very low threshold to trigger it. If we really want to help smaller companies, if we want to help minority-owned businesses, and those companies aren't the big mega companies, to actually enter into these types of projects, whether it's painting the interior walls of an airport or putting new carpeting down or what have you. One of the ways to do that is to raise that threshold so there's more competition. And so for me, this is more of a liberty issue than it is really an economic one. Should the government be dictating every single jot and tittle of wages that are paid when the market is particularly effective at getting to the most productive wage available? It just works that way. And this is borne out in all kinds of data. If you look at road construction, you'll find states that have very low prevailing wage numbers have much higher cost per mile than states with high prevailing wage numbers, and they have lower cost per mile of construction. And it's all centered around the productivity of those workers and how much they can get done. In other words, if someone can lay 100,000 square feet of concrete with 10 people, and they're getting paid $30 an hour, but another company does 50,000 square feet with 10 people at $15 an hour, even though the lower hourly wage is there, the productivity is identical and the cost of the project is equal. It's the same thing. And we argue over this kind of stuff like it's the end of the world. But I think we always should tend toward more freedom, more liberty, more opportunity for everybody. And when you do that, and what I think Mr. Perry is offering here is a reasonable cost adjustment that would help smaller contractors engage in some of these projects that today they might not necessarily get into, and I'd encourage my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I won't be long. I rise in opposition to the amendment. It seems to me that this entire conversation is about the productivity for the company. And I guess I would like us to have a conversation about what prevailing wage means to workers who over the last couple of decades have actually seen their wages flatline. And in some areas, having a prevailing wage is actually what keeps them in our economy. And so I rise in opposition to this. I think it's a slippery slope. So today, 150,000, then we'll come back around. It'll be a couple 100,000, then 500,000. And the next thing you know, every single construction project, big and small, all across the country, will be paying workers what the market takes. But clearly, if the market were operating in the way that it needed to to the benefit of workers, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and we wouldn't need Davis-Bacon protections. But in fact, it doesn't, and I think it's our responsibility to make sure that across the country, particularly where our tax dollars go to build some of these projects, that the people who do the hardest work for the longest time should receive a prevailing wage in the area in which they work in the economy, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Rikita takes his time.
I think the chairman, I just want to associate myself with Mr. Ribble's comments in support of this amendment. Look, raising this threshold ever so slightly shouldn't be a threat to organized labor, who I'm not against in any stretch of the imagination. But this does allow for the freedom and the flexibility to get smaller projects done in an effective way. And the name of the game is still always productivity, and the best person should always win that, union or not. And I know my union brothers and sisters, I know that they can compete in that kind of environment. And so I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Any other members wishing to seek recognition? Seeing none, I just want to say I'm in support of this amendment, and my record is pretty clear in Congress in my last 15 years. I've never voted to repeal Davis-Bacon. I think what Mr. Perry's doing, it's a cost adjustment, and I'm not so much concerned about small businesses. I'm concerned about rural America. I'm concerned about the places in my district that have to get very little and then want to stretch those dollars to finish up important projects, whether they're at their little airports or their water sewer. And, this sometimes makes it difficult. Again, this is not a repeal of Davis-Bacon. This is just a cost adjustment so that when you come to rural parts of the country, they can stretch those dollars and get these projects done. So I support this amendment. And with that, anybody seeking to amend the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
On that, we ask to record a vote. Noes have it.
I thought.
I know the noes are going to have it. I mean, the yeses are going to have it. I can hear, so he's going to.
We'll have a recorded vote. So we'll postpone it until 2:30. Next amendment is Cohen? Cohen, 88. Mr. Cohen's recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering the Cohen-Hahn amendment, which concerns safety and health, shrinking airline seats. And I'd like to have everybody pay attention as we play a short video to show where this issue has gotten to. If you'd roll the video, please. Would you have volume on? Volume's necessary.
Is that you, Cohen?
That's me. We're not going to get an Oscar for best audio.
Torture device. How long will they keep them strapped in there?
Sometimes hours at a time.
Roll it
Pretty
back
gruesome.
to the beginning, please.
Behold the bounty of Earth.
Rewind.
This is the cube of Rubik. This
Gentlemen,
simple
watch.
puzzle was actually considered unsolvable.
Roll this thing.
Is that the beginning? From the top.
From the top. There's a man in a little booth over in that corner over there somewhere.
Behold the bounty of Earth. This is the cube of Rubik. This simple puzzle was actually considered unsolvable by the humans.
Do they not have brains?
Simple ones. Now, this was apparently a 21st century torture device.
How long will they keep them strapped in there?
Sometimes hours at a time. Pretty gruesome.
That's enough. That is enough. It is a huge problem. The American public has found that that is a torture device. And when things get to be so much that it's humor in a $5 million Super Bowl ad, it has come to the position that Congress should act regardless of the strong interests that oppose this for financial reasons. This ad aired in the Super Bowl. It's funny, but this issue is not funny. People have gotten larger since seats were shrunk. Seats used to be 35 inches in width. They are now 31 inches in width on average. They used to be 18 inches in width, and they've gone down to 16 and a half. And there used to be a pitch of 35 inches before airline deregulation, and now it's just 31 inches. This affects safety and health, and people being able to get out of an airline safely with reduced seats and reduced pitch is a threat to the flying public. And we should be concerned not just with comfort, but particularly with safety and health, because there will be a crash and there will be people who will not be able to get out of an airplane because of this situation, and they'll have lungs filled with smoke, and they'll be dead. And then we'll do something about it. We should do something now. The average size of Americans has been growing. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the average man in 1960 weighed 166 pounds, and the average woman 140. Now the average man is 196. That's up 30 pounds, and the average woman 166. That's up 26 pounds. And both men and women are now about an inch taller. Doctors warn of deep vein thrombosis, which can afflict passengers who don't have their legs, move their legs enough on longer flights. This amendment would direct the FAA to establish a minimum seat size for the safety and health of passengers. I want to encourage my colleagues to understand this is about safety and health, not about comfort, and it requires the FAA to do what is necessary for the safe and health of passengers. If you vote against the amendment, you're voting against the safety and health of the flying public. Safety and health should never be sacrificed for higher profits, more individuals on a plane for higher margins. Passengers are tired of being squeezed fiscally and physically, and they want safety when they're on an airplane. I want to thank Congresswoman Hahn for adding her name to this issue and for her support, and I'd like to yield for her for any remarks she'd like to make.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleague, Mr. Cohen, for working or for letting me work with you on this amendment. You know, over the years, I, along with my fellow travelers in coach, can't help but notice that planes are more crowded. They have smaller seats and less legroom. Planes are flying at capacity. Gone are the times of flights with free middle seats. Boarding a plane has become a battle between passengers to secure space in the overhead compartments to avoid checked baggage fees. And I'm sure we've all read that this has led to air rage. Passengers are getting into fights over the use of products like the Knee Defender, a gadget that actually stops the seat in front of you from being able to recline. And as you've heard from my colleague, Representative Cohen, not only are these supposed cost savings measures affecting the mental and physical health of everyday passengers, they're putting our safety in jeopardy. I think what we're proposing is very reasonable, that the FAA take both safety and comfort into account and establish minimum seat sizes and end the squeeze on passengers. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, gentleman's time has expired. I oppose this amendment, and I don't oppose it because I don't care about safety or I oppose safety. I oppose it, well, I understand the gentleman's position, but we already have a provision in the bill looking at evacuation standards for aircraft. The evacuation study will look at, or not current standards, allow passengers to safely evacuate and make necessary recommendations, which would be, I'm sure, looking at the seats. It's not the role of the DOT to issue these regulations based on comfort, but it certainly is based on safety. That's why it's included in the bill, so I would urge all members to oppose the bill.
Would the gentleman yield?
Ms. Edwards first.
I yield to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. I appreciate that. This, Mr. Chairman, your provision doesn't specifically talk about pitch and seat width. It talks about evacuation. This amendment, which is only about safety and health, doesn't require the Department of Transportation to do anything that would reduce the seat size. It says they have to do a study on safety and health. And if the airlines, and I know they oppose it, but if the airlines are so sure their smaller seats are safe and not an impediment to safety and health, and even if the FAA might or might not agree, why are they worried about this amendment and opposing it? If the smaller seats are as safe as the airlines claim, then the FAA will simply establish a minimum size that all airlines meet. This can do no harm, it can only do good, and it can save people's lives. And the American public is fed up with it, and there's safety problems here and health problems here as well as comfort problems, and we have been squeezed long enough.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Ms. Edwards controls the time.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Mr. Davis is asking for time.
No.
He may be. I think he is.
The gentlelady has...
I'll yield a minute to the gentleman.
Thank you. How much do you estimate this study is going to cost?
I think the amount of lives that it might save, it'll be dirt cheap and it'll be worth spending. It's about saving lives, and I don't know what you put the value of a life on.
Well, I mean, I see we have some different size seats here in the House. Mr. Chairman has a larger seat. Do you think the House Administration Committee should study seat sizes here?
We're not in airplanes that are crashing and having 180 people trying to get off at one time to get to a ramp to save their life.
Reclaiming my time, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. This is not about seats here, Mr. Davis, and I appreciate you. This is not a funny issue. This is about people's safety and health. And the airlines have been deregulated. They're down to 4 major carriers, and they do what they want to do because they can. If you don't live in one of the major cities in this country, you don't fly out of a Chicago or New York or Los Angeles or Atlanta or Dallas, you have to take what flights they make available on maybe one airline, and you probably not a nonstop. It is, and they talk about market conditions. There are no longer market conditions. This is a controlled industry by the industry, and the public be damned. And safety and health is something we shouldn't allow to happen, not in the name of marketability, not market conditions or anything else. This can do no harm. It can only do good. And one day there's going to be a crash, and there will be people that cannot get out of those seats. It's hard to get out of them right now. I've sat next to people I thought they were from the WWE. Big guys. I don't know how they got in their seats. And we were sitting in the bulkhead. I don't know how they'd have gotten out. And if they would have gotten out, nobody would have got out after them, I can tell you that. They were big guys. But big people have trouble getting in and out of those seats, and the seats are smaller and smaller. Some people say, oh, well, we should be concerned about obesity. It's what we have. It's the way people are. And the seats have been smaller and smaller, and people have gotten larger, and that is not safe for an evacuation. This can do no harm to do a study, and I think the study will show that the American public safety is at risk.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Davis recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Your time has expired, I thought.
Do I control the time now?
Edwards yields. Mr. Davis is recognized.
Mr. Cohen, I appreciate your insistence on making air travel safer. And I think the underlying bill will address many of those issues. But I think we got to the root of what this issue is. It's your issue with the airline industry as a whole rather than just this specific study. And that's okay. That's okay. But I don't think we should be able to require the FAA to spend taxpayer dollars on what I would consider a redundant study that's still not going to address the obesity issue and the issue of people not fitting into seats on airplanes. And Mr. Cohen, and I appreciate you said, you know, this isn't a funny issue. You and I have a relationship where we've been pretty funny with each other on the floor of the House. Yes, Mr. Nixon. And I'm a little bit offended. You show such a great video like that, and now I can't even joke with you about it anymore because it's against safety? Seriously?
Would you yield?
No.
I want you to be funny.
I was just then. I would oppose this amendment. I would urge the rest of the committee to oppose this amendment. I think it's redundant. The committee has addressed many of these issues already in the underlying bill, and I thank the chairman for that, and I yield back.
Mr. DeFazio.
The section that the chairman spoke to about the evacuation study is actually in at my behest. I started raising the issue of pitch, many years ago. In fact, it took me 7 years to get the requirement of the overwing spacing after an accident in Manchester, England, where people were stacked up like cordwood and died in a survivable crash because they couldn't get out the overwing exit because of the congestion, because of the spacing of the seats. I offered it once in committee. I lost. We finally got a regulation. It took 7 years. This would be a time when I might agree with some of this, speeding up the agency stuff. In any case, it's a very, very serious issue. We are not doing real evacuation tests anymore. And a lot of the ones that were done previously were not legitimate. Airline employees trained on how to get out of the plane quickly, pretending that you could jam in more seats and people could get out safely. I kept asking the FAA to go witness one, and they kept forgetting to tell me when they had a new type that they were going to certify, and I never got to see one of the phonied up tests. And then they said, oh, people are getting injured, we'll stop the tests, and we will model on the faulty tests that you can evacuate these planes with people jammed in like this. So the study that's embedded in this bill, I believe, is critical to go back and evaluate whether or not we can really meet the evacuation standards. Inherent in that, I believe, is the issue that the gentleman is proposing. It will go both to pitch, and they'll be looking at all the issues that relate to a real evacuation drill as opposed to a simulation on a computer. This is, however, a very prescriptive amendment saying they shall promulgate rules on the width, et cetera. I'm not sure how we are going to best, resolve this issue. But the point is, I think what we put in the bill is going to move us along so we have the knowledge we need. And then if we have to get prescriptive, then, if the FAA blows it off or the airlines, delay the study and whatever requirements FAA thinks are necessary, then I think it would be time to get much more assertive and prescriptive. But for now, I'm comfortable the chairman accepted my language in the bill to go back and take a real look at whether or not we can safely evacuate these planes with these passenger loads, with this seat spacing. And I share a lot of the concerns of the gentleman. Very few people spend more time on airplanes than I do. And when a seat is too small for me, I can't imagine what, the average, I'm a little below average in size these days, I think, and I'm shrinking as I get older. So with that, Mr. Chairman, you'll.
I agree with Mr. DeFazio. Anybody else to be heard? Mr. Nolan. We're going to be here all night, you know that. We got 45 minutes. That's okay with me, but we're going to be here all night, because I think this is pretty well summed up. But go ahead, Mr.
Well, I would just add that while these are private airlines, they're very much involved in an important critical public service of which has become mass transit for this country. And I would only add that it's not only a health and safety issue. At some level, it's a comfort issue. I sat in a seat on my last flight with a big-shouldered guy, and for crying out loud, he had his knees up around his shoulders, and half of his body was in my seat, and it was just unbearably uncomfortable. And I've witnessed some of those fights, guy trying to squeeze into a seat and caught a hold of a woman's hair in the seat in front of her, and she's screaming at him because he pulled her hair, and he's screaming at her for screaming at him. And I mean, it's getting out of line. And I really like this amendment. I want to commend Representative Cohen for bringing this to the forefront, because it is about the size of the seats, and it is about the length of space that you have in front of you. And as he pointed out, with the factual information, we've just gotten bigger as people. We're wider, we're taller, and the seats are getting narrower and shorter in between them. It's a health, it's a safety issue, and it's a comfort issue to the American public. Now, in the interest of good humor and civility, I'd be glad to yield the remainder of my time to my good friend, Mr. Davis.
Please, Mr. Davis, don't take it.
I would yield that time back.
Thank you. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? All those in favor of Mr. Cohen's amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Roll call's been asked for. We'll roll the roll call till 2:30. Okay, next amendment, Mr. Davis, number 38.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Davis 38. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read.
Objection? Consider.
Thank-
Okay. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From precision agriculture to helping with search and rescue to increase safety for bridge and roof inspectors, the sheer number of industries and people that can benefit from UAS technology is staggering. Small business owners and entrepreneurs are excited about the cost savings and innovative solutions to problems drones can provide. However, the existing regulatory regime in the U.S. places significant burdens, uncertainty on users. We currently operate under an exemption-only process whereby all commercial uses of UAS technology must get a waiver from the FAA through the 333 process, which is very slow and often a significant obstacle for business. I'll remind my colleagues that at a hearing with the FAA recently, we had 13 exemptions that were offered by our country compared to 10,000 by Canada. It's unacceptable. Unfortunately, the FAA's current rulemaking on UAS is not likely to address these issues. and the FAA's proposed rule for small UAS does not distinguish between drones weighing from 0 to 55 pounds. Uses and risks for UAS on either end of the spectrum are very, very different and should be treated based on risk. My amendment would provide a more proportionate level of regulation by creating a new classification of micro UAS that is subject to risk-based safety and operational restrictions. Specifically, my amendment creates a risk-based operating and safety procedure for UAS systems that weigh 4.4 pounds or less if operated within the line of sight, less than 400 feet above the ground, during daylight, at a speed of no more than 40 knots, which is plus or minus 46 miles per hour, and more than 5 miles from airports. First, developing a micro-classification for low-risk users would promote compliance. Second, eliminating the distinction between recreational and commercial use for the smallest and safest category of UAS cuts red tape, encourages entrepreneurs, and encourages a safety culture based on rules that all users can easily understand. In addition, creating a system based on risk helps manufacturers like Horizon Hobby and Hobbico, headquartered in Champaign, Illinois, to innovate and develop new technologies for the future. My amendment enjoys the support of numerous technology groups and companies, including the Consumer Technology Association, DJI, Horizon Hobby from my home district in Illinois, and importantly, it also has the support of the American Association of Airport Executives. I also work with the Airports Council International and the Airline Pilots Association to ensure their concerns were heard. I appreciate their willingness to work with me. Moving forward, I'm committed to working with these groups and other key stakeholders to help find ways to improve the operation and safety of this important technology as we introduce more of it into the airspace. I appreciate the support of many of my colleagues on this amendment. I urge its adoption, and I yield back.
Mr. DeFazio?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the gentleman how we established 4.4 pounds for these exemptions. I'd yield.
Yes, it's 2 kilos. That's an international standard.
Yeah, but I don't like the metric standard. So
That's why we converted it to 4.4 pounds for you.
Yeah, I know, but you're basing it on 2 kilos, so you know we got to.
That's 2 kilos is probably Oregon speak for something else.
Yeah, yeah. No, I will reclaim my time. You know, I opposed Jimmy Carter, even though I wasn't in Congress when he proposed going to the metric standard, and luckily we stopped that. So I'm just, you know, I understand the frustrations with the FAA. I'm just not sure that, you know, us choosing an arbitrary or European standard by kilograms for the weight is the best place to go. I mean, I will express a concern. 4.4 pounds. You know, the FAA has not yet tested, and they weren't even really kind of thinking about testing what happens when you ingest a hard object of a fairly light weight into a turbine aircraft engine. They don't know. I said, well, what about this? I said, oh, that's a good question. So finally, after a labyrinthine process, they put out a contract, and sometime later this year, we're going to get the results. We know what happens when you shoot in a frozen turkey. That, by the way, was a contractor screw-up. They were supposed to be using fresh turkeys. It was cheaper to buy frozen turkeys, and that was catastrophic. But even fresh turkeys are pretty bad for turbine engines. So we know about bird strikes. We don't know about harder objects. And so I have some reservation. You know, I appreciate that he restates the protections that we currently have in terms of separation from airport and altitude and other things. But I would just like, you know, at least to have some discussion, you know, before this bill goes to the grave or to the floor, whichever way it's going, about whether or not we want to be as prescriptive or we want to somehow drive the FAA to make a quick decision on what they would categorize as a micro. So that's my reservation. I'm not going to, you know, raise a major objection at this point in time.
Mr. Gibbs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'd like to say I support Mr. Davis's amendment, but I want to work with him to the final bill because I think there's some common sense things we can do and that just make common sense. I'll give you a couple examples. Utility companies, you know, they check their transmission lines by helicopter or airplane that's costly. You know, they ought to be able to run a drone in their scope of their operation, what their clearance is. We know what their easements are on the ground and whatever their clearance is above the power line without having to do any registration or doing anything, farmers out in the remote areas of our country, they ought to be able to go out and check their crops using drones at a low altitude and not have to worry about, just common sense things. And so in those two examples I just gave, you're going to be out of line of sight, okay? But if we can have common sense in there and put parameters in there and make it work, and I think we can do this.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
More than willing to work with you on some technical issues such as that, but this is what you outline, the uses of new, lighter UAS technology that will only get lighter and cheaper and more ubiquitous in use. That's exactly what I hope this technology can bring. At some point, we have to get away from the FAA because they're not going to. We can spend as many taxpayer dollars as we want on studies, the FAA to throw frozen turkeys into jet engines. I mean, it reminds me of a WKRP in Cincinnati episode. But we have to actually use common sense. Yep. And at some point, a new version of a toy, model airplane toy, should not be under the direction of the EPA, just like a bicycle isn't under the direction of the DOT.
Yeah, to reclaim my time, I just, think we can common sense and make this work, and it's not going to risk safety if we do it in a common sense way. So I yield back. I want to work on the final bill to get those in there so we don't have bureaucrats making these decisions that it's going to, add costs and not let this new technology advance. I yield back.
Mr. DeFazio is willing to accept the amendment as long as we keep working on it. He's concerned is where'd 4.4 come from? I don't know. So
it actually came from a study that was done, I believe, in Australia that looked at the weight of a bird, the largest bird that would not have taken down an engine during an incursion.
Okay.
And it's actually utilized in Mexico.
Mr. DeFazio is willing to accept it, and we'll keep talking about it to move forward.
Perfect.
I've asked for a vote. All in favor of Mr. Davis's amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. We accept the menu. The amendment's agreed to. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, the next amendment is an en bloc amendment. I ask unanimous consent to consider the following amendments in block. Mr. Garamundi, number 85. Mr. Costello, 18. Mr. Sanford, 51. Mr. Gibbs, 17. Mr. Hardy, 32. Ms. Bustos, 22. Ms. Comstock, 29. Ms. Estes, 74. Mr. Graves, Garrett Graves, 29. Ms. Brownlee, 40. Mr. Costello, 21. Mr. Crawford, 51. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. Do any members wish to be recognized on the in-block amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fazio.
I want to speak on behalf of Ms. Brownlee, who's been unavoidably detained with other appointments. But at her initiative, her amendment, which was accepted, it would increase civil penalties for people who violate the rules and operate UASs in firefighting airspace, which is restricted airspace. No one is supposed to operate in that airspace except the firefighters. And we have had cases in the West where they had to suspend firefighting operations because of unknown drones in that airspace. There need to be consequences for people who cause interruption to critical firefighting efforts and potentially jeopardize the safety. That's why they suspended the operations, is because of concerns for the helicopters and the small planes that are involved in the firefighting. So I want to congratulate her. I regret that she couldn't get here to get credit for something that's very important to us in the West, and I wanted to recognize that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Anybody else wish to be heard on the en-bloc amendment? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Maloney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, the en bloc amendment contains something that I've been working on across the aisle with Mr. Costello and with Mr. Hanna that would increase the safety of kids flying on airplanes. When I was a child, I had 4 older brothers. 2 had asthma. 1 had an intense peanut allergy. I was the only member of the family without any apparent imperfections. But when you're on an airplane today, there are emergency kits for certain types of medical emergencies that do not extend to children, and therefore, if your kid's having an allergic reaction and you don't have the EpiPen or you don't have the atomizer for an asthma attack or other critical life-saving equipment, you can be in a very dangerous situation. This amendment includes language that would move us in the direction of sensible rules. It's a bipartisan effort, and I would encourage my colleagues to support it.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on the en bloc amendment? Anybody wish? Does he want to be heard? Any members wish to want to heard on the en bloc amendment? Mr. Denham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to briefly discuss the Brownlee amendment. I know that this is an amendment that Colonel Paul Cook has worked on for quite some time. The two of them have co-authored each other's amendments, and he is, I know, been somebody who has been very positive on this and trying to push it forward on the floor as well elsewhere in the Natural Resources Committee to make sure that wildfires are addressed and these drones are used in a proper manner. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard? Ms. Estes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank those who helped and are supporting my amendment, which is dealing with some concerns about whether we have a pilot shortage in the United States. That's not entirely confirmed, but there are indications that that's part of why we're looking at making some changes here with the FAA. When you look at the fact that half the workforce is women, and only 7% of our pilots are women, there's good reason to believe that we should be working together with the industry to encourage more women to enter this field, particularly focusing on our veterans who are coming out with the skill set. So again, I want to thank everyone and urge them to support this amendment, which will ensure that we have the best trained pilots and including women among those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlelady. Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? We'll now vote on the en bloc amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We will next right here. Mr. Carson's amendment number 31. And with that, I recognize Mr. Carson to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm offering my amendment to improve flight safety by effectively requiring the installation of a secondary cockpit barrier on new passenger airplanes. Unfortunately, Americans continue to be susceptible to terrorist attacks. Since 2001, there have been at least 43 hijacking attempts around the world since, 5 of which were successful. The Federal Aviation Administration has required cockpit doors to be heavily fortified since 2001. However, there are no barriers in place to protect the flight deck when pilots open the compartment to use the lavatory to stretch their legs. This leaves the flight deck vulnerable and pilots defensiveless to potential attackers seeking to seize control of the aircraft. Installing secondary cockpit barriers provides a cost-effective, efficient, and safe solution to an issue that is dear to our hearts, protecting the flight deck. So it ensures the protection, Mr. Chairman, of the flight crew and passengers, and the general public will have some peace of mind to know that sensible precautions have been taken to ensure their safety. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, the likelihood that any given flight will face a hijacking attempt is minimal. However, as a former law enforcement officer, I can tell you that having a backup plan in place can save lives. We owe the flying public this extra protection. My dear colleagues, this provision is similar to Mr. Fitzpatrick's Saraceni Aviation Safety Act, of which I'm a very proud co-sponsor. However, my amendment only applies to new passenger aircraft and does not apply retroactively or require retrofits. Now, this amendment is supported by Mrs. Saraceni, who is here in the audience today, who is the widow of a pilot who died during 9/11. And this amendment is supported by her, the Airline Pilots Association International, and the Communication Workers of America. And I understand that there is some concern about what quote-unquote new means, whether this means aircraft in the pipeline or those signed for delivery. I'm very happy to work with the committee and some of our stakeholders to provide some guidance on this matter, perhaps in report language. Mr. Chairman, I hope we take a bold step today for safety and approve this compromise amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge my colleagues to support this wonderful amendment. Thank you.
Any other members wish? Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, even though I'm sitting. I too agree that secondary barriers on new manufactured airplanes is something to consider right now. We ought to be able to ensure that there's not a undue burden on retrofitting existing airplanes, and that's something that we can work with together in the report language. And I appreciate the gentleman for offering this amendment. Again, we'll be supporting this amendment, and yield back the balance of my time.
That Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I actually raised concerns about this issue before 9/11, and United Airlines actually started to install barriers that were wired. It fit well on a 57 type, maybe the 67s too, I don't know. But then when after 9/11 and we had the new rules about the flight deck door, they were deemed to be unnecessary. You'll still see some of them residually on 57 types. We've all sat there and watched the very fierce flight attendant, male or female, stand in the middle of the aisle with their arms crossed, looking stern, sometimes guarded by the food cart, sometimes not. In simulations, it's been shown that it would take a hijacker 4 seconds to vault over the food cart, knock down the flight attendant, and gain access to the flight deck. This is an extraordinary vulnerability. We know terrorists are still very interested in taking down airplanes. It's a spectacular little coup for them. I have continued to have concerns. When Boeing was developing the 87, I went to them and said, hey, how about you develop an option, which is the El Al model? You have an impenetrable barrier, and on your long-distance flights, all the pilots are in there, the lab's in there, the food's in there, the rest deck is in there. They never have to come out. Now, that's security. And also I would note that I opposed the then chairman and ranking member to armed flight deck officers, too, as a last resort. But it ain't going to do much good to be armed if they're totally surprised. Someone vaults over the food cart, knocks down the flight attendant, and they're on the flight deck. I mean, unless they're a quick draw artist, that isn't going to work. It's more in anticipation of something prolonged that their armament could come into play. This is prospective, which, I believe, and the gentleman raised the issue of what does new mean, new type, new plane, and I think we can certainly work that through. But it would be a minimal cost in new planes, and the same commission report showed configurations would work in every plane if we wanted to go retroactive, that I believe they said would not cost more than $10,000, but I know there would be tremendous resistance, even though the industry has record profitability, to say you're going to have to spend $10,000 per plane or less to do this retroactively, but we can at least do it prospectively, and then we'll end up doing it retroactively after we have another plane taken over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carson, our side, I think, is willing to accept your amendment, as long as we can keep working on what's new as we move forward. If we can do that, then we'll
That's
proceed
good
with the
government.
vote.
That's good government, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Any amendment to the amendment? Mr. Lobiondo?
Just very quickly, Mr. Carson mentioned that Mrs. Sarancini, Ellen Sarancini, is here today. Her husband, Victor Sarancini, was United pilot in Flight 175 on that fateful day of September 11th, and Victor Sarancini was from my district, New Jersey Congressional District 2. Ellen has been a tireless advocate for this particular issue, and we thank you for being here and thank you for your efforts today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lobiondo. Any amendments to the amendment? All those in favor of Mr. Carson's amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, the amendment is agreed to. Now we're going to Mr. Sanford, Amendment 41. Mr. Sanford, you're recognized for explain your amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have the amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read. And I think that this is a real common sense amendment. I was just talking to our colleague, Mr. DeFazio, a moment ago about it. This amendment requires the FAA to issue or revise regulations to ensure that holders of a private pilot's license can communicate with the public to facilitate flight sharing. Now, why is that important? It's really a question about, do we move, if this bill is about modernization, do we move to modernization within all realms of air traffic? We can't say we're just going to move to modernization on commercial flight. Can we also move to modernization on private flight? And so right now, a pilot can put in the pilot's lounge, if you will, a post that says, I'm flying from Charleston, South Carolina to Biloxi, Mississippi, and he can communicate it. He can post it. He can send an email on that. The only place he can't do it is to throw it up there on the web to say, well, you know, I'm going from wherever to wherever. Does anyone want to split a ride with me? So this is not about profit margin. It is about moving from the 1700s in the way that a pilot can communicate on something other than a pen and a 3.5 by 5 note card up on a bulletin board to can he put it on a virtual bulletin board. It is all about simply means of communication. It doesn't change anything in regard to safety or security. The flight is going to go either way. It's a question, can you share that ride? It's about competitiveness. I think that if we're going to be competitive in the 21st century, we got to use better that which we have. And this is about flights that take place. Do we simply mandate that they have to take place alone, or can somebody else ride with them? Again, no profit margin, simply sharing a percentage of the cost of the flight. And finally, I'd say simply it's about common sense. I think that the reason that the shared economy has been embraced is that it ultimately passes the common sense test. This is true of Uber, it's true of Airbnb, and why should it be different within this particular sphere? I don't quite know. So I would ask the adoption of this amendment. In the, I guess, interest of time, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman. Or can I retain time? I guess I can't.
If I had to, I'll yield you some of my time. I think this is exciting. Mr. DeFazio.
I'd like to ask the author, I mean, my reading is it's a little unclear, but currently you can't fly someone for compensation if you have less than 250 hours and a commercial license. So would this allow people, you know, who have less than 250 hours, don't have a commercial license, to be compensated for carrying passengers? Is that the intent?
It's not the intent. I think the key there with a commercial license is compensation in the form of profit motive.
All right. Well, okay, but I've reclaimed my time. I think that this would need some work because, I mean, you know, I really don't want to create an Uber in the sky with people who've got 41 hours of flight time. And it's not clear to me that we aren't going there with this or waiving the rules on compensation, you know, and basically establishing private people who don't have a commercial certificate to fly people. You know, I think that's problematic, and I sure as hell wouldn't want to fly with them. So, you know. With that, I have reservation. Yet I'd yield to the gentleman.
I'd love to work with you on this amendment. Two, this is about your brother-in-law. Let's say you have the 50 hours, the 60 hours. Presently, you could take them. It's a question.
Well, your brother-in-law, you should call your brother-in-law on the phone or something.
Yeah. You know. Could you split part of the cost? And I think that that's a reasonable question.
Right. Well, you know, in its current form and with the unanswered questions, Mr. Chairman, I would urge that it not be adopted. And if you want to have further, if you're going to support it, then hopefully we can work some of these things out. If you're not, then we could try and work them out before we go to the floor.
Mr. Rikita.
I think the chairman, in answer to ranking member's question, I would say that we already have FARs that have been in place for a very long time that allow for non-commercial operators, Part 91 operators, to recoup expenses from passengers, fuel, oil, and a certain percentage of those costs in addition. So none of that changes under Mr. Sanford's amendment as I read it. That's all in place. This doesn't apply to commercial operators at all. What Mr. Sanford's amendment does in my estimation at least, is say, you know what? I would like to share those expenses as a pilot. I'd like to share those expenses with others who are going in the same direction, at the same place, about the same time. Something that a lot of us have been putting on bulletin boards, literally, for years. Mr. Sanford here, with his language, offers a digital bulletin board, as far as I can tell, and nothing else changed under the law. I yield back.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I support Mr. Sanford's amendment. I think there's something we obviously have to look at. I think his amendment is crafted in such a way that the FAA is going to look at it. I would agree to support it and, you know, continue to work on it to make it better. So I don't know if the ranking member is willing to accept his amendment and we continue to work on it. Okay, then any amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of Mr. Sanford's amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The chair, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
But it still needs work.
And we will continue working on it. With that, Ms. Hahn, number 59.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
That objection is so ordered. Recognized for you to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks again to Representative Cohen for working with me on this amendment. Here we are again, several hours later, talking about the seat configuration on airlines today. And my amendment would address this safety issue by requiring the airlines to conduct evacuation tests on these planes that have the smaller seat pitch. Over time, these seat pitches, the distance between the rows, including your leg room, have shrunk from 35 inches to as low as 28 inches. So the FAA is responsible for making sure that evacuation tests are conducted for planes. Passengers must be able to escape in 90 seconds from realistic scenarios, and with more crowded planes, more baggage in cabins, the space between the rows, I believe, is a crucial factor when evacuating from a plane. However, and this is why I'm introducing this amendment, the FAA has not conducted emergency evacuation tests for airplanes with seat pitches under 31 inches. The FAA researcher Cynthia Corbett testified at an FAA public hearing, "We just haven't considered other pitches, and so reduced seat pitches could hinder passengers' ability to evacuate in emergency." My amendment would direct the FAA to conduct emergency evacuation tests for airplanes with seat pitches of 28 inches. We didn't pass the amendment earlier, long time ago, that said you wanted to mandate the size of the seat and the width and the pitch. But I would think at least you would consider supporting this one that would require the FAA to begin testing for evacuation procedures on these planes with the shorter seat pitch. Now, the underlying bill says the administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration shall review evacuation certification and report back to Congress in a year. I think a year is a long time for all of us traveling on these planes, along with the American public, in these smaller seat rows, to not have had at least the comfort of knowing that they can be evacuated. So whatever you feel about it, we don't know whether they're safe or not. We don't know if these smaller row sizes are going to allow for the 90-second evacuation. So all I'm saying is I think no matter how you feel about the size of the seats, why don't we at least require them to now test the evacuation procedure with the smaller pitch sizes, which they have not done up to this point. Thank you. I yield back. Seems reasonable.
Anybody wish to be heard on this amendment? Seeing none, I appreciate the gentlelady offering the amendment. However, I oppose it. Again, we had this discussion, I believe, on Mr. Cohen's amendment. It wasn't several hours ago. It feels like several hours ago. But again, this bill currently requires working with the ranking member, and again, it was ranking member's language, requires the FAA to review the evacuation certifications and standards for passengers, aircraft, and report to Congress on their findings. If the gentlelady would be willing to withdraw the amendment, I commit we'll continue working on addressing the exiting evacuation strategy, or the evacuation study in this legislation. So again, it's in the legislation. I think we have an agreement on doing this forward, so we'd ask the gentlelady to.
I appreciate that. I just think the underlying bill, I see where it says it's asking the FAA to review, but if they haven't done the actual evacuation test on this, that's what I would like them to review, on whether or not it was possible to evacuate in 90 seconds with these shorter, smaller rows. So with all due respect, I really think this is something that I think the flying public would appreciate us asking FAA to do. And the fact that they haven't, because they didn't even think that they needed to with these smaller pitches, I think is a huge oversight and puts the public safety at great risk.
I appreciate the great gentlelady's passion for this. Again, I would have to oppose. So with that, any members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, I ask all those in favor of Ms. Hahn's amendment number 59, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
According to the chair, the noes have it. Lady.
I'd like to have a recorded vote on that. I've waited, 6 hours to introduce this amendment. We're going to vote on it, by golly.
Gentlelady's requesting a recorded vote? Well, that's so ordered. We'll postpone it to what time? Approximately 2:30, we're going to vote, just to keep everybody posted on votes on the floor, or going to be 3 and 3:30, okay. Next amendment is Mr. Rakita's amendment, number 35. Mr. Rakita is recognized.
I thank the chairman. A quick point, parliamentary inquiry. If I combine two amendments together and ask for a recorded vote at the end, do I get one vote on both amendments? Is that how that works? No, not all my amendments. If I combine two amendments, in process time, can I get 35 and 40? I'm trying to speed things along. 35 and 40.
We have no problem. We'll combine them.
And if I ask for a recorded vote, I get the vote, right?
Well, you got to do that after you, if you make it through the explanation. Okay, so it's amendment 35 and amendment 40. 40. 40.
Yep.
Mr. Rakita has asked to have them both considered in block, and recognize Mr. Rakita to explain his amendment.
And may I have my time back? Thank you.
Give him a full 5 minutes.
So thanks. I appreciate you having the hearing yesterday. I appreciate you giving us, Mr. Chairman, 8 days to review this proposal. As I said yesterday, through 2 rounds of questioning, there's a lot of movement here, and I support your leadership in trying to get us there. I am trying to find a pathway forward. It was clear in yesterday's testimony that there are differences of opinion with regard to the efficacy of this board, with regard to who really can not only control the board, but extended from that, who will control our nation's airspace, which is indeed a national asset. In fact, it's a national treasure. And so I am, again, trying to look for a way forward here. Now, some may disagree that any particular stakeholder in the aviation industry, or particularly a particular segment of the industry, can control it. In fact, in your opening statement, Mr. Chairman, you even said, quote, the airspace is still controlled by the administration. Well, as you read, unquote, some would disagree. I, in fact, disagree with that. As you read the language, yes, the Secretary has to review board-passed proposals for safety and the public interest, but that doesn't mean that a board that is controlled by a segment or two of the industry, depending on the issue, can't negatively impact indirect competitors in the aviation industry. And then if you continue to read the language, you find out that a board proposal that the Secretary agrees with can only be overturned in court by a disgruntled member of another piece of part of the aviation industry by a finding of abuse of discretion by the Secretary. However, a board proposal that the Secretary disapproves of gets a trial de novo in court, a much easier standard. So it's things like this in the bill that cause many interested stakeholders to wonder what the real intent of this board is. Now, I'll have other amendments later that deal with judicial review and what the Secretary can review for and all that. But one easy way, I think, Mr. Chairman, to solve this is by requiring unanimous votes. Unanimous votes when it comes to fees and charges on any segment of the industry, and unanimous votes when it comes to impacting the airspace on any part of the aviation industry. By doing that, you solve the inherent conflict of interest problems that is created by this very language. And, Mr. Chairman, we get to do what we all want to do, what most of us here want to do. We call for a more effective use of the airspace. That can still happen. More direct routes, that can still happen. Increased capacity, that can still happen with this amendment. Shorter flight times can still be achieved with this simple amendment. Reducing delays and cancellations can still happen with this amendment. Reduced pollution and noise can still happen. And even saving the billions of dollars that you call for with this language can still happen with this amendment. But what it does is remove from the discussion any accusation, any allegation, any suspicion that one segment of the industry wants to run this nation's airspace. Unanimous vote of fees and charges, a unanimous vote on anything that would impact the airspace. Similarly, Rakita 40 would do the same, require a unanimous vote for any temporary change to the airspace due to national security reasons. So that would have to be a unanimous board decision as well. And anyone negatively impacted, any part of the industry negatively impacted by that, could be compensated for their damages. So quite simply, that's the amendment. I would urge my colleagues to support it. It gives us the pathway forward that I think we're all looking for, to allow us to go forward with this language, to remove from the discussion any of the access issues that have plagued, frankly, this language so far. And, Mr. Chairman, it's my honest attempt to get this to the floor of the House and ultimately into law. What this amendment does not do, and what we still have to address, are user fees in the general aviation community, and I suspect fellow colleagues will be doing that as the day and night progress. And with that, I yield.
I thank the gentleman. I oppose the amendment. Again, there's a fundamental misunderstanding here regarding the corporate's powers and duties. They do not control the access to the airspace. We've made that clear in the law. They are merely a service provider. And when it comes to the fees and changing the fees, again, the corporation will adjust fees, hopefully down as they become more efficient and provide better technology for servicing. But to allow one member of a board to have veto power, you've effectively got a board that can't act, that won't act in any way if there's one disagreement on an issue. So again, I disagree on the amendment. I oppose the amendment. I urge all members to oppose it also. With that, yield to Mr. DeFazio.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't speak previously because I had some hope that you might accept his amendment, and I thought I might jeopardize his chances. When Rakita and I agree on something, people know something's up, and they take a second look at it. You know, Mr. Chairman, I think he raises some excellent points here, and I continue to be confused that you say this is just a service provider. It is far more than a service provider. Service provider, the government would set the routes and the conditions. In this case, they are going to propose routes and conditions, approaches, and everything else. This is all going to be proposed by the private corporation. There may be an interest on the board that feels disadvantaged, or an interest that isn't on the board that feels disadvantaged, like a regional airline who doesn't have a seat, or say business aviation who has, I can't remember, 1 or 2 seats on your board. who feels disadvantaged by the 4 major airlines and the 2 other votes that they have managed to corral to set some of these conditions that will affect competitiveness. I mean, the gentleman is much more expert on boards than I. Raised the issue yesterday because there was some discussion of, well, they've only got 4 seats out of 11, so that doesn't mean they control it. And he said, no, actually, I've served on boards, and when you get to that percentage, you have effective control. So what he's trying to do is safeguard public interest and the diversity of commercial and private interests who all have a stake in this discussion. So I think his proposal has merit and would urge members to take a second look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, the fundamental misunderstanding is the FAA will be the safety regulator. They still will have the jurisdiction to go in and say these routes are not appropriate or not safe. That's clearly what we have here. Now, this does not, again, it's safeguard. What's it safeguards is for one entity to stop everything. I guess I kind of wish I had that veto power on this committee, but I don't. I've got to go through the process and let members be heard and debate the issues at its merits. So again, having a veto power over a board of any board gives one entity the ability to dominate. And finally, just to reiterate, the FAA is still the final arbiter of safety. If these routes aren't safety, if the spacing isn't safe, then the FAA steps in and says this is not the way to do it. So again, this agency will provide the service, and we believe by developing technology that the FAA hasn't been incapable of over the last 20 years or so, they'll be able to put it up, and we will have a safer, more efficient airspace.
Mr. Chairman, if you could just for 1 second. I believe, and I think Mr. Rikita, I mean, we all want the safety, but I think he's raising issues that relate to competition, which is different than safety. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you're right, the FAA could step in, obviously, on a safety issue. They aren't going to step in on a service issue. And I think what Mr. Rikita is trying to do here works, and it actually would negate my amendments that come later on adding a couple of board seats. But we're talking about a national system. And in fact, the statement was made yesterday by one segment of the industry that the truth of the matter is they pay in the majority, and GA shouldn't even have the 2 seats that they have on the board. But if we use that line of thinking, if you think about it for just a minute, we just passed a highway bill. If you use that line of thinking, then all of our highways would be going to the states of New York, to Texas, to California. We wouldn't have highways in Montana or South Dakota or North Dakota. We look at it as a national system. It's a national system. And for that matter, when it comes to the board, we should be looking at the airspace that everybody is going to be flying in. It doesn't matter if it's general aviation or business aviation or the airlines. We should be looking at it overall, and we should be able to have a unanimous decision on things that affect the entire industry. We are giving one segment a much more powerful position on this because, and it's been pointed out, effective control on a board is 30%. And for that matter, you know, if you even look at the makeup of this board, we're not doing it in a corporate board fashion. We're appointing heads of companies. We're appointing associations to it. We don't have HR people on there. We don't have audit experts on the board. We don't have people that are financial experts necessarily on the board. This is not going to be a corporate board like everybody's talking about, but we need to think of this in terms of a national system. And we have a board right now that is heavily weighted to one side and at very much against a very important segment of the operation. I will correct Mr. DeFazio slightly too. Business aviation is one of the areas that's going to be hit the hardest, and they don't have a seat on the board. It's AOPA that's going to be making the appointment for the two GA seats. But and I would withdraw my board amendments if this were to go on, because I think it accomplishes, actually does a better job than what I was trying to do with that. I would reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserve or yield, or will the gentleman yield to me then this time? The gentleman is, first of all, I certainly agree that the board needs to have representation of the GA community. That's why there's 2 board seats on this board. The second thing is that this board, if there's access restricted, there's a way for them to go to the FAA, to the department, and to dispute it. So it's not just going to be this board. Third, these board members will not, it explicitly states in there, they will not be, you can't be appointed to this board if you have some sort of financial tie to, whether it's the aviation, you can't have a board member from, say, for instance, NATCA, can't be a union member and an air traffic controller. Their job is to nominate and put on the board people that have a fiduciary responsibility to the corporation to see that the corporation functions appropriately and in the best manner for the national system. So again, giving one vote to one person to stop or approve or disapprove, I guess I should say, in these situations, you have a board that will not function. So again, I think we've put forth a balanced board, and I oppose Mr. Akita's both of Mr. Akita's amendment 35 and 40.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Katko.
Yeah, I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Akita.
To?
To Mr. Akita.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
I thank the gentleman from New York, and I thank the chairman for his interest. However, I think my amendments are being mischaracterized. My amendments do not require unanimity for all board decisions. So, for example, this technology improvement that we're also interested in and that you've talked, Mr. Chairman, so much about wanting to do, that would require a simple majority. How you want to achieve that at the board level, that's fine. But the most contentious things that are holding this legislation up, in my opinion, are negative impact to indirect competitors regarding our airspace by a weighted board, weighted to one section part of the industry. That would be removed. Same with any kind of change in fees and charges. Another very contentious part of this language. That would be taken off the table. But in no way do these amendments stop the board from working in all other respects. That language remains unchanged. And secondly, I think there's confusion about, frankly, fundamentally what privatization is. I come from a state that prides itself on privatization. Our latest, greatest example was the Indiana Toll Road. As Indiana Secretary of State, I was part of that process. And what we did is gave a for-profit company the ability to run the concession. Okay. But even with regard to fees and charges, they were capped and limited and structured in a certain way so that people were protected. All users were protected. Secondly, with regard to the Indiana Toll Road, at no time did the General Assembly, did the governor, did the Secretary of State or anyone else cede its governance authority such that the biggest payers into the system, in this case would be the trucks, could have more access. For example, run X number of hours a day, only let cars run a certain other hours a day, only let cars get off on certain ramps, let trucks, all that kind of thing. If you bring the analogy into our airspace system, as the witnesses admitted yesterday during my 2 rounds of questioning, is a possibility. If you go back and read the record and the example I gave, no one denied that that kind of motion, that kind of vote, that kind of approval, that kind of judicial review, that kind of review by the Secretary couldn't happen. It in fact can. And that's the major problem here. We are not giving a for-profit or nonprofit company the ability to run a concession. We are giving them control over an ecosystem. And it's the stakeholders of that ecosystem that are having conflicts right now because of this proposal. Unanimity of a board vote in these 2 areas would resolve a lot of that conflict, stress, and allow the ecosystem, I think, to thrive under this otherwise excellent idea a lot better. With that, I reserve.
Any other members wish to be heard? Again, I have a fundamental disagreement with the gentleman. I think given a board on any vote to be unanimous is, again, it becomes dysfunctional. And And I think that going forward with the way we have, allowing it to be debated, allowing members to be appointed to that board that have a fiduciary responsibility to that board, and of course being concerned with the national airspace. So with that, are there any amendments to the amendment? With that, we'll call up Mr. Rakita's Amendment 34 and 35, vote them on 35 and 40. And the question will be on the amendments in block, so we'll vote for them all at once. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlemen, ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like for UC to take two amendments out of order because I cannot be here after the votes, and I'd like to take...
1 second, let's finish this.
Oh,
We're going to have a recorded vote. Are we going to do it now? Or? Okay. Yeah, give us a minute here. We're going to figure out the timing. We should have a vote here momentarily. Mr. Cohen, you have a question?
Yeah, unanimous consent on 90 and 91 to take them out of order because I cannot be here after the vote, and I would appreciate the unanimous consent, and I'll be as quick as I can in explanation. Peter's okay. No, I'm going to offer him to be approved.
What's going on?
My flight's at 3:30. I can do them real quick. Real quick. Yeah, less than 5 minutes for both of them.
Okay, slight change in plans. Mr. Cohen is going to offer in block 90 and 91.
Not in bonk, just in quick.
Out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Amendment. Which one's the first one? 90. Proceed, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. 90 is an amendment I have with Mr. Davis of Illinois, and it would just simply state that on taxes at airports, that it will be enforced and make clear and delete a loophole from the 1994 law that said taxes imposed at airports should be used exclusively for airport improvements. Instead, what's happened is certain companies have taken at least one business outside of the airport area, wherefore it doesn't become exclusive, and taken taxes and used them outside of the airport area. This would say that taxes imposed at an airport could only be used at the airport, and it's what was in the 1994 bill, and it's been defeated by a loophole. Mr. Davis and I have this amendment because we think that these taxes would help airports, that they should be a connection between the tax and the use, and the tax at the airport should be used specifically at the airport. That's what the 94 law wanted. It helps interstate travelers and our nation's airports, and this would just simply correct that 1994 error, and I would yield to Mr. Davis if he would like to add something.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I'm glad we're friends again.
Always friends.
I too support this amendment. I think it's a common sense fix to an issue that needed to be corrected, as you said, from the 94 language. This amendment will address taxation, local taxes. It will address making sure that a small portion of these taxes that are for state or local taxes and the bulk of these additional charges don't go to pay for special projects like sports stadiums and convention centers. These taxes will only burden the traveling public. They hurt local residents, and that's why this needs to be clarified. I'm glad to support this amendment with you. I'm not going to read the rest of my speech, and I yield back.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi's.
Question of Mr. Cohen, if possible. Mr. Cohen, what do you mean at the airport?
The airport properties, like it's basically rental cars is the main thing we've had. We've had this issue. There was an issue about Judiciary Chairman Goodlatte waived jurisdiction to us because he felt it was a transportation issue, and that was a major step in this rental cars. When they have a tax on the rental car, the tax should be used only at the airport if it's a rental car facility at the airport.
I'm thinking of airports I've been at recently, and the rental car may be a mile away, or
that would be included. It would include those type of things that are
would it
connected to the
include
airport.
transportation systems to the airport, specifically to the airport?
No, sir.
So it would not. So if there was a metro system that could be extended to the airport, this could not apply.
That would not apply to them. No, sir, it would not.
Probably a good reason not to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Davis recognized.
I wanted to add, too, for many of the members of this committee, this amendment is actually supported by Americans for Tax Reform. You may need to go over and get your award on that, Mr. Cohen. This is a common...
Grover and I are friends, too.
I bet you are. This is supported by Americans for Tax Reform. This is a common sense change and a fix, and I'm glad Mr. Cohen has offered this, and I hope this passes unanimously. I yield back.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, I have a question. I'm very interested in the property around the airport. People got to be able to get to the airport. Is it anything in your amendment that would prohibit the airport from expanding transportation to get to the airport? The congestions around the airport? I mean, I represent Orlando.
I don't think, this only relates to taxes that are put on interstate travelers to pay for projects at the airport. So it doesn't really affect anything to do with transportation planning or additional transportation in the area to alleviate problems.
Follow up. Mr. Cohen, I understand the intent, but can you assure me that this does not affect transportation projects leading to the airport?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Lady yields, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification for both Mr. Cohen and Mr. Davis. This grandfathers in anything that's existing. It doesn't take away if you've got something that's, or a municipality that's got an existing tax. It grandfathers those in. This is anything from this point moving forward.
Mr. Garamendi.
I'm confused. I asked a question about transportation to the airport, and I was told that the amendment would not allow those taxes to be used for that purpose. And then in the, so let me ask the question again. To get to the airport, you may need a transportation system. Maybe it's a bus system, maybe it's a train, maybe it's simply a highway or an overpass or something like that, not on the airport property, but directly related to access to and from the airport. Does this prohibit the use of those funds for such a purpose?
No, sir, it would not affect any of those type facilities because the taxes would not be on those objects or systems that operate at the airport. This would be a system that, you're talking about a system that operates going to the airport, and any taxes on that would not be affected.
That's not the taxes on it. It is the use of the taxes.
The
use of the taxes.
That would not affect that either. The taxes could be used for things at the airport, and if it's exclusively an airport item, I presume it could be used for that.
Well, your presumption seems to be contrary to the language of the amendment.
Steve, could I suggest something?
Mr. Garamendi has the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. John, would you yield for a sec?
Of course.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen's under time constraints. The committee's under time constraints. There is some confusion here because there's another issue that relates to sales taxes on jet fuels at airports, and this is now something that's really targeting another issue, and there is some confusion here between what relates to the airport and what doesn't. I'd suggest, Steve, that maybe you want to withdraw, and I will be happy to work with you, and I think that the chairman would, to try and clarify this.
Yes.
And move forward with it when we go to the floor.
Yes.
Thank you. I will do that, and we'll.
And we're gonna have to take a vote. We're gonna
Rodney, you agree with that?
Rodney?
Okay.
We'll work with you on it, so we'll suspend that. We're going to take a vote. We have a vote on six amendments. The first one is Ms. Napolitano's. What is hers? Yeah, 22, but what does it deal with?
I'm voting yes.
Ms. Napolitano's deals with the F4A preemption vote. And again, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Ms. Norton?
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
No.
Ms. Brown votes no. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold?
No.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes no. Ms. Edwards?
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson?
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan?
Aye.
Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodle?
No.
Mr. Woodle votes no. Mrs. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
Aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Curbelo?
No.
Mr. Curbelo votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Boast?
No.
Mr. Boast votes no.
Okay.
Any members wish to be recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 31.
Amendment is not agreed to. The next vote is Mr. Ribble. He's asked for a recorded vote, but we're going to recognize Mr.
Mr. Chairman?
Ribble. Yes, Mr. Ribble.
Thank you for yielding. I will withdraw the amendment upon the agreement that you and I will work out the differences between now and when it comes to the floor.
We agree to that. Thank you, Mr. Ribble. So Mr. Ribbles is withdrawn for a vote. Next, it was Mr. Perry's. Mr. Perry's.
Doesn't he have to ask for UC to do that?
Does he have to ask for UC that? You have to ask for UC to do that. You withdraw your amendment.
Yeah. Can we have unanimous consent to withdraw? I'm sorry.
Unanimous consent requested. Any objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeFazio. With that, Mr. Perry, Amendment 56. And with that, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster votes yes. Mr. DeFazio?
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton?
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
No.
Ms. Brown votes no. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Cummings? No. Mr. Cummings votes no. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Hunter?
Aye.
Mr. Hunter votes aye. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Yep.
Mr. Crawford votes yes. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Sears?
No.
Mr. Sears votes no. Mr. Hannah? No. Mr. Hannah votes no. Ms. Edwards?
Oh, no.
Ms. Edwards votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Mr. Garamendi? No. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Denham? No. Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson? No. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Ribble?
Aye.
Mr. Ribble votes aye. Ms. Hahn?
No.
Ms. Hahn votes no. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Nolan?
No.
Mr. Nolan votes no. Mr. Meadows?
Yes.
Mr. Meadows votes yes. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? No. Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
No.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Sanford?
Aye.
Mr. Sanford votes aye. Ms. Esty?
No.
Ms. Esty votes no. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall votes aye. Ms. Frankel?
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Rokita?
Yes.
Mr. Rokita votes yes. Mrs. Bustos?
No.
Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes yes. Ms. Brownlee?
No.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Hardy?
Right here.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mrs. Walters?
Aye.
Mrs. Walters votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
Yes.
Mrs. Comstock votes yes. Mr. Corbello?
No.
Mr. Corbello votes no. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Madam Secretary, I'd like to be recorded.
Mr. Duncan has not been recorded?
He is not. Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan votes yes.
Mr. Micah?
Mr. Micah is recorded as a nay. Mr. Micah votes yea.
Any other members wish to vote? Any members wish to change their vote? With that, the clerk will report the roll call, the vote. Yeah, figured.
On this vote, the yeas are 22, the nays are 37.
The amendment is not agreed to. With that, we move on to Mr. Cohen, Amendment 88. With that, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young?
Big as I am, I'm voting yes.
Mr. Young votes yes. Ms. Norton?
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan?
No.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes yes. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold?
As a big guy, it pains me to vote no.
Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Definitely yes.
Mr. Sears votes yes. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes no. Miss Edwards?
Aye.
Miss Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson?
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Miss Hahn?
Yes.
Miss Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan?
Yeah, you betcha.
Mr. Nolan votes yes. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
What is this one?
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes yes. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Miss Titus? Miss Titus votes yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Miss Esty?
Aye.
Miss Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Miss Brownlee?
Aye.
Miss Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Corbello?
No.
Mr. Corbello votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any members haven't voted? Any members wish to change their vote? The clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 26, the nays are 33.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is the Hahn Amendment, number 59. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton?
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan?
No.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mrs. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold? What did he say? Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Yes.
Mr. Sears votes yes. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes no. Miss Edwards?
Aye.
Miss Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Miss Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry? Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes aye. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy?
No.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Corbello?
No.
Mr. Corbello votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any members haven't voted? Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no.
Any other members haven't voted? Any members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 26, the nays are 33.
The amendment is not agreed to. And the final vote is on the Rokita amendments in block 35 and 40. The clerk can call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton?
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan? No. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mrs. Miller.
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter.
No.
Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano. Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
Yes.
Mr. Crawford votes yes. Mrs. Napolitano. Mrs. Napolitano votes yes. Mr. Barletta. Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski. Mr. Farenthold. Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears.
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah. Mr. Hannah votes no. Ms. Edwards.
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham. Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble.
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan. Mr. Nolan votes yes. Mr. Meadows. Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick. Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry.
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney.
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford. Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Esty.
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodle. Mr. Woodle votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita.
Aye.
Mr. Rokita votes aye. Mrs. Bustos.
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko.
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy.
No.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello.
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters.
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock.
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Carpello.
No.
Mr. Corbello votes no. Mr. Browser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin.
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost.
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Crawford?
how am I recorded?
Has Mr. Crawford recorded?
Mr. Crawford is recorded as an aye.
I should be no.
Mr. Crawford votes no.
Any other members? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Any
Mr.
other
Cohen
members
votes
wish to
aye.
vote? Mr. Lipinski?
Mr. Lipinski votes aye.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any members wish to change their votes? With seeing none, you report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 32.
The amendment is not agreed to. All right, when are votes going to be called? Are we? Proceed. The next three amendments going forward are Ms. Brownlee's 39, Mr. Babin's 83, Babin's 33, Mr. DeFazio is 65. And with that, Ms. Brownlee is recognized to explain her amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair, and I ask unanimous consent. The amendment be considered as read. Thank you. And first, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I want to thank you for including my amendment that would increase penalties for reckless interference with wildfire suppression activities in the en-bloc agreement. I very much appreciate your support, and I hope that this amendment will also receive bipartisan support. As you may know, over 20 million people are victims of forced labor or human trafficking globally. In 2015, the U.S. National Human Trafficking Resource Center reported over 5,500 domestic human trafficking cases and received about 22,000 calls to their tip hotline. Sadly, over 1,600 of those cases involved children. We must do more to ensure that our railways, airways, and roadways are not conduits of human trafficking. That is why I was so pleased to see that Chairman Schuster included Section 403 in the underlying bill, which I understand that our colleague, Ms. Titus, spearheaded. I strongly support this language that will require flight attendants to receive training in recognizing and reporting suspected human trafficking to law enforcement. My amendment would simply add ticket counter agents, gate agents, and other airline employees whose jobs require regular interaction with passengers to also receive training on recognizing and responding to potential human trafficking. Alerting law enforcement will help to ensure that potential trafficking can be properly investigated by trained law enforcement officials. It will also ensure that those guilty of human trafficking can be interdicted. And it could also save the lives of victims who may be too scared to speak up. As you may know, the Department of Homeland Security already has a voluntary program in place called the Blue Lightning Initiative, intended to train airline personnel to identify and report on potential human trafficking. However, I understand that only a handful of air carriers have signed up since Blue Lightning was launched in 2013. My amendment would simply ensure that airline employees who are best positioned to help fight human trafficking have the training they need to appropriately report it. I urge you to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. I thank the gentlelady for offering her an amendment. The AIR Act currently has provisions requiring flight attendants to receive training on how to recognize and respond to potential human trafficking victims. We have no opposition on this amendment at this point. Any other members care to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Who's calling me? Oh, Mrs. Comstock.
okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to support this amendment. I know there might be some issues about jurisdiction or things, but I would hope whatever we can work out in support of this. And I had spoken to Ms. Titus a little earlier, too, so appreciate expanding this where we can. Thank you.
No opposition to it. Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady for bringing this forward. We do know that this is a route for human traffickers, and I think this is an excellent amendment, and I really, really support her advocacy on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other members wish to be heard? Seeing none, any amendments? Yes, Mr. Sanford.
Just a point of clarification. Doesn't this move, Delta attendant there at the gate office into sort of a de facto quasi-law enforcement or informant role? I mean, isn't this a mixing of roles in imposing this additional duty into somebody that's in the private sector? I'd like to get a little bit more clarification on that.
Ms. Brownlee, if you want to answer that.
Well, I think we can look into that. I think that if they're employees of the airlines, they're culpable if they're not reporting and are trained. And I think so. I think it's important that anyone who has contact with passengers that understand human trafficking and can help to identify that, to simply report it to law enforcement, and from there law enforcement takes over. It's just a simple reporting.
Would the gentleman yield? The underlying bill does require this for flight attendants, so the airlines are going to have to develop a training module for this. That's in the underlying bill. So this would just say other people who are going to come in contact with the flying passengers would have the same training that the flight attendants get, which will just basically alert them. It's just like what TSA uses, like they're sweating, they look weird, they're doing this, they're doing that. Then you call law enforcement. So it's not putting them in a position of law enforcement. It's like a teacher calling and saying, "Gee, I think this kid might have been abused." It's the same.
But, I mean, if you look at the TSA program, it's been proven to be surprisingly ineffective in terms of actually reading people's body languages. There was actually a GAO study on that very front. And now we're going to cast, you know, the person checking in umpteen different bags with the role of trying to read the same time while they're measuring the weight of the bag. I mean, I think it's a great intentions with regard to this amendment. But again, it's another authority, it's another responsibility being placed on that person who's trying to check in all this stuff, and now they're going to have to try and read body language. If they didn't get it right, there's some degree of culpability. I struggle with that.
Well, again, I think, clearly they have their responsibilities, but if they are noticing something that looks odd or strange, that may be suspect, I believe that it's better to report it than not to report it. It's a safer road, I think, to travel. And again, as the ranking member explained, it's just simply reporting to law enforcement. The facts may not be there ultimately, but that's for law enforcement to make that decision.
Gentlemen, yield back. Anybody else wish to be recognized on this? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the Brownlee Amendment number 39, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Appears to the chair, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And Mr. Sanford? Thank you, Mr. Sanford. That's everyone? Yep. Till the, oh.
Not till the end.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, just to alert everybody, this is what we're doing. We're going to do the Babin Amendment 83, DeFazio 65, Garamonde 87, Comstock 28, Norton 72, Carbello 43, Capuano 42, and Farenthold 49. And with that, recognize Dr. Babin for his amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Babbitt number 83. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would simply give the American people, through their elected representatives in Congress, a final check of the new ATC Corporation's ability to assess and impose fees on the traveling public. My amendment would do this by allowing Congress through a joint resolution that makes it all the way through the legislative process during the 90-day review period. It would block the implementation of any fee increase. I recognize that the overarching goal of this entire ATC Corporation endeavor is to get the FAA and the federal government out of the air traffic control business. Therefore, let me point out just a few of the reasons why this amendment is not in contradiction to that effort. This resolution would not be guaranteed a privileged or expedited procedural process. It would be up to the appropriate committee chairs and leadership in both chambers to decide when and if to bring the resolution forward, just like any other piece of legislation. In the Senate, the resolution would most likely not be exempt from a filibuster and therefore would be subject to the typical 60-vote threshold for moving legislation forward. I would point out that this is actually a tougher climb than the procedures for the Congressional Review Act resolution that we passed this Congress to block Waters of the United States scheme. Finally, the resolution, if passed by Congress, would still need the support and signature of the President to go into effect and block the fee increase. If the President were to veto the resolution, a two-thirds vote in both chambers would be needed. Given those facts, it should be obvious that any proposed fee would need to attract widespread bipartisan opposition to be successfully challenged and nullified through this procedure. Instead of having Congress micromanage the process, we would instead serve as a last-ditch measure and a safeguard against an unreasonable, outrageous fee increase that nevertheless manages to clear the ATC board and the court system. Finally, no matter the outcome, the votes on these resolutions would let the American people know where their elected representatives stand on any proposed fee increase, no matter who is in charge of imposing them. Let me say again that this amendment does not hamstring the ATC Corporation, but rather it just gives Congress a fail-safe measure to rein it in if absolutely necessary. This is a stamp of disapproval, basically, is what this is. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Babin. I agree with what Dr. Babin's amendment tries to accomplish. I have no opposition to it. Any members wish to be heard on this amendment? Any members wish to offer an amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of Mr. Babin's amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The amendment passes. The amendment is agreed to. Next is Mr. DeFazio, number 65.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a very brief video. I'd like them to run the video now and hope members will pay attention. It's not funny. Yep, well. Well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. We started partway through it. That is a relatively small amount of lithium batteries. The manufacturers have told us that the fire suppression systems on their aircraft are not adequate to control a lithium battery fire. Yet, in the bill, we're going to perpetuate an amendment that was adopted in the last FAA bill at the behest of the Chinese battery manufacturers, Chinese device manufacturers, and those Americans who are licensing the devices and batteries in China. They're saying it's impossible to move lithium batteries in containers, in ships, or other ways that would interrupt their supply chain. It's so urgent that the batteries move so quickly they must go on aircraft. We have already lost 2 cargo airplanes because of uncontrolled lithium battery fires. You know, for years, the United States of America has pushed the international community to do things they don't want to do in terms of safety. You know, we have set that standard. This says we can't do that. We are bound to the ICAO and whatever rules they adopt. Essentially, China has a veto power over any safety rules regarding lithium batteries. Now, the advisory committee of ICAO has said, get them off. ICAO has failed to act. We don't know if they will act. And yet, in this bill, we're going to say if ICAO doesn't act until there is an accident on a passenger airplane with lithium batteries as the designated cause, God forbid it's like ValueJet over the Everglades, which it could likely be, we can't regulate. Now, we've always talked about the tombstone mentality at FAA. We've moved away from that a lot. But this is a statutorily reimposing a tombstone authority. You know, this is, you know, we've looked at this. I mean, relatively small batteries can cause this, let alone a large number of the small batteries packaged together. You know, let's just go to one issue. Flight deck UPS Flight 6 takes off Dubai. Plane's cargo of lithium batteries ignited. According to the official accident report, the cockpit was filling with persistent, continuous smoke and fumes 4 minutes after the first fire warning. 4 minutes after that, the environment was full of continuous blinding smoke. So thick, the crew, even though they had put on their masks, could not see the cockpit instruments inches in front of their face. 21 minutes later, the plane was out of the control, slammed into the ground. That was 29 minutes, beginning to fatal accident. Now, I would hate to think that we're going to tie the hands of the FAA from making a recommendation. Most of our major airlines have already said, no way, no how, we don't want those. But guess what? We have interlining of cargo and baggage, and since some of the foreign airlines and some airlines are still allowing the carriage, we don't really know if there's lithium batteries in the hold or not of these passenger airplanes. It should be a uniform rule that is adopted. and we should allow the Regulatory Safety Authority, because we've talked a lot here about safety, to go ahead and make a rule. And there'll be plenty of time between now and the time the rule is adopted, even if they do an emergency rulemaking, for all of the Chinese manufacturers under contract to all the U.S. device makers to begin to put the cargo on ships. I'm a little less concerned about a shipborne fire in a cargo container than I am about lithium battery fires on a long-range aircraft. So I would urge that my colleagues adopt this. I mean, 8 batteries is what was involved in that. That wasn't a cargo hold, it wasn't a pallet, that was 8 batteries that caused that catastrophic event. The plane would not have survived that fire. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Micah is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate Mr. DeFazio's concern, and we do want to make certain that we do transport lithium batteries safely. Everybody who's got a cell phone here, raise your hand. You all got cell phones out there? Everybody's got a cell phone. There's 50 people here. That's 150 lithium batteries. How many of you take them on an airplane? So average airplane, 150 to maybe 300 people. They've got them. Laptops, God forbid you should take them. Is it Mr. Costello that showed the laptop that exploded? Remember when we did this, and now we're all going to hell in a handbasket. But they do, all of these do pose a risk. I mean, you put this in your bag, you could put it above where this amendment doesn't do it. What this amendment does is repeal Section 828, which we put in the law. First of all, most of the bulk lithium batteries are being transported probably out of China. That's where most of them are produced, right, staff? Okay, they agree. We tried to get an international standard. I heard Mr. DeFazio say, ICAO hasn't acted. ICAO did act. They acted on the metal lithium batteries. They right now are considering, in April, will work on ion. What you do want is a harmonized international standard. So what you don't want is FAA setting some standard that's different, that really won't apply, that isn't going to do this. We need this done together internationally. We've tried to make certain that the cargo holds on passenger aircraft are well protected. That's very important. And they have extinguishers. They have all kinds of precautions. And since ICAO has put in place the packaging requirements, I defy anyone to tell me we've had an incident since they put those standards in place, okay? So repealing this section is, to me, a step back. We need to have this standard. Most of the risk, I told you where it comes from in transporting the huge quantities. We still have issues with even the ones that you'll bring on board and that we have aboard. And I can tell you that the way we wrote 828, the DOT has the clear power to act if there's a proven need to do so. It's not that we don't want to do anything, and if I didn't think DOT didn't have the authority, I would support the DeFazio amendment. So he strips this amendment. He leaves us hanging. It leaves us hanging out. They have, in fact, taken action. We do need a standard to deal with the bigger issue of transport, and FAA does, and DOT has the authority to act. So I know he has good intent, but I reluctantly oppose the amendment, and I think it's good to keep the 828, which is working, in place. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Brown?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield to the ranking member my 5 minutes.
I thank my friend. Well, Mr. Micah kind of used a different word. The statute actually says accident, It does not say proven need. So the proven need would be an accident. And if the accident is similar to value jet, it's a lot of dead people. But then we would have a proven need. That's incredible. You know, we have TCAS because the United States of America required it. Nobody else in the world had it, and the world followed us. We've got ground proximity warning because the United States of America pioneered it and required it, and the world followed. Now we're so pathetic that if we adopt a ban on lithium batteries, oh, that will cause dissonance in the international community because we have banned them from airplanes. Well, guess what? The world would ultimately follow, ICAO would follow, because the destination is the United States of America for a very large percentage of those batteries. Why should we hobble the FAA? We're not mandating that they act. We're just saying that we're going to repeal a statute that says they can't act until people die. So I think it would be better, and I would hesitate to be on the other side of this issue, because a plane goes down, oh, you wouldn't let the FAA, maybe the FAA doesn't think it's necessary. Maybe the FAA has an inside track on ICAO. Maybe ICAO is going to listen to their advisory committee and ban them. I doubt it, but maybe they will. Now, okay, great. But to say the FAA, can't, in the public interest, to protect life and safety, begin to promulgate rules regarding the shipment of lithium batteries, I think is a very, very perilous path, and also politically, truthfully, a very perilous vote to cast.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. Too, I want to underscore what Mr. DeFazio said about the U.S. Has the opportunity here to be a leader on transportation of lithium-ion batteries. The ICAO, as good an organization as it is not leading. It has been dragging its feet. We have been dragging our feet. The U.S. can be a leader on this, and I think we ought to approve this amendment. And I want to remind folks, with all due respect to Mr. Micah's example about who has a phone or a laptop or a iPad or some other tablet with a lithium-ion battery, when you're traveling in an airplane, you're not stacking yourself on top of other people with their lithium-ion battery-powered devices. The idea that you're carrying it is not a big deal. The idea here is the lithium-ion batteries being transported, palletized, one on top of each other in a cargo hold. That becomes the issue. We've had that experience with lithium-ion batteries in proximity in airplanes in this country for the 787. That's an example. That got fixed, but it did get fixed after some problems. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about individuals carrying a lithium-ion battery-powered laptop or smartphone onto an airplane. It's about the proximity of the numbers of lithium-ion batteries being palletized, stacked together, and transported. Yield back.
Gentlemen, yield.
I will yield the remaining of my time to Mr.
Unfortunately, we don't. This is the size of the box, which I could pick up. I'm not that strong or that big. That took down the cargo plane. This box, about yay big, with lithium batteries in it. And as the gentleman just made the point, I'm not stacking my iPad on the chairman's and on my staff's and everybody else's and then putting them in the cargo hold. Once one of these batteries goes critical, it becomes a chain reaction. It only takes one, and the whole thing goes. As you know, Boeing learned the hard way in the 787. And by the way, they never figured out how to deal with it. So the only way they can deal with it is to evacuate all of the oxygen. So now we still have lithium batteries on 787s, and the solution is they are vented to the outer atmosphere so the fire will die. Well, doing that inside a plane is, depressurization. It's very problematic. It isn't a contained battery box. So this is a very serious issue. Thank you. I thank the gentleman.
Gentleman yield.
It's his time.
Yep, he yielded. Mr. Costello?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in opposition to Ranking Member DeFazio's amendment, removing Section 828 as a broad stroke that would change existing law for lithium battery transport. Of particular concern is that this amendment would inappropriately include medical device batteries in new regulations, resulting in severe supply chain bottlenecks, increased costs, and restricted patient access to medically necessary care. This amendment risks the supply and access to life-saving medical technology. If there is a shortage of critical devices such as pacemakers, which rely on lithium batteries that are safely manufactured here in the U.S., the DeFazio amendment would impose undue burdens and costs that would jeopardize timely access to these important devices. The legislation offered by Chairman Schuster more than adequately strikes the balance between rigorous air safety provisions and allowing commerce to function in an appropriate and necessary manner. I would call on my colleagues to oppose the DeFazio amendment and likewise want to convey my personal willingness to work with the chairman and ranking member, along with representatives from the aviation and medical device and technology industries, to promote safety and ensure that life-saving technologies and the batteries that power them remain available to patients in a timely manner. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield a second?
Sure.
Okay. Well, thanks. Since my name was mentioned again.
Wait, was it?
And with again, the 828 provision, we have led. We put that in 4 years ago, I think this week. Someone just told me we passed the bill. We have led at ICAO, and folks, ICAO is the International Civil Aviation Organization. We've been up to Montreal. They have already banned metal lithium. In April, they will ban the ion lithium. And it's so important that we have this international standard. Those planes that are flying cargo, too, all are our domestic carriers. We have huge numbers of international flights cargo, and we want to make certain that that plane that Mr. DeFazio is worried about. My concern is, again, you can lose a couple of pilots, and that would be tragic, but you can also have that plane disintegrate over our skies, and that could be horrific, or coming into one of our cities. So that's why it's so important that we continue our work to get an international standard so that we're protected, and we are well on our way. I have been a critic of ICAO in the past, but unless you have that international standard, we're playing Russian roulette with those cargo planes that are flying in our airspace. I yield back.
Yeah, and real quick, you had said earlier about Costello and a computer burning. That was the other Costello, right? That was from the old Costello.
Yes, and that was Mr. Costello, and he put up
right. I just want to clarify for the record.
A laptop that was actually sitting in the corridor of an airport. It wasn't on a plane. These things can be pretty destructive, even the ones you have. The laptop he showed us blowing up could do a lot of damage. So we do need to make certain we have protections in place, but we've also got to continue down the path that we're on, which is a solid, firm path. Having this provision that we put in 4 years ago taken away and going helter-skelter in some other direction is not going to do it. ICAO sets the standards for the world, and we're subject to having planes of all nations coming in and out of our airspace. I yield back.
I would encourage all members to get to the point quickly. We've been at this for 5.5 hours. We've had 28 amendments. We have 42 more to go. I'm here for the duration. I just want to encourage members, let's get to the point, let's get to the vote. And with that, are any of the members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Capuano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That wasn't helpful.
I will be brief, and we're not starting at 34 seconds. The gentleman, I won't use his name again, so we won't have to go around again, but just talked about a foreign carrier coming into the U.S. whose plane disintegrates because of a lithium battery fire, and we want ICAO to act so that won't happen. Actually, the U.S. can prohibit the carriage of goods into the United States that we consider to be dangerous. So we can say no airplane. It's just like we require certain minimum instrumentation on airplanes. We put requirements on foreign carriers landing in the U.S., and we can say you can't use our airspace transporting lithium batteries. That's number one. So that's sort of a bizarre twist on the argument. But secondly, I talked to the FAA representative who's negotiating this issue, and he said ICAO has been blowing us off because they know that we can't do anything. That's what our negotiator told me. I can't advocate, strongly because they know Congress has tied my hands behind my back. So, the ICAO Advisory Committee has acted, subject to action by the entire ICAO, including the People's Republic of China. So you tell me when we're going to get an appropriate ban on the transport of these things. And we can certainly deal with batteries that go in life-saving devices in safe ways, in small amounts. But to not allow the FAA to determine what's a safe amount, what's safe packaging, to move certain critical goods that are very time-sensitive, occasionally by air, versus mass transport day in, day out by air, which isn't necessary, that is what the question is before us. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Any members wish to seek recognition? Seeing none. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. Question is on Mr. DeFazio's amendment. It's number 65. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. According to the chair, it seems the noes have it, but Mr. DeFazio has requested a vote. We will do that. We will postpone the vote until later time to be announced. Again, we have 40-some amendments left to go. I would encourage members to get to the point. Let's get to the vote, and we can move along. With that, that was right. Mr. Garamundi, number 87. Mr. Garamundi is recognized to explain his amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk. Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you. We've had a lot of discussion about drones and what to do with them, how to punish those who may be flying their drone in the wrong place. This amendment is an amendment that deals with the question of who owns the drone. Now, the FAA established a emergency regulation saying that you had to register your drone. Some people called that the drone tax, $5. Go to the FAA website and sign up that you're the owner of the drone, put down the necessary identification, and you're on there. It just seems to me that was an extremely difficult and unnecessary way to find out who owns a drone. This amendment simply says that at the point of sale, there shall be a registration of the ownership of the drone, and the retailer or the seller should keep those records. And if there's an incident and the drone winds up landing on an airstrip at the LAX airport, we can find out. We know the model, we know the identification numbers, serial numbers. We can go to the retailer and get the information. Very cheap, very easy, and by the way, I suspect every retailer is already gathering this information because they want to sell the lithium batteries or whatever for the drone and whatever add-on equipment may be available or necessary for that drone. So this is an easy way to keep a registration system, requiring the seller of the drone, the retailer, to maintain a registration system. The FAA wouldn't need to do it. Law enforcement agencies can go directly, should they capture a drone in an inappropriate place, carrying out an inappropriate activity. So that's what it is. It's very simple, very straightforward. Keeps the government out of it until a drone is found to be violating airspace and they actually get their hands on the drone. So I would ask for an aye vote for eliminating an unnecessary governmental regulation and the dreaded drone tax.
Yield. Any other members like to speak on the amendment? Any amendments to the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. You're asking for a recorded vote? You're asking for a recorded vote. I'll turn it over to the chairman, because I was going to deny you.
Can I clarify that? You're asking for a recorded vote? Okay. Record votes requested. We'll postpone it till some other time. We'll let you know when we get back from votes. I thought, votes are? Votes aren't happening. Okay. Okay, Record votes requested, and again, we will postpone that, roll that at a later date. With that, Ms. Comstock, number 28 is recognized for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By way of background, Congress appropriated $22.5 million to the FAA in fiscal years 2015 and 16 for investment in a space-based automatic dependent surveillance broadcast system, or ADS-B. And what this amendment does, it's like a next-generation application for oceanic flights. It's good policy and good technology, but the FAA has been slow in moving this along and has an unnecessary two-step redundant process to implement it. The result of delayed implementation is that we still remain behind our foreign partners, and it will cost airline carriers millions in fuel costs just to readjust to our antiquated separation standards when they approach U.S. airspace.
Will the gentlelady suspend for a minute?
Yes.
We've accepted this, that passed en bloc.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, then, thank you.
We're doing number 28, which is the FAA grants FAA authority to include state and municipal property and existing indemnification requirements for commercial space launches.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Who's calling? Oh,
I thought you accepted the other one, and this one wasn't accepted.
Well, this is an issue, and it was discussed at length.
hold on 1 second, Ms. Johnson. So which amendment, or is the Comstock amendment?
It was.
Indemnification for space launches.
Yeah, that was already accepted. I'm talking about a different one.
We accept 29.
Oh, 29 or 28?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got to miss. Can I pass and come back to you?
We'll do that. We'll pass and come back to this
Okay.
one. We're going to put this one on hold for a few minutes and go to Ms. Norton's number.
Clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Which, was that 28 or 29?
This 29 was accepted. That's the
Okay.
Oceanic. This is 28. This is for, it was accepted en bloc. This is 28. It's for the FAA, grants the FAA authority to include state and municipal property in existing indemnification requirements for commercial space launches. We accepted the Oceanic one. Okay? We're going to skip over this so we can all get our bearings on 28 and go to Ms. Norton. Ms. Norton, number 72, and she appears. Ms. Norton, amendment number 72.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. My amendment would direct the FAA to consult with the relevant security agencies and issue regulations for the reopening of helicopters within the Washington, D.C. flight zone to what would amount to limited commercial service. The only heliport in the nation's capital has been closed since 9/11. Mind you, New York was opened a few days after 9/11. It's the only capital in the world where you can't travel by helicopter. And yet, right after 9/11, it was a temporary command center for private and public aviation. And there has been a very good dry run because for a limited period of time, there were a number of helicopter flights here so long as you got a waiver. I regard that as a pilot that was successful. There were no issues. I'm asking that this long after everybody else in the United States is open, including New York, where the worst of the disaster occurred, there's just no reason why all up and down the East Coast you cannot fly into the nation's capital. Many members on our committee are affected. I'm going to read off some of the destinations from which routinely helicopters came and they can no longer come to the nation's capital. Newburgh, New York, Morristown, New Jersey, West Trenton, New Jersey. Almost all of these, by the way, are businesses. Springfield, Massachusetts, Trenton, New Jersey, Teterboro, New Jersey, Farmington, New York, Weymouth, Massachusetts, Teterboro, New Jersey, Windsor, Connecticut, White Plains, New York, Newark, New Jersey, Teterboro, Newcastle, Delaware, Easton, Maryland, Teterboro again. There are several from Teterboro, all the way down to Richmond, Virginia, Wilmington, Delaware, Fairfax, Virginia, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Statesville, North Carolina, again, from Massachusetts all the way to North Carolina, Nice Hat, New York, Tipton, Maryland. Mr. Chairman, this is essentially taking commerce by helicopter on the East Coast off the map. There's no way to appeal. There's no way to know why. And there's no way to even get a waiver so that we could try it out here. Earlier, I submitted a question for the record to the FAA, and the FAA was willing to do this and to consult with the enforcement agencies, but it's never happened. It's time the committee said, look, try it out. See if you can open the nation's capital and the entire East Coast to helicopter travel, just as every other heliport in the United States is now open to helicopter traffic. My amendment would move the process forward, and I ask my colleagues to support the amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. We are going to suspend. Votes have been called under the new speaker's rule. They're shutting that, to bring the gavel down pretty quickly. You have 11 minutes. Votes are supposed to go till about 4:45. We will reconvene at 5 o'clock, so I'll give you a little bit of time to go back to your office and call your family and your friends. But right now, we stand in recess until 5 p.m. Thank you.
I don't have any more friends out.
Should I ask for a vote on this one? I'm not sure.
No, I'm gonna.
you underneath. I didn't know what you were.
Committee will come to order. We will proceed. Ms. Norton had about 3 minutes or 30 seconds to a minute left. I think you yielded back. Look, I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. However, I must oppose. The federal law enforcement agencies have repeatedly raised their objection to reopening South Capitol Street heliport in the interest of national security, including the security of this complex. My knowledge is that Transportation Security Administration has not rescinded its objection to reopen this heliport, and I think we need to respect that security determination at this time. So at this time, I'd have to oppose the amendment. Any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Ms. Norton's amendment say aye. All those opposed, no. No. According to the chair, the noes have it. Thank the gentlelady. With that, we move on to Mr. Corbello's amendment 43. Give me some more. Mr. Corbello, number 43. Corbello is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Chairman, by now we have all heard of the Zika virus. This virus, which is predominantly spread by mosquitoes, is having a devastating impact on the populations of several countries in South America, some of which are advising women to avoid getting pregnant until 2018. It's also been reported that the Zika virus could negatively impact the Olympics this summer in Rio de Janeiro. In Florida, Governor Scott has declared a public health emergency in 4 counties where the Zika virus has been found, including Miami-Dade County, a district I represent. The World Health Organization has issued a public emergency, and the CDC is on high alert. Also, I represent the Florida Keys, where mosquitoes nest and reproduce in the millions. We've been trying for years to successfully contain these pests that in the summertime make the area almost uninhabitable. I've met with the Florida Keys Mosquito Control Board about their desire to use unmanned aircraft systems to reach remote areas to conduct targeted fumigation of mosquito nests. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would do 2 things. It would declare a sense of Congress that when the World Health Organization declares a public health emergency, UAS can be used to eradicate pests that spread the disease. It would also allow UAS to be exempt from the line-of-sight requirement in order to responsibly and safely eradicate mosquitoes. As our nation braces for a potentially dangerous influx and spread of the Zika virus, it's time we use this technology to control the mosquito population and prevent the spread of dangerous diseases. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I strongly urge a yes vote and reserve the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment. We understand the situation is not good out there. This is an innovative way to deal with it. There are some concerns about it, but I'm willing to accept the amendment in light of the fact of what's this virus, and again, continue to work with the gentleman to make sure those concerns are taken care of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seek recognition.
Mr. Larson, please.
Mr. Chairman, we oppose the amendment offered by the gentleman, but we certainly would be open to working with him as we move forward. And if he could not accept it at this time, we would like to work with him going forward.
Did the gentleman recognized?
I thank the chairman and the ranking member, and I certainly look forward to working out any safety concerns that some may have with regards to this amendment, but I do think it's critical that we employ this technology in a responsible way to keep Americans safe, especially to keep the people of South Florida safe. And I will certainly work with the chairman, with the ranking member, and really with any of my colleagues here who have concerns to work them out as this bill continues to move forward.
Would the gentleman be willing to withdraw? I think the ranking member and I both agree it's a serious problem. We just want to make sure that there's some concerns over completely exempting some of these UASs. So if the gentleman is willing to withdraw, I think you have.
Mr. Chairman, if the chairman and the ranking member are committed to helping us work these out and getting this into the final product, I would certainly be willing to withdraw.
Absolutely. We're spending a lot of time on UAS. We'll spend more time on UAS, absolutely.
So the gentleman withdraws?
I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman, and again, we have our word to continue to work on this, this important issue. Go to Ms. Comstock. What number is this? 28? 28. Okay, Ms. Comstock, number 28 is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment offered today is a straightforward solution to an oversight in the law concerning insurance for commercial space launch. State-owned and operated spaceports are regulated by the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation, which licenses the 10 non-federal launch facilities in the U.S. State taxpayer investments in space launch facilities, both improvements to existing federal launch ranges as well as the development of independent state spaceports, have significantly grown the U.S. launch capacity at little to no cost to the federal government. Unfortunately, FAA regs have not kept pace with the rapid growth in state government investment. So what this amendment does is it does not mandate the FAA to issue or update insurance standards. It simply makes clear that the FAA will have the authority, pending the publication of a Comptroller General report that's already required, to issue or update insurance standards to close this inconsistency in policy. This allows the FAA to fix this issue now without having to wait for another FAA reauthorization some years down the road. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. This amendment builds on the bipartisan legislation that was signed into law last year by giving the FAA authority to act on certain recommendations that may be forthcoming from reports contained in this bill. I thank the gentlelady for her leadership in this issue, and I would urge all members to support this amendment. And that I yield to Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, regrettably, I need to oppose this amendment. We just think it attempts to short-circuit a process that Congress has enacted. Just this past November, as part of the U.S. Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act, the Act included a requirement for the GAO to study this policy, the policy that this amendment would require the FAA to execute. The study is not due till November of this year, yet this amendment assumes that it will find the FAA should impose insurance minimums for launch licenses with respect to state and municipal property. I'd also note the GAO study was included in the Act because there was not enough support to impose more specific requirements on FAA with respect to its insurance minimums, including as it related to state and municipal property. We should let the GAO complete its study so that we know more about the underlying policy before requiring FAA to execute it. This amendment is simply just premature, and I'd urge a no vote.
Any member seek Ms. Edwards?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would join my colleague in opposition and would note that the majority just passed, not even a couple of months ago, the Commercial Space Launch Act with the study that was referenced by Mr. Larson. It then passed out of the Senate and went on to the, and has gone on. And I think it's, you know, it's really not, it is quite premature. And I think these are issues that we've handled at great length and some detail within the Science and Technology Committee, on which Ms. Comstock and I sit and serve. And I would ask if the gentlelady would consider withdrawing that and bringing it up in the context of our Science and Technology Committee that would allow us to build on what we've already done under the CSLA.
Just to point out, this is our jurisdiction in this committee. The Science and Technology would still be referred back to us, just to make sure we clarify that jurisdiction.
But
Mr.
Chairman, am I clear that the CSLA, though, when we authorized the CSLA, we put the study in for the purposes of being able to then come back with a recommendation about how the FAA should proceed. And that was just 2 months ago.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Comstock.
Well, I would note that the amendment is pending completion and publication of the report. So I would like to move forward on the amendment.
Right. Is Ms. Comstock saying, I think she just said it, when the report's done, FAA can move forward, according to her amendment. Any other members wish to be heard? Any amendments to the amendment? With that, all in favor of Ms. Comstock's amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no?
No.
According to the chair, the ayes have it. And the next amendment is Mr. Capuano, number 42. Yes, let me just briefly let you know what's the order. Mr. Capuano, 42, Mr. Farenthold, 49, Mr. Napolitano, 21, Mr. Gibbs, 16, Mr. Lipinski, 88, Mr. Ribble, 36, Mr. Cohen, 91. It's offered by Mr. Duncan. And with that, go to Mr. Capuano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I intend to withdraw this amendment after a brief introduction of it. This is an attempt to simply bring parity relative to the Family Medical Leave Act for railroad workers. For an anomaly of the law, they are not covered by this. A couple of years ago, I think it was 2009, we passed a special rule that really helped airline workers, both flight attendants and pilots, and the same concept was behind this bill. It's an attempt to simply allow them to have the benefits of the Family Medical Leave Act that actually truly embraces the concept of family, but I understand that this bill may have some issues relative to germaneness, and with that in mind, we'll hold it for another time. With that, I withdraw it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. And just to let everybody know, Mr. DeFazio and I have agreed to limit debate to 5 minutes for or 5 minutes against. If you offer an amendment, you have 5 minutes. You can use your entire 5 minutes, or you can yield a minute or two to somebody else. So that's been a unanimous consent agreement without objection, so ordered. So we're going to move forward in that regard and hopefully get out of here at a reasonable hour. With that, Mr. Farenthold, number 49.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk asking unanimous consent to be considered as read. So Amendment 49 bans foreign and domestic air carriers providing air transportation into the United States to a passenger who is a refugee for 3 years. President Obama has vowed to admit 10,000 refugees into the United States when his own administration has told him they can't properly be vetted. This is especially true of refugees coming from Syria. He's endangering the lives of American citizens by rushing a program that's been proven to have flaws. I have serious concerns that ISIS operatives may attempt to infiltrate in the flood of refugees. Without appropriate screening, vetting, permitting so many refugees into the United States presents a national security risk. Both the Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, and FBI Assistant Director for Counterterrorism, Michael Steinbach, has expressed concerns that without proper procedures in place to vet the refugees, President Obama's plan poses a threat to the safety of the country. They've also further admitted that there isn't data to vet them against out of Syria. We don't have the resources in place in Syria to have adequate data. So after terrorist attacks like we saw in Paris, France, here at home in San Bernardino, California, I'm looking for any options available for Congress to temporarily stop the influx of refugees from this country, and that's why I'm offering this amendment. While it's important we balance humanitarian concerns with national security concerns, we must protect American lives first. With respect to refugees from Syria, it's substantially less expensive to relocate them in the area. In fact, the numbers I've seen indicate that for the price of bringing one Syrian refugee to the United States, 12 Syrian refugees can be housed in a safe area in the region. And I ask all members to support this amendment and yield the balance of my time to my fellow Texan, Mr. Babin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Farenthold. I would concur with what my fellow Texan said and would speak in favor of this amendment. Just about less than 2 weeks ago, we had several arrests, one in my district of a refugee from that area that was planning on blowing up the Galleria shopping mall, the largest shopping area in the city of Houston, Texas, of which I represent. So I speak in favor of the amendment. It is a national crisis. It is an enormous issue with most Americans as they are apprehensive about the refugee program. And as Mr. Farenthold said, our Mr. Clapper, Mr. Comey of the FBI, and also Secretary Jay Johns of the Homeland Security Department say they cannot properly vet and screen these people out. And all we have to do is look at the problems of Western Europe and what they're going through, especially Sweden and Germany today. Do we really want that for the United States? I yield back.
I recognize Mr. Larson. Opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to oppose this amendment and encourage people to vote against it. The House has already considered legislation intended to strengthen the screening of refugees, and to ensure terrorists who mean us harm are not able to enter the United States as refugees. The Senate passed legislation. We're moving forward. We've moved forward on tightening refugee entry into the United States. We also do know that the existing screening process is an 18 to 24-month process. It is not at all like the European situation where the European countries are next door to Syria. It's extremely different. I think the number is somewhere to 23 to 2,400 refugees from Syria have entered the country over the last several years, and that is all. It, again, is nothing like Europe. And this may be in our jurisdiction to do, but this certainly is not the committee to be debating Syrian refugee policy. We have committees to do that. I just encourage people to oppose this amendment. We've passed legislation. The screening is tough, and I would currently reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman, on this. But I'll yield time to you.
Yes, look, I understand what you're trying to get in this. I have to oppose it. I'm not sure that there aren't refugees from the Ukraine or other places in the world that, again, and I supported stopping refugees coming from countries that you can't, that are broken systems. But again, I just don't know if it's that, does this capture refugees, or are there Ukrainian refugees? Are there other places of the world that, that things are happening, that people are trying to get out for other reasons than, again, within the Middle East? So I would have to this time oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, then I'll yield back the balance of the time.
Any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of Mr. Farenthal's amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. According to the chair, the noes have it. And with that, we'll move on to the next amendment. Ms. Napolitano, number 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment protects 45 states and approximately 10,000 local governments that have a general sales taxes from federal government intrusion. It protects against their use of their general sales tax revenue. The amendment is supported by the National Governors Association, the National Conference of State Legislatures, the State of California, California League of Cities, and the California Self-Help Counties. I ask unanimous consent to submit their letters for the record. Letters for the record.
I'm sorry. You would
Submit letters for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. This is a states' right amendment that reestablishes, and I repeat, reestablished congressional intent in 29 years of federal interpretation that aviation fuel excise taxes are required to be spent at airports, but state and local government can spend their sales tax revenues as they wish. In 1987, Congress passed FAA authorization amendments that required airports to spend aviation fuel excise tax revenue on airport uses. The conference report for the 1987 authorization clearly stated that the requirement that local taxes on aviation fuel must be spent on airports, quote, is intended to apply to local fuel taxes only and not to other taxes imposed by local governments or to state taxes, end quote. Decisions on spending state and local government sales tax of general purposes are left up to the states and to the local governments. On December 8, 2014, FAA made a final rulemaking that contradicts this congressional intent after 29 years of practice by saying that, quote, the agency interpreted provisions of sections 47107B and 47133 to apply to any state or local tax on aviation fuel, whether the tax was specifically targeted at aviation fuel or was a general sales tax on products that included aviation fuel without exemption. Sales tax on general applications are taxes on all products. They're clearly not the same as excise tax on specific items such as aviation fuel for a specific purpose of benefit to an airport. The FAA ruling is contrary to states' rights and is an assault on state and local control of their general application sales tax measures. The biggest problem is with this federal mandate is how it affects voter-approved sales tax measures that have clear direction from voters on spending. In Los Angeles County, voters have passed sales tax by 2/3 margin for the construction of specific highway and transit projects. This rulemaking will overturn the will of my constituency to tax themselves for specific purposes. An additional concern is that since sales tax on aviation fuel are not segregated from other taxable sources, the burden placed on states and local governments to implement the tracking system necessary would be expensive, and challenging to implement. The amendment continues congressional intent that aviation fuel excise taxes must be spent at airports. The amendment makes clear that the state and local general sales tax, as applied to aviation fuel, should not be subject to that same requirement. Mr. Chairman, I ask support of my colleagues in protecting state and local governments and clarifying the original intent of Congress that local tax on aviation fuel means a specific local aviation fuel excise tax. I yield back.
I claim the time in opposition to the amendment. I thank the gentlelady for offering it. However, I do oppose it. In 2014, the FAA clarified policy guidance to ensure that sales tax derived from aviation fuels are subject to the same revenue requirements that all other airport revenues are subject to. Federal law requires any taxes on aviation fuel to be used to improve airport or other aeronautical facilities. States should not be permitted to circumvent the intention of this law by applying sales tax to general aviation. My airport, it's not my airport, but the Pittsburgh airport tried to do just that when it found natural gas, and of course, I opposed it because I wanted to go back into the airport where, again, that's what the federal law says. Airlines, airports, general aviation, business aviation, all support this FAA policy clarification and strongly oppose state and local government budgets using aviation taxes to balance their budgets or use for other sources. This bill is about preserving and strengthening our nation's investment in aviation. Therefore, I would urge all members to oppose. With that, seeking any other, Ms. Napolitano has about a minute left if she cares to rebut me.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would certainly want to ensure that this is only clarifying that the local voter-approved taxes are not subject to that section, and that consistent with the original intent of the Congress, the local tax on aviation fuel means specifically local fuel excise taxes on aviation fuel. Thank you. Reel back.
Thank the gentlelady. Again, I oppose any amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, all in favor of Ms. Napolitano's amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. According to the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not
Recorded vote, please.
gentlelady requests a recorded vote. We'll have a recorded vote. We'll postpone it until a time later in the evening. Thank you. With that, move to Mr. Gibbs's amendment number 16. Mr. Gibbs, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read.
So ordered.
This amendment would give shared aircraft program management companies a seat at the ATC Board of Directors. Fractional aviation is an important part of the non-commercial aviation community. Many people do not realize that fractional aviation management programs flew over 1,000 flights a day in 2015 with no serious injuries or fatalities. I support the creation of this ATC board, and I trust the newly created board was carefully constructed to provide a balance. While fractional aviation is part of a non-commercial aviation, they do not always have the same viewpoint as other members of the general aviation community. By gathering and analyzing data from fractional aircraft flights, the industry has been researching better air traffic control with the FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center. Their research and input for improved ATC would be beneficial to the Board of Directors. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm going to withdraw this amendment because I think we can work on it and maybe come to a reasonable conclusion.
I thank the gentleman. Yes, we'll continue to work on it. I know the importance of the fractional air folks to the aviation, the movement of people and goods in this United States. So again, I thank the gentleman, and unanimous consent is withdrawn his amendment. With that, Mr. Lipinski, number 88. Mr. Lipinski is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendments at desk asking unanimous consent that be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment permits states that have used...
Lipinski, can you speak in your microphone a little more? I can't hear you very well.
My amendment permits states that had used DOT-approved specifications for primary airport runway, taxiway, and aprons prior to 2015 to resume using those standards, provided that those standards have not been determined to cause adverse life cycle or safety issues. Prior to last year, the Illinois Division of Aeronautics utilized a standard that was approved by the FAA back in 1985. However, an FAA review of state standards resulted in a determination that no states were permitted to use their own specific standards due to statutory constraints.
As a result, a standard used for 30 years that had a proven track record of durability and safety was tossed out in favor of a nationwide specification. This nationwide specification is driving up project costs by nearly 25%, as the aggregate needed cannot be sourced in the state of Illinois. This results in a less utilization of local business and a less efficient use of infrastructure funds with little benefit. Illinois is joined by states like Tennessee, North Carolina, and Michigan in dealing with this issue, and many construction stakeholders are concerned. I have worked with Ms. Bustos and Mr. Davis on this. Right now, I'm going to plan to ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment so that we can work on moving forward to get this done. States need relief from this. It makes sense to give the states control as long as it is working. But I think this is something that we can work out, and I would hope, Mr. Chairman, if I withdraw this, that we can find a way to work out this issue before this bill comes to the floor.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing, and we'll continue to work with him on this amendment. With that, we go to Mr. Cohen, number 91, offered by Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is true bipartisanship here. Good.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered read. And this amendment that I'm offering on behalf of my colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, is primarily a process amendment. The FAA is seeking to change the standards that govern the height and locations of structures that are needed for an aircraft to land at different airports. The amendment requires the FAA to go through the rulemaking process and conduct a cost-benefit analysis rather than doing this with the stroke of a pen through a policy change. This amendment would allow industries and stakeholders that are impacted by this rule to have a voice in any new policy changes. This amendment is supported by the National Association of Realtors, the National Association of Home Builders, the American Hotel and Lodging Association, and many, many others. This is a common sense, I think, non-controversial amendment, and I urge its adoption.
I thank the gentleman. I don't believe anybody is going to seek time in opposition, so I'll take that time in opposition just to say we appreciate the gentleman's amendment. The FAA formally proposed changing its policy regarding one-injured inoperative safety procedures. These precautions include changes in flight gradation and planes taking off so as to restrict allowable building heights in surrounding airports. Given the potential economic impact on property development surrounding airports and FAA's acknowledgement the proposed policy is not about safety, the proposal should be subject to a formal rulemaking process included in cost-benefit analysis by OMB. I urge all members to support this, and with that, I'll yield to Mr. Larson.
We urge the committee to accept it.
Without objection, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The amendment's accepted. Move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Next 5 amendments are Mr. Perry, 57, Mr. Garrett-Monday, 83, Mr. Stanford, 42, Ms. Hahn, 57, and Mr. Rakita, 41. Seeing as though Mr. Perry is not here, I'll skip him, and Mr. Garrett-Monday is not here, then we'll go to Mr. Stanford, number 42. Mr. Stanford's recognized for the amendment.
I thank the chairman. I'd ask it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered.
This amendment's really simple in that the amendment simply eliminates the zero-emission airport vehicle and infrastructure pilot program. The program is well intended. It's intended to do good, but as we all know, you have to get to critical mass in making a difference in anything that you do. This program in total has appropriated less than $1 million since its authorization back in 2012. And there's a certain degree of oxymoron that goes with this program in that we're going to have zero-emission airport vehicles while we fuel up a G5. And then it crosses the Atlantic or the Pacific or the continental U.S. So we're going to spend less than $1 million in a program to zero or reduce airport emissions while at the same time we're fueling up planes that have significant emissions. I just don't think it's, again, throwing enough in the way of pebbles into the ocean to make a difference. And as a consequence, I think the taxpayer could save the $1 million that's now spent. With that, I'd yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
Trying to be speedy, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody seek time in opposition to his amendment? I don't oppose it. I agree with it. The amendment acknowledges the fact that zero emissions pilot vehicle or program has failed. There are zero vehicles, no vehicles that comply with Buy American that can be purchased under this pilot program. So I think, gentlemen, it's good to eliminate it and move forward from here. So I urge all members to support this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just note it's a program that we would like to have worked, and it didn't, and so we support the amendment.
All right. Any other members seeking to amend the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. Where the hell am I? Ms. Hahn is recognized for amendment number 57.
I appreciate that this bill has many good consumer protection provisions, and today I'm offering an amendment that would add to them by allowing the Department of Transportation to better use airline consumer complaints as a way of keeping airlines accountable for how they treat their customers. In 2012, Congress required that all airlines serving flights with over 30 passengers display the DOT Consumer Protection Hotline website and mailing address on their websites so that consumers could easily file complaints. While it's important that passengers try to resolve issues with their airlines, they should know that they have a right to log a complaint directly with the Department of Transportation. The data collected from these calls and online complaints is important to the DOT so that they can spot trends such as lost baggage and flight delays and create more effective rules. However, it's very difficult to find this number. I searched for the hotline number myself on different airline websites and couldn't find it anywhere. I also had the youngest staffer in my office who is proficient in scrolling around websites. She looked for the hotline number, and she spent an entire hour looking for it on each of the major airline websites and also couldn't track it down easily. If I can't find it, I'm assuming that many other flyers can't find it either, and the data demonstrates that. For example, in November of 2015, 25.3 million passengers flew on U.S. airlines, but the DOT reported only 989 complaints. Now, while it's possible that nearly every American flying to visit their family for Thanksgiving and the holidays had an easy, stress-free flight, I think it's more likely that people can't find this information or don't even know that a consumer hotline exists in the first place. My amendment will simply require airlines to post the DOT Consumer Protection Hotline in a prominent place on their websites. Consumers should know that we have their backs. We already have a system in place. Let's just enforce it. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady.
Common sense.
I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. I appreciate her dedication to the efforts to protect the traveling public, and I urge all members to support the gentlelady's amendment.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm not going to file a complaint against it.
And with that, any opposition to it? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, except the Hahn amendment, so accepted. Okay. Yeah. Somebody got to talk to Mr. Lipinski. I can't negotiate and do this the same. Mr. Rakita, Amendment 41 is now in order. Mr. Rakita, you recognize for your amendment.
I thank the chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Request unanimous consent that it be read.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding Amendment 41, this amendment outlines specific steps to be taken after a user files a complaint against the board regarding a decision about access to airspace. As the bill is currently written, the judicial review process is uneven, placing a much higher burden on the complainant than on the board itself, despite the fact that the complainant is the one being adversely impacted by any potential board decision. So under this process, if a complainant files a complaint against the board, the change in access is stayed and the case goes before an administrative law judge. Now, during the hearing, the board, the burden of proof is on the board to prove that its reduction in access does not adversely affect any aviation segment. So that's what this amendment would do. Putting the burden of proof on the board is important because they are operating as a monopoly, and the way the bill is currently written gives so much latitude to the board when making final decisions that the user needs this particular protection. The amendment does not change the structure of the board, and unlike other amendments, does not even require a unanimous vote, but will instead allow the board to act by majority rule. So that's the basics of my amendment, and I reserve.
If Mr. Reed is willing to postpone further debate on this amendment, we were in discussions with some others on a couple of these amendments you offered. If you're willing to postpone, we'll, one way or the other, get back to continue here later.
Absolutely, Chairman, I'll postpone.
Okay, so we're going to put Mr. Reed's 41 on hold for now.
Let's go back to Perry.
And we'll go to Mr. Perry, Amendment 57. Mr. Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 57 regarding UAS. American companies of all sizes are developing and utilizing unmanned aerial systems, otherwise known as UAS technology, for commercial purposes that have the capability to make the United States the worldwide leader in UAS safety and innovation. Currently, we lack the regulatory framework to allow industry to fully embrace the vast economic and consumer benefits of commercial UAS operations, including delivery in a safe and timely manner. Once again, government stands in the way of innovation and progress. This amendment will provide structure and certainty to U.S. businesses and individuals, allowing them to become innovative leaders in the international marketplace. Congress directed the FAA to promulgate a rule providing for small UAS commercial operations by September 2015, but as we all know, the administration has yet to produce its rulemaking and continues to miss deadlines. Meanwhile, technology continues to develop at a precipitous pace, and the U.S. falls further behind our global competitors. Japan's Prime Minister has called commercial UAS part of the fourth industrial revolution and committed to investment in the industry as a means of boosting Japan's economy. France certified the world's first beyond line-of-sight operation in 2012. 2012. This amendment will provide clarity to American organizations wishing to utilize unmanned aerial vehicles, hereby known as UAVs, for delivery, narrow the global competition gap, and enhance the overall safety of the transportation system. This amendment directs the Department of Transportation to develop a new streamlined air carrier certification program specifically tailored to small UAS carrying property. It also accelerates the implementation of low-altitude unmanned air traffic management system, known as UTM, that will mitigate operational risk and enhance the safety of uncontrolled airspace below 500 feet in which small UAS will operate. Not only will this amendment allow American industry to fully realize the vast economic potential of small UAS, but it will deliver immense benefits to the American consumer while most importantly improving the overall safety of the transportation system, and I urge its passage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Just to remind members, Mr. Perry has 2.5 minutes left approximately. We've come to an agreement earlier, unanimous consent, that we're going to have 5 minutes for an amendment, 5 minutes opposed. Mr. Perry will control that 5 minutes. If there's a member in opposition to this amendment, he claims 5 minutes. Mr. DeFazio claims 5 minutes in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we certainly support the pilot program for low-altitude air traffic management system. We need and we can break through there with technology. But the second part, I don't know why we would, at this point in time, contemplate this, and it has untold implications that we're going to create today or very soon an air carrier classification for small unmanned aircraft systems using technology that doesn't yet exist and hasn't been certified to operate commercial fleets of drones, primarily for package delivery. We might get there someday, but the complex airspace in our urban areas and the implications for that, we would lose virtually any further regulatory authority by giving them both. The pilot program's great, but granting air carrier at this point in time for an unproven technology, for unspecified, perhaps huge numbers of operations in urban areas, including a potentially highly automated UAS. Well, what does that mean? They're pre-programmed. How good's their collision avoidance? What do they do with, all sorts of conflicts that they could potentially run into in terms of delivering their cargo? Giving them, I think, air carrier status at this point in time is premature. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Well, thank you. I was going to speak in favor of the bill, of the amendment.
That's why I only gave you 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
And it's an amendment, not the bill.
I'm in amendment. I'm not in favor of the bill. I just wanted to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania for introducing this and working with our office in developing it. I think this is critical for the future. This whole industry is very important to Nevada. It was sidelined a few years ago after the small brewing company delivered beer out onto the ice fishermen because they needed to respond to the development and the capabilities that you just described. They've made a little progress in the last few years, but unfortunately the regulations are still well behind the technology, and one of the major obstacles is the development of that low altitude air traffic management system, and that's what these small commercial drones will use, and I believe that this amendment will allow them to move forward on that. Thank you.
Okay, that's your moment of dissent from your ranking member, but I was good to you. So, look, I've got to tell you, the reservations I have been generated by the Airline Pilots Association. They are dubious and concerned about the premature granting of air carrier status, in particular with all the references to automation and potential autonomy. They are very worried about potential conflicts and have numerous concerns. So, we would be happy to support the pilot program and push the FAA to move ahead with the low altitude system. And we don't see at this point, since it's going to be pilot and it's going to be essentially experimental, why at this point we would grant air carrier status to anybody who would operate in it, because they're going to have to be regulated under the pilot program and experimental status for the foreseeable future until we have a proven technology. So we think that very broad grant with untold implications, they would have the same status as Delta Airlines. They're an air carrier. Or other airlines or regional airlines in America, and we think that's premature. With that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
I know the gentleman is a pilot who offered it. He's a helicopter pilot and knows flying at those lower altitudes, and I think that the concern we have is losing this ability to have this manufactured, produced in this country by shipping it off sea. So with that, I support the amendment, and the gentleman, obviously, thanks for yielding me the time, and you have the last minute.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind everybody, again, France, since 2012, they started in 2012. We're 4 years behind them, and I think most of us consider them a first world country. We can either invite this technology, these jobs, and this future to our country, or we can ask it to leave and have none of the benefits while we wait on the speed of bureaucracy while it's happening all around us. This is America. This is where we innovate. We should lead. We should lead safely. UAS they're already out there.
Excuse me, could I ask the gentleman, do they have air carrier status in France? I believe they do not.
I do not know that they do.
They don't.
However, even though they might not have it now, since 2012, they have been perfecting this, and they will have it before we do. They will have it this year, and we won't. We won't have, as a matter of fact, we won't have it this year, and with this authorization, without this, we won't have it for the next 6 years. So with all due respect, I would just ask your consideration. No one's asking for anything unsafe. We want to have the FAA oversee this as they should, and go through this and have the program be implemented safely as it should be under these guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentlemen, the time has expired. Any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, we now will vote on Mr. Perry's amendment. Perry 47. 47. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No. On that, Mr. Chairman.
Opinion of the chair, Mr. DeFazio is going to ask for a recorded vote. So we will have a recorded vote. We are anticipating, if we continue to move at this pace, to have a final series of votes around 7 o'clock. So that's what our hope and desire is. So there will be a vote on this. We'll roll it until roughly 7 o'clock. With that, Mr. DeFazio's amendment number 62 is now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this is a very simple amendment. Since there are only two privatized systems in the world, if you don't count the Emirates, where the same people own the airline, own the airport, run the aviation system, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't really count. But the other two, who are more equivalent in terms of their systems and standards, are Great Britain and Canada. And in both cases, when it was privatized, the private entity, for-profit in Great Britain and not-for-profit in Canada, were required to pay for the value of the asset. In this case, we are going to gift the asset to the private corporation, and the day after they can do with it as they will. Now, the chairman will say, oh, they're running systems with vacuum tubes. Well, thank God we'll move beyond that. But still, yeah, a lot of the equipment's outmoded. It's depreciated. There's a hell of a lot of real estate that is incredibly valuable. You know, we are talking many billions, if not tens of billions of dollars, on top of the fact that the taxpayers of the United States, those who pay the fees for the current system, primarily passengers, have spent $50 billion on the system in the last 20 years. But we're going to gift it to the corporation. They say, well, if you don't gift it to the corporation, then people are going to have to pay for it again. Well, yeah, except, you know, I mean, the presidents are, and we're relying very heavily on the president of Canada, they paid for it, and they financed it. Okay. You know, and then the other issue is, as I pointed out, and Mr. Poole and I engaged in dialogue yesterday, this is bigger than too big to fail. I mean, you know, we could have done without Goldman Sachs or any of those people. I voted against TARP, and we'd be better off for it today, but whatever. But we can't do without an air traffic system in the United States of America for 1 second. I mean, our new, you know, computer systems are designed for less than 1 second of downtime a year. So we can't do without it for 1 second out of a year. You know, we've talked about the problems of going to a private corporation, all the transition issues and all that. We do have the fact that NAV Canada had to substantially raise rates. The system in Great Britain had to be bailed out. I pointed out yesterday that if the system gets into trouble, what will they do? And Mr. Poole said, well, they will raise fees on the users, including potentially passengers. It could be you pay $5 a ticket to fly. That's the cost of bailing out the system and keeping the system running. I mean, Mr. Poole is very sanguine about it. And he said if there's savings, we don't know that they'll be passed on to consumers either. Again, you know, it's kind of, this is not looking too great. But then when we get to the point of, well, what if, since we have the, you know, the Rube Goldberg, you know, they get in a panic and they say, God, we got to charge every passenger $5 to fly because we got to get bailed out here. And the secretary, you know, appointed by Bernie Sanders says, hell no, you're not going to charge the passengers $5 to fly. And so suddenly, on the 45th day, he says that, then the corporation goes to court. Now we're in court. Corporation's insolvent. The government wants to take it back. If we try and take it back, we gifted it to them. It's now a taking because it's a corporation. We have to buy it back at whatever value is assessed in whatever way. So my amendment's very simple. It says we will assess the fair market value of the system. That cost will go to the private corporation, and they can take out a 30-year mortgage or 50-year mortgage or whatever they want to pay that value to the taxpayers. And then that $10 or $20 billion would come to the Congress to determine how it should be best expended, to pay down debt, to deal with an annual deficit, or, you know, other things that we could do with that money. I think this is a fiscally prudent amendment, and it would be unprecedented in the history of the world, even beyond the Russian oligarchs, for a government to gift government-owned assets owned by all of the citizens of that country to a private corporation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I disagree with the gentleman. First of all, the users paid for this system, and having this entity, this new entity, take it over, independent entity, would mean that the users would have to pay again for it. And I've heard the gentleman argue many times on the highway system, if we put tolls up, then we're making users pay for what they already paid for. Similar to the case, the users have paid for this. What's fair market value? There's no market for this. So I don't know how we get there. And second, if this company were, or this entity were to go defunct, there's no entity left there. It's not owned. There's no owners. It's no stock owners. So it would revert back to the government if that's the case. I don't see all this doom and gloom. I see positive by doing this. Again, it will be a double paying for the folks that pay taxes. I'm sure Bernie Sanders wouldn't say they wouldn't do it. He would try to convert it to take it over and increase taxes on it. So again, I don't think there's any reason to create this nonprofit corporation, be saddled with a significant debt on day one when, again, it's already been paid by the users. So with that, does anybody seek to speak in opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, now ask all those in favor of Mr. DeFazio's amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No?
You got it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman.
Recorded vote.
I thought you were going to surprise me. Gentleman's requested a recorded vote. We will do that. We will roll that towards the end of debate on these amendments. Okay, Mr. Carbello's not here. Mr. Sanford, number 46, amendment 46.
Yes, sir. Amendment at the desk asks it could be considered as read. So ordered. This would be just a quick one. In that we've had much conversation about drones, the registration, safety, et cetera. This is simply a seat at the advisory board. It's a technical change. This amendment adds UAS manufacturers to the ATC Corporation's advisory board. And it's, I guess, falls under the belief that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Right now, on the airplane side, we have both operators and manufacturers, and this would simply duplicate that on the drone side so that you not only have operators, but manufacturers as well. With that, I'd yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Anybody seek time in opposition to this amendment? Mr. DeFazio, you speak time in opposition?
Mr. Chairman,
We'll hold 1 minute. I'll just speak in favor of it. I won't claim time in opposition, but I think this is a good amendment, a good proposal to ensure all the aviation stakeholders have a voice and role in transforming aviation's air traffic control. Again, this is adding a seat to the advisory board for the UAS community.
Mr. Chairman, we're not aware that we're opposed to the amendment.
With that, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Amendment is accepted. Agreed to. You're now going to have Mr. Lipinski's 82, 84, and 87. He's going to do this in his allotted 5 minutes. So, Mr. Lipinski, you're recognized. 82, 83, and 87.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First Amendment 82 is on aircraft laboratories. This amendment is common sense. First, it proactively bans the imposition of any laboratory fee by an airline. Ryanair has discussed this in the past, and in a time of fees for many airline services, whether checking bags or boarding early, I think we simply need to draw a line where the fees end. No one should have to pay to use a bathroom, and I think we can all agree on that. While there are no current proposals, it is important to note that we rarely do FAA bills. It would be very difficult for the committee to respond if an airline were to pursue this, so we should do this right now. Second, the amendment requires an airline to permit a passenger to switch flights without incurring a fee in the event the aircraft they are scheduled to travel on has an insufficient number of functioning laboratories. Airlines are permitted to take off without functioning laboratories, and this has happened many times. This can be difficult for an average person, but especially for someone with a disease like Crohn's disease or others. The amendment permits DOT to determine what is a sufficient number, so it will be accommodation based on the length of the flight. This amendment doesn't force the airline to ground the aircraft or install more laboratories. It simply requires them to accommodate their passengers. This amendment is supported by many organizations. I will skip them for now by asking unanimous consent to insert a letter of support from national patient-based organizations led by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America. I won't mention the Uromycosis Foundation, if anyone gets that. This is common sense and fair. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Am I going on, or are we dispensing of this and then going to the next one?
That's 82? Yeah, we're accepting that. We're accepting 82. We'll have to have a voice vote on it.
Yeah, if we talk about it, we won't accept it.
All in favor of 82? Aye. Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? No opposed, so we accept 82. It's agreed upon. 84, Mr. Lipinski.
This amendment is simple and merely provides transparency in the FAA's direct procurement. As you know, the FAA's acquisition management system policy provides it with flexibility in many facets of procurement. While the agency states that it will comply with the tenets of Buy American Act as part of its best value determination, it does not publish annual reports on its procurement of foreign items. My amendment does not prescribe any new procurement rules on the FAA. Instead, it merely requires an annual report on the dollar amount of foreign goods purchased with agency funds and a summary of the total procurement funds spent on goods manufactured in the U.S. versus funds spent on goods manufactured outside the U.S. By publishing this information, we ensure that the FAA is transparent in its procurement, and we give a valuable source of information to U.S. manufacturers and contractors who can review this information to determine how they can work to meet the needs of the agency in its procurement. An FAA direct procurement is no small budget, evidenced by the fiscal year 16 facilities and equipment budget of nearly $2.8 billion. I want to thank Representatives Nolan, Series, Estes, and Bustos for co-sponsoring this amendment. And while I'm speaking of this, I'm going to talk about Amendment 83, which I am going to withdraw. It's another Buy American amendment that simply cleans up and modernizes the Buy American requirements for the Airport Improvement Program and ensures parity with the Buy America requirements of other DOT modal administrations. First, my amendment explicitly establishes that iron be given equal footing with steel and manufactured goods. This ensures parity with FHWA and FTA Buy America statutes and helps ensure the use of quality American-made iron products. Second, my amendment would require the FAA to provide for notice and comment for waivers it issues and requires annual reports on the waivers it provides. Presently, the FAA only provides a list of nationwide waivers, which deprives manufacturers from seeing what waivers are being issued on a case-by-case basis. Greater access to this information is important for our domestic manufacturing sector, as it seeks to take part in projects funded primarily by passengers. I'd like to note that the House has previously supported mandating publication of waiver information by the FAA in 2003 by a 426-0 vote. Unfortunately, that was changed further on down the line, and I think we should really go back to that. I want to thank Representatives Nolan, Series, and Bustos for co-sponsoring this amendment. This particular amendment, 83, I am going to ask unanimous consent to withdraw. I think it's a good idea, but I think maybe we need to work some more on that. And I thank the chairman for accepting the amendment on providing the information, the transparency. And with that, I will yield back.
I thank the gentleman, appreciate him withdrawing, and appreciate his good work. We have to, Mr. Lipinski's amendment number 84, we have to put that to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We agree to Mr. Lipinski's amendment 84 also. Mr. Cabello, We've got it back to Mr. Lipinski. He has another amendment, 87. Yeah. Mr. Lipinski is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is very straightforward and simply cuts down the time period in which an airline must deliver a delayed bag before having to refund any baggage fee that has been paid. Move it down from 24 hours, which is in the bill right now, to 12 hours for flights within the contiguous 48 states. Alaska and Hawaii flights would not be subject to this. They'd be at the 24-hour. While I appreciate that the chairman included the provision of 24 hours, I still think that is too long. 24 hours with a bag means the passenger may spend an entire day without a change of clothes or essential toiletries. In fact, they may even already be on their way home. It's an inconvenience, and a passenger should get what they pay for or get their money back. I had originally had a bill to make it 2 hours. This amendment, that was a good compromise at 12 hours, but I understand at this point that it's probably best to just withdraw this amendment. At least to get the 24 hours in there is something that helps passengers. Like to see that go down, but at this point, I'm happy to move on, so I ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. We appreciate the gentleman withdrawing, and we'll continue to work with the gentleman on that amendment. With that, go to Mr. Cabello, his amendment number 45.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to offer an amendment to the Air Act that would give the consumers who purchase airline tickets the right to know exactly how much they're paying in government fees. Since January of 2012, the Department of Transportation has required U.S. airlines to advertise their ticket prices as one total figure, hiding all the government-imposed taxes and fees that go into the cost of the ticket. Anyone who has booked a hotel room or rented a car knows that the price they're quoted at first is usually much lower than what they actually end up paying, and that's because the government tacks on additional charges. It's no different with airline tickets, but currently, those charges are hidden to consumers. My amendment would make airline ticket prices transparent once more, allowing the advertised price to separately disclose the government-imposed taxes and fees, which can account to up to 21% of the total cost of the ticket. Mr. Chairman, the reason I offer this amendment today is because the consumer has the right to know the real cost of getting their family to that well-earned vacation and what the government is adding as additional tax. This is not an issue of protecting one mode of transportation over another, but protecting the consumer and allowing them to make a decision with the best information possible. Some say that the current regulation is a form of consumer protection when in reality it offers the government the opportunity to hide behind the airlines and not be transparent with consumers with regards to the taxes and fees that the government imposes. Every consumer, every American buying a ticket should know how much that ticket costs, getting to point A to point B, and how much the government is charging in taxes. And let me close by saying that in the previous Congress, this exact language had the support of the chairman, the ranking member, as well as the subcommittee chairman and ranking members, and passed the full House under a suspension. I hope that it can once again be a bipartisan initiative that honors our commitment to being honest with our constituents, with the American taxpayer, with the American consumer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cabello. Mr. DeFazio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when I supported this 2 years ago, a number of consumer groups say, why would you support that? I said, well, you might have missed something, but buried in the details of one of those bad budget deals after under threat of shutdown a couple of years ago, which I opposed, was they said, oh, God, we're short of a few $100 million or $1 billion here. Let's stick a buck on the ticket and divert it into deficit reduction. And Congress did that. Consumers don't know that. And, when the government levies fees that don't relate to aviation, and I'm happy to also list the fees that do relate to aviation, because we've had a lot of discussion about who paid for the system, and passengers should know that they are pretty much paying for the system. Airlines say it's their money. No, it's the passengers' money. Airline passengers should know what they're paying to maintain and enhance the system, and they should also know when government acts inappropriately and tacks on a fee to balance someone's stupid budget deal. But no one knows about that. So if we had this kind of disclosure, I think that it would be a lot harder for Congress to do that. I'm also going to ask the gentleman who offered the amendment, and hopefully he knows. I believe, and in my opinion, this would also apply to the new private corporation. Whenever they assess fees that are attributable to passengers, they would have to be disclosed on the ticket. Well, they might charge individuals. They could. We don't prohibit it. They could charge individuals for using the airspace. Would the gentleman agree that in all probability would cover those kinds of fees in the future?
Mr. Chairman, I have to agree with the ranking member. Absolutely. We should be fully transparent, whether it be the FAA or the new entity that is, if they were to levy, which that's a separate discussion. But sure, everything should be disclosed completely and transparently, and that is the purpose of this amendment.
I support the amendment.
Anybody seek time in opposition? Seeing, the gentleman lady from Texas is.
I just want a clarification. Does this mean you want an itemized type of document when you buy a ticket? Is that what you? I just want to understand it.
The amendment would allow or require that anyone selling a ticket, whether it be an airline or an internet site, would disclose the cost of the ticket and also separately the cost of all the taxes and the fees charged by the government.
Itemization.
Correct.
Of the ticket. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no one seeking opposition, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the amendment is agreed to. Stay with Mr. Carbello and go to his amendment 46.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My South Florida district is extremely vulnerable to natural disasters. While we've been fortunate over the past several years not to have a major hurricane make landfall, we know the devastation these storms can cause and the terrible impact they have in disrupting our daily lives. In the aftermath of any natural disaster, people want to feel comfort and they want to get their lives back on track. And with the increasingly safe and capable technology of unmanned aircraft systems, I feel we can utilize these machines to have a very positive impact immediately following a natural disaster. My amendment is simple. It would allow both the Homeland Security and Transportation Secretaries to issue regulations that allow their agencies to coordinate with property or casualty insurance providers in the event of a federal or state-declared natural disaster. These insurance companies, in a safe manner, would be able to assess the storm's devastation, expedite repairs, and most importantly, quickly make their claim payments to their policyholders. Mr. Chairman, my family lived through Hurricane Andrew back in 1992. Fortunately, in my part of town, the damage was not extreme. However, just a few miles south where some of my family members lived, the devastation was horrifying. Most streets were obstructed, and it was very difficult for insurance companies and first responders to get out to help a lot of these people who had no power and no access to running water. Every member in this room represents constituents who have been somehow affected by a tornado, a flood, an earthquake, or a wildfire. This amendment offers the opportunity to use this new technology to help people recover and get their lives back on track by facilitating the expeditious payments of their insurance claim. And I certainly hope that it can pass with bipartisan support. I reserve the balance of my time.
Oh, would the gentleman yield? I'll be in support if you yield. Okay.
I certainly yield.
Thank you. Thank you. I would hope, I do believe FAA already has this authority and would readily grant it, but being specific for these sorts of disasters does not disturb me. One question I would have would be, would the the photographs be just the property of the insurance company, or could the affected homeowner also see those, see the aerial surveillance? Because they may not be able to get to their house either.
Well, these drones would, I guess, technically be owned by the insurance companies, and they could use the images to assess the damage and then process claims.
Right. Well, I would hope that we can be certain that they would be also provided to the claimant, because sometimes, you know, I once had an issue where, you know, State Farm's always there, but then it turned out after a little house fire they weren't quite there, and it got a little adversarial, and so sometimes they don't readily admit to what they have
Well,
to pay.
that might be the jurisdiction of another committee, Mr. DeFazio, but I'd be happy to support an initiative of that nature.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Anybody seek time in opposition? Seeing none, to put Mr. Cabela's vote, or amendment to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Mr. Ribble, Amendment 36. You're recognized, Mr. Ribble.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right. My amendment's really simple. This amendment would add really just 4 words to the text, but the amendment would add a seat to the Department of Transportation's Advisory Committee for Aviation Consumer Protection for independent distributors of travel. Right now, the Consumer Protection Committee is comprised of 1 representative from each of the air carriers, airport operators, state and local governments, and consumer protection groups. However, today, half of all air travel is booked through independent distribution channels rather than through airline websites directly. And I believe it's only sensible, given that there are tens of millions of passengers purchasing their tickets this way, that we should expand the universe of participants on the Consumer Protection Committee to include an additional seat to represent this really comparatively new and vibrant sector of the economy and of the travel industry. So it's a simple measure. I want to add 1 seat onto the Advisory Committee for Aviation Consumer Protection so that independent distributors of travel would have a seat on that board. And with that, I reserve my time.
Does anybody seek opposition to Mr. Ribble's amendment? I am in favor of Mr. Ribble's amendment. I think it's wise to have those folks on an advisory committee to this new entity, so I support it. Seeing no opposition, we'll take it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Excuse me. Mr. Hoffman, Amendment 135. You're recognized, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment at the desk. Ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered.
On Monday, the United States and more than 20 other countries reached a new international agreement through ICAO on the first ever global fuel efficiency standards for commercial aircraft. These new standards will improve fuel efficiency, and they're expected to reduce carbon emissions by more than 650 million tons between 2020 and 2040. And this announcement, of course, follows the Paris Climate Agreement from December, which did not include international aviation as a covered sector. Mr. Chairman, I'm introducing this amendment because the impacts of climate change are wide-ranging and are not limited to any one sector or country. Monday's announcement should be just the beginning, because new engine standards that do not come online until the 2020s are not enough, and they're not fast enough to responsibly address climate change. We need international action like what we saw out of Paris, and my amendment would help do that through 2 simple things. First, by recognizing that climate change is occurring and impacted by human activity, and second, by directing the FAA to work with our international aviation partners to develop a plan to tackle aviation emissions. Now, why is this important? Because greenhouse gases from the aviation sector are growing fast. Left unchecked, international aviation emissions have already grown by over 75% from 1990 to 2012. That's almost double the emission growth rate from any other sector of the economy. Today, aviation equals about the same share of global greenhouse gas emissions as the country of Germany. In the future, this number could triple without action. So let's take some action. I ask that my colleagues support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I seek time in opposition. I appreciate the gentleman's offer or his proposal, but this amendment really doesn't, I don't believe, belong in an aviation policy bill. The FAA is a safety regulator, not a greenhouse gas emissions regulator. I believe the FAA ought to be devoting itself to improving aviation safety and not going to international conferences. That's best left, I believe, other parts of the administration or the executive branch. So again, I just don't believe this amendment belongs in this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
I yield to the ranking member.
Well, earlier we said that we couldn't prohibit the carriage or restrict or regulate the carriage of lithium batteries until this same international organization acted, ICAO. There was tremendous support on the other side of the aisle for this vaunted international organization. Now we're going to say that the FAA should be absent as they deliberate over how we're going to meet the goals for carbon reduction in aviation, which in fact ICAO is currently discussing. I might say that the U.S. being absent from that discussion and not advocating that discussion, we may get a result that, who knows, it may err on the side of those who don't believe in climate change, or it may err very much on the side of those of us who do believe in climate change. So I think that not advocating that the FAA go and represent U.S. interests before this international body, which will be coming to a decision, which in the other case we wish to be bound to, would be odd not to wish to be advocating here in case we're going to be bound to it by a future president or this president who essentially bound us to it, but the next one may try and undo that. So I support the gentleman's amendment and think it's well thought out.
Thank you.
Any other members seek time in opposition? I still have a couple minutes left. Mr. Huffman, seeing none. All those in favor of Mr. Huffman's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. According to the chair, the ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
Request a vote. We will have that vote. We will roll it. We'll roll it forward here about 7 o'clock. We believe we'll be voting. Mr. Nolan is recognized for his amendment number 52. Mr. Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment here that I would hope we can all agree to. It'll protect aviation safety. It'll spare us all a lot of bureaucracy and save us a lot of money and help facilitate investment in our regional airports. And what it is, it's an amendment to amend the FAA's what they call the reimbursable fee agreements. And it would provide that when a State Department of Aviation has the engineering capabilities and the construction capabilities to make airport construction, alterations, buildings and adjustments, when they have that engineering capability and they can comply with FAA regulations, that they should be allowed to do that. So let me tell you the impetus for this amendment. So, and there's strong support for it for regional airports all over the country. In our little airport, we had this little pole building alongside of a beautiful new terminal, and it had been built by an old-timer many years ago. It was falling apart. And, but under the terms of our airport agreement, when you build a hangar, you donate it to the local airport, and then you get lifetime uses of it. Well, the old-timer passed away, and some of the young businessmen in town and women said, you know, we want to build $1 million hangar there to accommodate a lot of the private business jets in the area. And we'll donate the $1 million, and the airport can have the hangar. We just want lifetime use of it. Well, here comes what we call the reimbursable fee agreement, okay? So I checked with our Department of Aviation out in Minnesota. They said it turns out there's a couple little towers there by the building. They're not as tall as the roof in this building. Everybody in this room knows two guys with a pickup and a backhoe that can move those towers in a couple hours for a few $1,000s, okay? Now that's not going to satisfy FAA requirements. So they want to do a $100,000, $200,000 feasibility study to move these two lousy towers. And then they estimate it may cost $300,000 or $400,000 to actually move them. And under the reimbursable fee agreement system, these investors have to pay that additional $500,000. I say that's ridiculous. Spend another $500,000, you know, studying and moving these two lousy little towers that are lower than the ceiling here, when our Department of Aviation, who places towers like that in place and knows how to move towers like that in place and have moved towers like that in place, and they say they can do it for $15,000, $16,000. So this amendment would allow them to do that in states all across the country, provided they have the engineering capabilities to do the feasibility study and the right placement for the radio towers, and they have the construction capabilities to do it in compliance with FAA regulations and requirements. So that's what's a very simple amendment, would allow them to do that, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Common sense. Way to save money.
That's right.
Encourage investment. Improve airports all across the country. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Anybody seek time in opposition? I guess I do. Oh, we are? Sorry. I thank the gentleman for offering his amendment. This is an interesting idea that gives states greater role in ensuring local development and aviation can coexist while maintaining higher levels of safety. Again, at this time, we have no objection to the amendment.
Really?
Oh, that's what I'm told. We have no objection. So all those in favor of Mr. Nolan's number 52, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Appears the ayes have it. The amendment is accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
The next four amendments are Mr. Barletta, 54, Mr. Webster, 18, Mr. Costello, 20, and Mr. Gibbs, 20. And with that, Mr. Barletta is...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read. I'm offering an amendment with Mr. Costello to require a study of the use of beaded retroreflective paint on runways. In my previous life, my wife and I started our own successful line painting business, so I know a little bit about these type of retroreflective lines. It's when you look at any lines on a road or on a runway, it's the glass beads in the paint that make it reflective. Painted lines should stay reflective for about 6 months. A thermoplastic line would stay reflective for about 2 years. Now, there's a higher cost, but it's actually cheaper in the long run to use a bigger bead. What we're asking for is a study to determine if higher reflective paint actually makes runways safer, and also how the weather affects the life of the reflectivity of the painted lines. The retroreflective paint has been expected to be a better deal for taxpayers because of its longer life. But with snow and ice and possibly snow plows scraping up against, we want to know if that's really true. I urge support for this safety amendment. With that, I yield back my time.
Anyone seek opposition to this amendment? I am supportive of Mr. Barletta's amendment to do the study on the different technologies, different materials. So I support this to continue to look at these, as I said, different materials that hopefully will enhance and improve airport safety, runway safety. Anybody seek time in opposition? Seeing none, put the motion to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Seeing the ayes appear to have it, the amendment is agreed to. With that, Mr. Webster, Amendment 18.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. 97 million visitors visit Florida every year. 62 of them visit Central Florida, which is where I live. That's more than any visitors to any region in the United States. First impressions to us matter. And so we have world-class destination there with world-class attractions, and we need a world-class airport to go along with it in order to keep visitors coming back. So along with Representative Titus, I'm offering an amendment that accelerates modernization of airports used most by travelers in Florida, Nevada, and around the country. In the reauthorization, every airport in the country, except for 30, is allowed to use a streamlined PFC application process. Under the streamlined process, it takes about 30 days. Under the process for the 30 other airports left, it takes 2 years. And all we're asking is some sort of parity. This amendment allows those remaining 30 airports, 2 of which are in my particular area, to use the same application process available to every other airport. The certainty and flexibility this amendment provides will help close the airport infrastructure gap and enhance the experience of traveling the public. We are pleased that the amendment is endorsed by the American Association of Airport Executives, American Council International of North America, and the U.S. Travel Association. And I urge my colleagues to support this. I would also yield a minute of my time to Representative Titus from Nevada, who would like to also favor this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webster. I'm pleased to join you in co-sponsoring this because, like you, I represent an area where we have many national and international visitors. I would just point out one statistic that's kind of interesting. The United States is home to 14 of the top 25 universities in the world, but not a single one of our airports is in the top 25. So we need this kind of investment so that we don't fall further and further behind in our busiest airport. So thank you, and I ask for your support.
I thank the gentlelady. Unfortunately, I oppose the amendment. I'm sympathetic to my friends, but it's unclear whether the FAA has the resources and capabilities to review large hub airports in such little time. The underlying bill expands the program to small and medium hubs, which is prudent next step towards long-term streamlining. So I gratefully urge my fellow colleagues to oppose this amendment. Any other members wish to be heard in opposition?
Well, I still have
Mr. Webster.
time left.
Yes, Mr. Webster, yeah.
So what I would tell you is that we're talking about medium hubs, and there are small hubs and there are no hubs, and then there's these 30 airports. And the cost of doing it sooner is ridiculous. I don't think that's a good excuse. To take 2 years for the airports that are handling, they should take away the others who don't handle that many passengers and speed up the ones that are handling all the passengers. That's the problem. And I will tell you, it does take 2 years. The last application the Orlando International Airport made took the full 2 years, and it delayed all kinds of things that could have been done during that 2 years to provide services to the millions of people that come to that airport every single year.
And I understand, gentlemen, what he's getting at. I just don't believe that the FAA has the resources, the capabilities at this point to review large hubs. I'd like to explore it a little bit more. And Again, I'd have to oppose it for now, but I'm willing to, as we're moving forward, try to figure out if there's a way to do what the gentleman, his amendment wants to do.
Are you offering to work it out at some point?
I'm offering to explore and see what the capabilities are. I don't know at this time if the FAA, again, as I said, has the resources, so. If they can do it in 30 days. If they can do it in 30 days. So I just don't have an answer. Again, if the gentleman's willing to withdraw, we'd be more than willing to sit down, take a look at it, and see where we can go with this.
My partner doesn't want to withdraw, so we'll just ask for a recorded vote if we don't.
Okay, then, well, first let's do a voice vote. All those in favor of Mr. Weber say aye. All those opposed, no. No. Appears to me that the noes have it. Appears to me the noes have it. There's a ruling of the chair. So we'll move on to the next amendment. Thank you very much. Gentleman's requested a recorded vote. That's what I was getting at. Gentleman's requested a recorded vote. We'll have one. We'll postpone it until we roll the votes here towards the end. Okay, here's a new one for me. Mr. Costello, number 20, and then after that, we're going to go to Mr. Gibbs, number 20.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ordered.
The Costello-Zeldin-Corbello-Davis amendment would address rest and duty rules in Part 135 charter operations. To be clear, this is not an overhaul of existing rest and duty rules. It is not an overhaul. Instead, it convenes an aviation rulemaking committee of all stakeholders to study scientific data related to fatigue and methods and best practices to combat the safety risks from fatigue on Part 135 pilots. In collaboration, industry, labor representing Part 135 pilots, and the FAA would right-size the rest and duty rules for this unique industry. An effort in 2005 did not include meaningful input from pilot labor and failed to produce a consensus among stakeholders. It's also worth noting that it has been 60 years since a similar update has been made in Part 135 in terms of regulatory updates. In the interest of harmony, Mr. Chairman, before I will withdraw my amendment, if I can obtain assurances from you, Chairman Lobiando, as well as Ranking Member DeFazio and Ranking Member Larson to work with me, I'd like to yield a minute to Mr. Corbello.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, the diverse landscape and economy of South Florida allows me the opportunity to represent airports both large and small, from Miami International all the way down to Miami Executive, Marathon, and Key West regional airports. Safety is a top priority of the underlying legislation, and this amendment would improve safety in charter and fractional business aviation. We're not talking about Congress writing new one-size-fits-all rules and regulations for a diverse industry. Instead, our amendment ensures that stakeholders from throughout the industry and labor, including the NetJets Pilots Union, play a part in right-sizing the rest and duty rules for the industry. I appreciate Mr. Costello's work on this amendment, and I look forward to working with him and the committee leadership on this important initiative as it moves through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Corbello. I'd like to yield a minute to Mr. Katko.
I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to yield. I want to thank Mr. Costello for offering this very important amendment. Part 135 pilots deserve to be a part of the conversation on industry rest and duty rules. Excuse me. And it's high time that we look at ways of updating these rules for Part 135 pilots. Since these rules were last modified more than 60 years ago, our understanding of what's needed to keep our skies safe has evolved dramatically. We need to ensure that we are doing all we can to keep pilots and thus their passengers safe. I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'll yield to Mr. Lobiando.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Costello. I think it's an extremely important issue. I'd like to see us move forward on it, and I can pledge that I will be more than happy to work with you to see it to a good result.
Thank you, Mr. Lobiano. Part 135, pilots and industry representatives wish to address these safety risks based on the assurances of the willingness of the committee to work on this issue. And in the interest of harmony, I will withdraw the amendment at this time and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. With that, Mr. Gibbs, Amendment 20 is now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that amendment be considered as read. Okay. There are a minimum of at least 5 other professional pilot organizations that would not be represented or eligible to serve on the board as currently constituted. The seat for professional pilot labor representation should be open to any of the qualified, certified professional pilot organizations. Additionally, this seat should not be a permanent appointment. My amendment would create a rotating professional airline pilot seat to ensure that new perspectives and ideas are heard. My amendment would ensure that the Oversight Board's professional pilot seat would rotate every term or every 3 years. So I ask for support for this amendment. I yield back.
Don't yield yet. Reserve, because we
I
have
reserve.
5 minutes. Anybody claim time in opposition to this amendment? Seeing none, I would just say that I understand what Mr. Gibbs is trying to do. I think it's reasonable to do that. I know that there's a number of airline unions out there. So again, at this time, I do not oppose Mr. Gibbs' amendment. Again, anybody seek time in opposition? Mr. Fazio?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand what the gentleman is trying to do, and I work with all the pilot groups. I depend on them all variously for tremendous amounts of expertise and variously, depending on how I'm flying, to keep me safe. As is well known here, we do not support the privatization initiative, nor the construct of the board. The gentleman's amendment, I think, is very well intentioned and hopefully immaterial, because I don't believe that the privatization scheme is going anywhere. So with that, I would yield.
Gentleman, still control the time. Gentlemen, you. Seeing no opposition, we'll take a vote on it. All those in favor of Mr. Gibbs' amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We are going to take a 10-minute recess here to get members back, and got a couple of things to work out, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. The members can stand down. The committee will come to order again. Why don't everybody grab their seats and let's get ourselves organized. Hopefully going to finish up here shortly.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's calling to me? Oh, Grace, yes.
I ask unanimous consent to vacate the roll call request on Napolitano 21.
Sure. Yes. Thank you. That's been so ordered. Thank you.
We have more,
We've got several.
more bills?
No. I think so. Pretty sure.
Mr. Garamundi.
I'm not exactly sure how to do this, but it seems as though it might be wise to forego a vote on amendment number 87. So I will do so.
You ask unanimous consent to vacate the vote, not have the vote?
Yeah, after I explain what it is all about, I won't do that. Move to vacate.
Without objection, so ordered. So Mr. Garamundi's 87, I think it is.
How about some of you? We did our thing.
Anybody else?
Hold tight. We're going to get this thing wrapped up here shortly. I know people got things to go, places to go, and spouses are upset.
The least I could do. You don't owe me a thing. It was the right thing.
What's the right thing to do?
The option was glorious defeat.
Yeah, I know. That never stopped me. I'm glad it stopped you.
You know, I've been watching you all day, and you've not picked up that pencil.
I did
And
earlier because I wrote
is it
slippery
sharp?
slope right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want it?
Maybe I'll steal Andre's. Andre's got a sharp one. I'll swap out. He'll never know.
Okay, we're going to proceed.
Huffman, you're going to vacate your vote?
All right, this is a partial list of what we're voting on, just so everybody knows. DeFazio, 65, DeFazio, 62, Perry, 57, Huffman, 135, Webster, 18. And there's a couple more.
Did you do the UC request?
Mr. Chairman,
I wasn't listening. Whatever we're doing.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. It's okay.
We have ask unanimous consent to consider the following amendments in block. Rakita, 83. 38. I need my glasses. Rakita, 38. Rakita, 37. Rakita, 39. Graves, 49. Graves, 46. Is there an objection?
Mr. Chairman, this is the lightning round, and we accept.
Without objection, so ordered. Do any members wish to be recognized? I don't want to do that yet. I'm going to do that later. All right, do any members wish to be recognized on the in-block amendment? Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? If the question is on the block amendment, is all those?
Chairman, there's a few people like, we have reviewed them. We find no problem. They are generally, how would we describe them? Tweaks to the imaginary ATC Corporation. That would make it better, if it happens.
No question in block amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The in-block passes. Now we're going to go to the 5 roll call votes. Mr. Rokita, I understand you want to withdraw an amendment?
I thank the chair. I'd like to withdraw Rokita 41.
Without objection, so ordered. Now we go to the votes. There are 5 votes, and then we'll have final passage. First one is Mr. DeFazio's amendment dealing with regulations on lithium batteries. DeFazio 65. With that, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio?
Aye.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah? Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo?
Aye.
Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Ms. Johnson? Mr. Graves from Missouri? No. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Hunter? No. Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta? Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hanna? Mr. Hanna votes no. Ms. Edwards?
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes nay. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Aye.
Ms. Hahn votes aye. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodle? Mr. Woodle votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Mrs. Brownlee?
Aye.
Mrs. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy? No. Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves from Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any members wish to be recorded? And Mr. Micah is here. Mr. Micah, how is he recorded?
Mr. Micah votes no.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Ms. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 33.
The amendment is not agreed to. We'll move on to the next amendment. The second amendment is Mr. DeFazio, and Mr. DeFazio's amendment deals with transfer of property. DeFazio 62. The clerk can call.
Mr. Chairman, if we could characterize it just a little better, it requires reimbursement for transfer of all the assets of the air traffic organization to a private corporation for no compensation to the taxpayers or government.
I now ask the to call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
I'm still a no.
Mr. DeFazio?
Aye.
Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes aye. Ms. Norton?
I urge members to speak into the microphone. Ms. Norton?
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Duncan?
No.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah?
No.
Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Hunter?
No.
Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes no. Miss Edwards?
Aye.
Miss Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
No.
Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney? Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford?
No.
Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita?
No.
Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko?
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy?
No.
Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
No.
Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock?
No.
Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Curbelo? No. Mr. Curbelo votes no. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin? Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
Any members wish to be recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? The clerk can, Mr. Young. How is Mr. Young recorded?
Mr. Young is recorded as aye.
Mr. Young?
Mr. Young votes no.
No. Any other members wish to change your vote? The court, seeing none, the clerk may report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 34.
The amendment is not agreed to. Next amendment is Mr. Perry, 57. The clerk can call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster votes yes. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. Young?
Sorry, I was distracted by staff. I wanted to vote no. I was just asking which amendment it was. Sorry.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Young votes yes. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes yes. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Micah?
Yes.
Mr. Micah votes yes. Ms. Brown?
No.
Ms. Brown votes no. Mr. Lobiondo?
Yes.
Mr. Lobiondo votes yes. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes no. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes aye. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Oh, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Barletta?
Yes.
Mr. Barletta votes yes. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Farenthold? Mr. Farenthold votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Sears?
No.
Mr. Sears votes no. Mr. Hanna? Mr. Hanna votes yes. Ms. Edwards?
No.
Ms. Edwards votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Denham?
Aye.
Mr. Denham votes aye. Mr. Carson?
No.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Ribble?
Aye.
Mr. Ribble votes aye. Ms. Hahn?
No.
Ms. Hahn votes no. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes no. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes yes. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes yes. Mr. Maloney?
No.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes yes. Ms. Esty?
No.
Ms. Esty votes no. Mr. Woodle? Mr. Woodle votes yes. Ms. Frankel?
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Rokita?
Yes.
Mr. Rokita votes yes. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. Huffman?
Yes.
Mr. Huffman votes yes. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes yes. Ms. Brownlee?
No.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy votes yes. Mr. Costello?
Yes.
Mr. Costello votes yes. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes yes. Mrs. Walters?
Aye.
Mrs. Walters votes aye. Ms. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes aye. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Zeldin?
Yes.
Mr. Zeldin votes yes. Mr. Bost?
Yes.
Mr. Botts votes yes.
Any other members wish to be recorded?
I do, sir. Bustos.
Ms.
Can you change
Bustos?
my vote to no, please?
Ms. Bustos votes no.
Thank you.
Any other members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 36, the nays are 22.
The amendment is agreed to. The next vote will be Mr. Huffman's Amendment 135. The clerk can call the roll.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. DeFazio?
Aye.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes no. Ms. Norton? Is she there? Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Micah? Mr. Micah votes no. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo?
No.
Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
No.
Mr. Barletta votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Mr. Farenthold? No. Mr. Farenthold votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes yes. Ms. Edwards?
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham? Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes yes. Mr. Denham? Mr. Denham votes no. Mr. Ribble?
No.
Mr. Ribble votes no. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows?
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes yes. Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. Perry votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Estee?
Aye.
Ms. Estee votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy votes no. Mr. Costello?
Yes.
Mr. Costello votes yes. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes no. Mrs. Walters?
No.
Mrs. Walters votes no. Mrs. Comstock? Mrs. Comstock votes no. Mr. Corbello? Mr. Corbello votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Zeldin?
No.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Bost?
No.
Mr. Bost votes no.
How am I
Anybody
recorded?
wish to change, or anybody not recorded? Ms. Norton, I don't believe is recorded.
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes.
Any other members wish to be recorded or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk can report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 28, the nays are 30.
The clerk report the vote count again.
The yeas are 28, the nays are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. Two more votes. We have Mr. Webster, 18, and then final passage, Will the clerk call the roll on Mr. Webster, 18?
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster votes yes. Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes yes. Mr. Young? Mr. Young votes yes. Ms. Norton?
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes yes. Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Micah?
Yes.
Mr. Micah votes yes. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Mr. Lobiondo?
Yes.
Mr. Lobiondo votes yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Graves of Missouri?
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes aye. Mr. Capuano?
God, you say fees, and Sam goes under.
Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Barletta?
Yes.
Mr. Barletta votes yes. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes yes. Mr. Farenthold?
Yes.
Mr. Farenthold votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Hannah?
Aye.
Mr. Hannah votes aye. Miss Edwards?
Oh, aye. That was not Mr. Hannah. That was me.
Mr.
Sorry.
Mr. Hannah? Mr. Hannah votes aye. Miss Edwards?
Anticipatory voting, aye.
Mr. Edwards, Ms. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Denham?
Aye.
Mr. Denham votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Ribble?
Nay.
Mr. Ribble votes nay. Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Ms. Hahn votes yes. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Nolan? Mr. Nolan votes aye. Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows votes yes. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes aye. Mr. Maloney?
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes aye. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes no. Ms. Esty?
Aye.
Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes aye. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes aye. Mrs. Bustos?
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes yes. Ms. Brownlee?
Yay.
Ms. Brownlee votes yea. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy votes yes. Mr. Costello?
Yes.
Mr. Costello votes yes. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes yes. Mrs. Walters?
Aye.
Mrs. Walters votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
Yes.
Mrs. Comstock votes yes. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Zeldin?
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Bost?
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye.
Any members, Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano is changing his vote to,
Mr. Capuano votes aye.
any other members wish to change their vote? Peter?
You put us through this, don't change.
Yeah. All members being recorded, the clerk can report the vote. Woody?
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 3.
The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, out of order, before
sir.
you go to final passage, I'd like to thank you. This has been an open legislative process, which I think is pretty rare on Capitol Hill these days, and want to congratulate you for that. The majority prevailed in each vote. We had some that were bipartisan, and I think this is the way Congress should work, and I look forward to continuing through this process.
I thank the ranking member, and before we call the final vote, I just want to say happy birthday to Mr. Woodall. Happy birthday. I think it's today. Happy birthday. And on that pleasant note, final passage, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster.
Hold a second, I got to have a motion. First of all, Mr. Lobiondo has a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 4441 as amended be approved and favorably reported to the House.
The motion on the amendment, all in favor say aye. All is a no. No. Ayes have it. Yeah. Yeah, recorded vote. I'm jumping ahead of myself. A recorded vote is requested. Sufficient number of members have requested a vote. We'll have a recorded vote. Pursuant to Rule 5, I don't need to read that, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Schuster.
Yes.
Mr. Schuster votes yes. Mr. DeFazio. No. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young. Yes. Mr. Young votes yes. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Duncan. Yes. Mr. Duncan votes yes. Mr. Nadler. No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Micah.
On this landmark legislation, I vote yes.
Mr. Micah votes yes. Ms. Brown.
No.
Ms. Brown votes no. Mr. Lobiondo.
Yes.
Mr. Lobiondo votes yes. Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Cummings. I'm sorry. Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Cummings votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Graves, I'm sorry, Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves is recorded as a no. Ms. Miller? Yes. Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Hunter?
Yes.
Mr. Hunter votes yes. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Yep.
Mr. Crawford votes yes. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Barletta?
Yes.
Mr. Barletta votes yes. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Farenthold? Yes. Mr. Farenthold votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Sears?
No.
Mr. Sears votes no. Mr. Hanna? Mr. Hanna votes yes. Ms. Edwards?
No.
Ms. Edwards votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Mr. Garamendi? No. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Denham?
Aye.
Mr. Denham votes aye. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Ribble?
Yay.
Mr. Ribble votes yea. Ms. Hahn?
I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Hahn votes no. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Nolan? No. Mr. Nolan votes no. Mr. Meadows?
Yes.
Mr. Meadows votes yes. Mrs. Kirkpatrick? Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes yes. Mr. Maloney?
No.
Mr. Maloney votes no. Mr. Sanford? Mr. Sanford votes aye. Ms. Esty?
No.
Ms. Esty votes no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall votes aye. Ms. Frankel?
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Rokita? Mr. Rokita votes no. Mrs. Bustos?
No.
Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Katko? Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
No.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy votes yes. Mr. Costello?
Yes.
Mr. Costello votes yes. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves votes yes. Mrs. Walters?
Aye.
Mrs. Walters votes aye. Mrs. Comstock?
Yes.
Mrs. Comstock votes yes. Mr. Curbelo? Aye. Mr. Curbelo votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Zeldin?
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Bost?
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye.
Any members wish to be recorded? No members wish to record, no members wish to change their vote. The clerk will report the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 26.
The bill is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, according to the rules, the minority reserves its right to file minority views for filing.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. That's it. I ask unanimous consent that H.R. 441, as amended order reported today, will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating any amendments adopted without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical clarifying conforming changes to H.R. 441 as amended. Order reported today, and the committee resolutions, views, and estimates adopted today to reflect the actions of the committee without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the chairman, after consultation with the ranking member, has authority to strike or revise any provisions of H.R. 441 as amended. Order reported today that would cause a sequential referral to another committee, or that would cause the bill to subject to a Budget Act of Rule 21 cut-go, point of order. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the committee authorize the chairman or his designee to offer such motions as they may be necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on H.R. 441 as amended. Order reported by the committee today or similar Senate votes. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 5 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Chair notes the presence of a quorum for actions taken on today's committee business. With that, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has completed its business for the day, and the committee is adjourned.